Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this page. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done, and I'll drink at this page. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, 'cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. 'Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Say, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me someone. I could dance with you beneath the stars, 'cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Maybe I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said it's Cincinnati, baby, it's Cincinnati, baby.
Off the pocat.
I open my own hotel.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invisible at last. Fueling every
just got into the CL finals with Bex. After trashing Pool 8-1 at home, still can't believe it. Will probably get destroyed by Bayern in the finals.
Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for desire.
Hello, chatto! Coming up today on This Mess, we're back! The Champions League has returned and we are, of course, in it with aplomb. But joining us in Europe this year will, believe it or not, be 5 other Hungarian sides. That is right, they all actually qualified for it in various different ways. We'll find out more about that in a second. I picked up a couple more players. We've got some more team reports. It's going to be a bloody lovely day. Join me, if you will, on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest and Hungary. Yeah, too much sunlight. Can't be helped. So, the part of the reason for the sunlight situation is obviously the suit bag was my blind, and that was why we had sunlight on stream last time. However, the reason there's not currently a blind there is because, well, it ripped and my suit fell out everywhere as we were leaving the hotel. So it just fell out the bottom of the bag. So it's kind of, we're going to have to get a new blind. I might actually have to use a blind. Imagine.
Okay out of okay intro.
Yes, I'll take it.
Hope you are okay and the save goes well.
Oh, believe me, it does. It does goes very well. I'll explain more in a second. But before that, thank you very much for the 4-month dressage guy. Moving backwards slightly. All right, Christian, trying to screw up the intro. Failed. Didn't you? You've wasted a month's worth on that. Thank you very much for the 14 months, so I really do appreciate it. Seth with the big 9 months as well. I hope the final goes well. Gamer Honor and Mr. Divani, thank you very much for the follows during the intro. And Lou Boy, without the burp. I was going to try, but it doesn't work for me anymore, apparently. Thank you for the 21 bloody months. Just buy a curtain. No! Curtains are for vagrants and sex pests. I'm telling you. Oh, it's lovely out. It's fucking delightful out there. I've got to be honest. Have we won Europe? No. The closest we've... Honestly, the closest the team has come to winning Europe in this save was probably the Konyaspor game. Did everyone take loans? Oh, you bet they did. We're up to 122 now. Hadrian with the prime.
Another opportunity to spend Jeff, not Hendrik Bezos, money on this silly computer man. I'd have it no other way.
No. The way where you're looking at it now is just this mess. I was struggling not to like... That's why the intro was so meandering, because I was trying to control myself from like falling off my chair laughing before I started the intro. It was a bit similar to Bonk Man and his propeller from a couple of weeks ago that absolutely destroyed me. You know me too well, Toby. In the time. Curtains are for Twitchers, indeed. I can just look straight out the window. It's perfect. You'll be pleased to know there is technically a blind there. You want to see light? I'll show you light. Like, there could actually be even more light coming in. That is technically a blind that you're seeing as it goes. Mike, how's it going, man? Thank you very much for the gifted sub to DJ Evil Midnight. You'll love to see it. Just this mess. That'll be season 12's recap tile. Although things are going a little bit too well for there to be any kind of mess involved right now. I'll be honest with you. I am a little bit blown away by some of the results that we've been seeing. And I had to remind myself of what those results were before stream today. I'll be honest with you. It's been... I've barely touched the computer in like 5 days. I'm waiting for Goose. Where is Goose, Salty Scotsman? Thank you very much for the 16 months, though. I do appreciate that tremendously. Oh, dear. And John as well. He's done well there. I have done well there. I've done very well there.
He's done well.
You love to see it. Oh god, there's another one. Chris K25 as well. Thank you very much for the 2 months. I'm just going to be pressing this hype button all morning, apparently, haven't I? Dark Matt, I'm on the light side, chat. I'm even wearing a white t-shirt. What's going on today? I've just changed my whole plan's been gone. I got some sunlight today. I really needed that, honestly. It was a very... What a contrast to the previous day it was for me today. No mess, no. It's I'm feeling put together for once. I'm just a little bit unclean shame, which I don't particularly like there as it goes, but there we go. Ooh. My pissy drink is remarkably pissy coloured today, which is odd considering it has no more piss in it than normal, but hey, there you go. I found Jesus. So we're going to go... Oh, God, what happened with Zealand's last season at Taunton? Is it going to either be really good or really bad? I'm concerned now, because I'm a little bit worried about us to begin with, if I'm honest. Paolo, thank you very much for the 95 bits. Goose indeed. You love to see it. Let me move off this. Let's finish... Oh, did he end up finishing 10th? Shit, because I remember he was midway through that season when we were talking about this last stream, which obviously was like 5 days ago now. Well, no. Friday. Yeah, it was. Fucking hell. Bloody hell. That's mad. It's always a longer gap when I miss a Sunday stream, just because there's always that extra gap in there as well. But bloody hell. So, yes. For those of you that missed the transfer stream last time, we actually did some fucking insane business. I have to be honest with you. We killed it during last stream. I have set up 130 scout reports. Team reports. Mainly because I didn't get enough time, because I was still going through the end of the transfer window till like 6 o'clock on Thursday night. That's how long it took me after stream, because we went on for so long time on stream as well. So I just didn't have time to do that. So, but that will get us through today's stream, and I can then... I've done basically Europe. That's what I've done today. I'll set the rest of them up after stream, because we won't get through them all today anyway, because we are going to be trying to do all 6 of our... Well, say all 6. The first 6. The pre-Christmas Champions League match is what we're going to get done today, basically. Pickups off stream, yes, there was, and a couple I'm really pleased with. But, in fact, also, not only have we made some pickups, Ferenc Varos have been splashing the cash. But, right, so you guys know about Capellino, and you knew about Javier Bone, I think. Or maybe you didn't. I think you must have done, because it's around about the same sort of time. But if you didn't, goalkeeper from River Plate Montevideo, cheap guy, we picked him up because his name was Javier Bone. I'm always going to do that, right? Drink some water. Yeah, sure. I even have water next to me as well. Just trying to stay rehydrated. But that isn't where the good stuff lies. The good stuff is, well, obviously you all knew about Omar Ben Salah, the guy we were looking at for ages. I eventually picked him up for £6.5 million. And truth be told, we've lucked out. He's going to be homegrown. He's going to get Tunisia caps without a shadow of a doubt. He's worth 10 to 14 million pounds, and he's gone on loan to Haladash. We could not have asked for a better team for him to go on loan to than Haladash right now, where they really needed some players to help them in their European adventure this season. So he has been, look at that, already getting up the jumping reach. They do love a bit of jumping reach. I really, really like. Huge fan of him. So, but you already knew about him because we were looking at him all window. But the moment he turned 18, got him. We also got Nando for, Champions League group stage, yeah. So we got Nando in the end. Obviously, we signed him up on a free transfer, but when he was available to buy now, I put a bid in. £25,000 we picked him up for. International cap's important. It's not that it's important, it's just that the quality of him being an international is, like, generally speaking, if a player's good enough to play for a solid national team country, they're generally speaking a better player. I mean, he's just ridiculous. Absolutely insane. So, yeah, he's gone out on loan to Kekshmet as well. I mean, look at the upward arrows on him already. He's flourishing this season after just like a game and a half for Kekshmet. So, big fan of him. Hey, Mason. Alaku is still the hot prospect, which should tell you everything you need to know about how good of a player he is. Although it could just be because he's one of the few guys that are left here. We have 122 out loans now, which is the most. Now, those guys you kind of knew about. There was one... So I picked up a couple of sort of cheapy guys. So Ladislav Gatsi for 55 grand. He's gone out to jury. I thought I kind of like some of the temp poles on him. So I thought, fuck it, we'll get him for 55 grand. I also picked up this guy, Jose Daniel Morales. Not amazing. 1.5 million. He's a bit shit, isn't he? Any other nation? To be fair, you can do the loan farm in a lot of nations. It's just there's certain nations that have implemented some of the loan rules that the FIFA are bringing in. Or it might not be FIFA. IFAB? I can't remember. But I think most of them haven't done it yet. Potentially. Basically, Muha, it was the name of a football blog I used to run before I did YouTube. And I already had the YouTube URL. So I just started using the channel, basically. And then it just became that. Right, the one I actually really liked that I found after you guys had left stream was this £4 million signing. Ramiro Gonzalez from River Plate. I think he is a really tasty little pickup. And would you look at that? He has also gone on loan to Haladash. So now they've got him and Omar Ben Salah as their fullbacks this season in the Conference League. Big fan of that. Oh my... Not one, but two. I mean, it depends. Depends on how that went, I suppose, doesn't it, really? Wittercast, thank you very much for the 15 months. Oh. Holy shit. How are you? I thought I said hubbub for a second there. Ooh. Lost Man City. That's pretty good, though, right? So, yeah, he was the last one. But again, £4 million, instantly good. I like everything about him, basically. I dare not. Yeah, Leeds, they've had some quite hefty home defeats lately, haven't they? I mean, Liverpool, obviously, a Liverpool occasionally, but Palace, ain't looking good, Brev. And yet they're not in the relegation zone. So I guess you got that, right? 65 players. Holy shit. So you'll notice that, actually, let me move to the left for a second. So after you guys left stream, you'll see just how many players I was able to loan out after you left stream. So I just kept doing the thing we always did. We already saw... Did you see me sell Anton Merler to Kijvada? You did, didn't you? That was definitely a thing that happened on stream. And then we also got the likes of Silvera to Kijvada, Bohatch to Kijvada, Baptiste Berger to Kijvada, Francois Javier Hardy to Kijvada. That's good. He needed a move, and they were there for Mustafa Piranho as well to Kijvada. They've got a lot of guys. You'll also notice that Haladash picking up a lot of guys on loan from us too. Solis, Boateng as a goalkeeper. They've got both fullbacks from us as well. They've done well. They've done well there. They've got Aschauer as well. They've really stepped it up on the old loans out, basically. Well, this is the thing. I wanted to make sure that basically what happened is if a club came in for if Haladash came in for one of the players and there was another Hungarian side, I just basically got rid of them. Provided Haladash were going to offer them good footballing time, I just basically took the risk and said, no, we'll just give it to Haladash because they needed the players more than the others. The 74 million in total was because of Fernandes and Hurley. Oh, so you already knew about Fernandes and Hurley being sold, but I also sold a guy to Porto who you'll have never heard of. That's how we make that cash. 8.5 million to 8.25 million for Alessandro. Now, he is good, don't get me wrong, but he'd come back from a couple of loan spells and refused to go back out. We just made like 10 million quid on a player that we literally brought in for free from Brazil. So, I've heard of Porto, that's true, yeah. Good fellas of Arc Jr. Thank you very much for the follow. Who indeed, yeah. Free Brazilian that we got £10 million for. Speaking of free Brazilians that clubs get large amounts of money for, I'd like to introduce you to Pedro Henrique, who Real Madrid bought off of Ferencváros for £16.25 million. 16 million quid, which is still an absolute piss take, admittedly, but it's good money considering they paid nothing for him and they've just gained 16 million quid. And when you look at Ferencváros' bank balance, they've got 45 million quid in the bank right now. Because obviously they've got Champions League group stage guaranteed, but still, they've been rolling in the deep in the cash right now. They have also 200 grand in wage budget spare. I think he was on the next gen list, yes, as well. But bear in mind, they didn't exactly dick about with it. They used that money. They used it wisely. They spent, as you can see up here, let me just move across to the right again. The takeover. Whose is it that got taken over? Because I think it was Kijvada. They have spent a little bit of cash, but I don't think they're absolutely minted. I'll show you their balance in a minute as well. But they at least have been taking our players again. So yeah, they brought in, you already knew about Yang Ho Seok, because that happened earlier in the window for like 6 million quid. But look, he's worth 11 to 13 million now. They also went and got this guy, Zafaris from Porto, for £6 million, and he's now worth an absolute buttload of money as well. Greek international. Looks like he took this picture in like a school gymnasium, but still, we move. And lastly, they also spent £5 million on this guy, Sergio Bacalhau, who, again, 5 million quid, £27,000 a week he's on at Ferencváros. He would be the second highest paid player in our squad. That's how much money they're flashing around. And they still have 200 grand to spare per week. So if they keep... They're slowly building their team up. I'm expecting them to be actually trashed this year, probably, because that's just how these things go. But they're actually starting to big some players. Also, they sold a guy to Kijvada, who you may remember, Derek Osei, £3 million. Not a bad piece of business, and Kijvada get a really solid player out of him. And they've made some good money on him as well. Like, they've just done some super good business. Also, this guy, David Morar, £1 million from Cluj. I mean, he's a bit of all right as well for Kijvada. They really have strengthened in this window too. And they've also got £19 million knocking about in the bank. So they're in really good shape right now. So, who did what and to who? You'll see them in the Europa League here. So the way we've got it, this situation, it's us and Ferencváros in the Champions League, because that's what was guaranteed to happen. Both of us automatically qualified for it. Kijvada very nearly did the whole damn thing as well and joined them. Not quite, though, in the end. They ended up losing to Feyenoord. Was it Feyenoord? I think it was Feyenoord. Yeah, they did beat Feyenoord 2-1, but then they lost the second leg in the Netherlands. And they were 1 goal away from getting to the Champions League group stages themselves, to give you a level of where we're at. The wrong person. Oh, good Lord, Mason. Well, welcome in, Banksy. How's it going? I've admired your work. This is a meeting. Oh, good Lord. You need to not drunk text, Mason. God damn it, man. So that's the situation there. So that meant obviously Kizvada went straight into the group stages of the Europa League, and they will be joined by, I think it's Újpest, who were the automatic qualifier. Or it's either them or Molfehova. And then in the ECL, we've got... Who have we got? We've obviously got Haladáš and Molfehova. So 6 teams, all actually here, which is the main thing. The thing that really surprised me is some of the results they were putting up. Like, this wasn't even close. Where was it? Here. Molfehova against Hapoel Tel Aviv. 8-0 on aggregate. 8-0. Hapoel are not that bad, but Molfehova hit them for 8. Owono and someone else scored hat-tricks in the first leg. Incredible. He's signed for Ranheim. Ranheim aren't that bad, are they? I thought they were second tier. Unless they're like maybe lower than that now. That's kind of mental, actually. So that was good. But then obviously the third round, Haladáš came in. And where was it? Yeah, here, look. They played Spartak Trnava, beat them 9-3 on aggregate. 9-3. Like, their first ever European tie in this entire save, and they smashed 9 goals past Spartak Trnava. Like, this is the kind of stuff I'm on about. They looked very, very good. And obviously, Molfehova snuck past Hartberg here by 4 goals to 3, which is decent. And then in the last round, it was a bit more straightforward. Molfehova beat Valorango by 3 goals to 2. And then Haladáš beat Rapid Vienna on penalties. It was at Orsone. What? Aren't Orsone lower than that, though? But hey, fair play to him. Point being, we've done well. We've done well there. So we've got everybody in. It's all looking good. Ferencváros actually look like we've got a pretty tough draw, though. Oh, they're also second tier. Wow. Okay, fair one. Still, he must be in his, 40s by now. So the fact that he's still playing at a level of that quality in the Norwegian second division is pretty impressive, right? Salad dash. I like it. 41. For some reason in my head, he's older than that. But we've got quite a tough one. PSG at home, Man City at home, Basel away, Lyon away, Chelsea away, Napoli away, Valencia and Red Bull Salzburg. That is not an easy set of matches that we've been handed this year, honestly. I know obviously it's done based on the pots and stuff, but still, and you've got to play a sort of set, but I think we've got some of the stronger sides in each of the different pots that we've got available to us, and we've also got some very tough games in there. I think this might be another one where we don't quite get top 8 and have to sort of come from the hard part, whereas Ferencváros, I would argue that they've actually got an easier run than we do, which is kind of mental. Let's have a look. It's 122 now, Pierluigi, which is I think the most we've had at any stage in this save. So you can see they go away to Leipzig, host Bodø, host Red Bull Salzburg, host Paris Saint-Germain, away at Lyon, away at FK Partizan, host Inter, and then away to Chelsea. Their group is way easier than ours. So I would expect to see Ferencváros top 24 again. I really, really do. But you're right, it does give us a chance to pip some coefficient. One thing also as well, obviously we played a couple of games so far this season. Literally not a lot. So we've had 3-0 there, 2-0 there, 3-1 there. The weirdest thing so far is that I've been playing a lot of players in different positions. You can see that Castillo started 2 games, 128 minutes. Bobby Tree's played a couple of games. Castillo has admittedly got 3 goals. Bobby Tree already on 4 goals this season. He is looking very good. And not only that, as a player you can't see in here, but he's done very well. He's actually the top assister in the league already. Lautaro Ojeda has 4 assists in his first, a start and a half. He's looked a fantastic super sub. He's got an eye for a pass. He seems to suit the team really, really well. So now that he came back from his loan, I think he's earned himself a place to give us a go this season. It certainly is a backup for us in the league. With him and Bobby Tree around, we've got options, mate. We've got many options. Yeah, Castillo has massively outperformed that, in fairness.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Is that Vulcan's face? It could be. It might be. You never know. Abski, thank you very much for the follow. Right, I suppose we should probably get into a game if we're going to get through 6 of these today. The national team, if anything, has actually gone backwards lately for Lukey, which is weird. It's Raul van Nistelrooy. Van Nistelrooy. New white man. As always with white mans in this team, he's settling in slowly, but he's looked assured in places. I think I already set the team up here. Yes, I did. Who did I just take out? I assume it was... Who did I just take out? Was it LMS? I think it was LMS. I think I'd still rather play LMS. So far, Teixeira, obviously he's hasn't got a goal or an assist yet. And he admittedly has had a couple of tough games for us so far. I've not been overly impressed with him yet, but I feel like it always just takes time. Vulcan was last year. Vulcan was easily the best player in that save. Rist van Nistelrooy. So that's what we're going to go with. I'm still tempted to try out the idea of Malero through the middle, Navarro deeper, potentially in certain games as well. But I think for this one, just kind of got to put our best foot forward. It might be something we can do mid-game as well. That's weird. Did I just change even though I'd already set that up? Yes, so I set up a couple of new deals. Darla does have one. Ready? Boom. 5-year extension. Darla signed the deal. 5-year extension for Emmanuel Darla. 12 grand a week as well. It's barely even a wage rise. So now he's going to be here for another 5 years without a single bit of problems. And he is absolutely ridiculous. Volkan or Zlatko? I think I would still take Zlatko just because I know what he could have been. Volkan was great, but I just don't know if he was going to be fitting into our team. How do we find Darla? I think Darla was Darla might be the best example of a free signing we've ever had. So he was a player that we found using the amateur method. As in the amateur Belgian scouting, but he was obviously in Angola. We were just trying it everywhere. That's how I found Darla. I'm fairly certain. He's probably Angola's greatest ever player, and they've had some poggy players. Wedding was amazing, honestly. You know when people talk about core memories and stuff, how you make core memories? I was trying to like put this into words yesterday. I was thinking about it. And I feel like as an adult, you often realize that when you're thinking fondly about things, you realize sometimes how far away a lot of those things were in the past. And you realize that actually you maybe haven't made so many fond core memories in the recentness. Now, part of that could just be because obviously COVID has been in there, which has caused a massive roadblock in seeing people and having an opportunity to make those memories, I suppose. But this felt for me like one of those types of things. It was just extremely, extremely fun. I had the best time. I have plenty of stories, don't worry, chat. Made wedding friends, as you do. Got extremely drunk way too fast because people kept refilling my wine glass on the table, which was very, very bad. And nearly fell in a shower at 5 o'clock while I was just trying to like sober myself up a little bit, honestly. It was concerning. No, I mean, yeah. It was just kind of... You feel like you're not... You often wonder if all of the best times you'll have are behind you. And I always felt a bit sad the next day because I was like, well, maybe this is the last time I'll feel like that. But I don't think that's the case. It's just that it makes you sort of evaluate those things, right? Oh, God, yeah. So basically what it was is after we went back to the reception place because the wedding was in Biggleswade, but it was actually in Bedford where the reception was. Scott Chapman with the 21 months. Oh, tone shift.
A somber message but an important one. My wife and I recently suffered an ectopic pregnancy, could have lost my wife too. Kept saying I was fine because I don't talk, I needed to. I would act fine because telling people in my eyes was looking for sympathy. Eventually spoke to someone about it all and it's like a weight lifted. I didn't realize how important it was to talk.
Yeah. Like I've said this, and every time I get a chance to talk about this stuff when I go on like podcasts with people and stuff, I'll always hammer home that shit. Firstly, Scott, hopefully your wife's okay. That's the main thing in a situation like this. But yeah, talking is the most important thing. You don't realize how much it matters when you just talk to someone, be it a friend, even when you're not talking about the thing that maybe is concerning you, you know? It's just discussing things and seeing people. You always feel better when you talk to people. Yeah, I mean, I will be the first. This is part of the reason why I think I felt so much just niceness over this weekend, I suppose. But yeah, no, I'm sorry that happened to you, Scott, and I hope you and your wife can sort of... I hope that she's got someone to talk to as well, other than obviously just you, but like I hope she's been able to stay strong as well, you know? Good to talk. Yeah, exactly. I hope you are okay, Scott. And then long recovery, absolutely, yeah, exactly. We'll go... I feel like we've got to pump it up for PSG. Do you know what? We've been so somber there that the match hasn't actually even... The music has finished playing. That's the first time we've ever actually let the music play out, I think. Don't tell me it's stuttering again. Am I on? That's concerning. How's the amateur method working? It's not, really. It's only really useful, I would say, in the first, like, 3... The best time for using it is between sort of seasons 2 and 5, I think, of any save. That's when, for me, it seems to be the most powerful. I don't really use it so much now. Early game as well is when I think it really matters too, in terms of your point in like where you are in the scene. As Navarro's already broken in behind, squares it across, and Castillo's already put us in front. That's awesome, Scott, that she has someone to talk to as well. Yeah, and you're never alone. Remember, you can always talk to us in chat. I know that this isn't the same entirely, but we are here as like an entity, I suppose, right? Hello, Daz. Yeah, I'll talk about the weekend in a little bit once we're not focused on this match so much. We'll have plenty of downtime in the stream today where we can discuss all the ridiculous shenanigans I got up to over the weekend. From failing to hold a conversation because my eyes kept dropping to the side. Randomly tagging a lift to Tesco's with a person I'd met like 30 minutes prior, being like, hey, you're fine, you're my mate now. No. Actually, that's true. He was lovely. Oh. Look for sympathy. Yeah, no. I understand that, but I feel like it's just not. It just isn't. And also, there's nothing wrong with sympathy. I feel like empathy's better than sympathy, personally. But I also feel like with the way my own brain works, I find it more difficult to empathize sometimes. I find it much more easy to empathize than I do to sympathize with things, if that makes sense. But that does make it more difficult when it's a situation I've never been in myself, which obviously I've never been in that situation. Oh, God, no. Shit. Okay. That's not good. Patrice might be finding himself in some more game time soon. He's not actually in this game because he played the last one, but still. That is not good. It looks like Alejo Hernandez is coming in. We're actually playing quite well here. Germany, yeah, Germany's the next target, I suppose. Oh. But sometimes even the wrong thing can be the right thing, because sometimes saying something is a lot better than saying nothing, right? That's the way I tend to look at it. I would always rather try to make the effort, because I feel like you almost can't make it worse sometimes for people, right? Traditional Nigerian wedding. That sounds awesome. What was that like? This was just your bog standard British wedding, but bog standard in the best way. You know exactly what I mean, where it's just like, where you've got like the marquee out the back of this building, like sort of set meal, but with the fairy lights and stuff. And like there's a DJ, there was a guy playing piano. He was smashing out like the Love Actually soundtrack. I was vibing. You have no idea how much I was enjoying it. Leipzig 3-0 up. Yeah. I assume that's against yeah, that's not a good start. Also, oh, it's a real dude. I saw a dude called Merlin, and I just figured, hey, we've got memes to come here. But no, real guy. Okay, we move. What I would say is we've been spectacularly good in this game. Even if we haven't had loads of chances, we've seen nothing yet out of PSG at all, which does mean, of course, what's about to happen is them scoring. But, oh, please not all the way through. Okay, that was a weak-ass finish. So I think Saltshake, and Saz, if he's here, I don't think he is today actually, will be able to back me up on this. I think what happens there, Saltshake, is you may need to randomly clear your cache again. Sometimes it just causes weird issues with that one specific thing, because it's kind of not supposed to be in the game. So I think that might be what's causing it potentially. So maybe just try clearing the cache again. Football's permanent in my mouth. Oh yeah, of course. But in a way, sometimes that can create quite funny moments, which can actually break the tension, if there is any. Right. Donovan, maybe. Oh, you'll notice there's no Abdul Nabi. He's picked up an injury, unfortunately. Brandon Silva. All right, now it's time for Teixeira, I think. Bring on the Flugelkampfheimler! Soulshake, thank you for the follow. Hey, Silver, how's it going, man? How's settling into the new house? There he is. Was I right? Did I give the correct advice, Saz? That's what I'm looking for here. I'm looking for reassurance. Okay, 10 or so minutes to go. They're getting a lot of bookings, so they're obviously trying to go in hard on us to try and win the ball higher up the pitch, which is fine. We allow it. And it's at this point when I'm just going to start to notch this down a little bit. Then another 5 minutes. Oh, okay, that was weird. That was one of those weird highlights that isn't a highlight. And I went to stoppage time, so now I pop that up a little bit more. Knock that down one more notch, and hopefully we just... Yep. I learned that from Zealand when he did it to me in that showdown, basically. It does work very, very well to just start slowly but... That's a really, really good result. 1-0 win over PSG. That's one of the toughest games we were going to have in this entire group. And we scored in the... What was it? The 27th second of the match, and then just absolutely killed it dead after that. Oh, Jesus. Doesn't come in until the long way after. Oh, really? Dancing and someone suggested to go with the family. I was like, hell no. To be fair, I am not one of those people that is shy about dancing at a wedding. Now, I realise perhaps when it's a slightly different environment that maybe you're not familiar with, I guess that could be slightly weird. Or like maybe you just don't know the etiquette, I guess. But like, Pogger's not going to worry about me. Because you know when you sometimes go to a wedding, right? And you'll see... usually slightly older men perhaps, but not always, the curmudgeonly, I suppose is the word, person who sort of sits in the corner and refuses to go dance with his wife or girlfriend or even husband, right? I am not that person. I am emphatically not that person. I'll dance with everybody, and I literally was. It was great. Found out Lone Rules are playing the Polish League. Is it? Oh, really? Shit. Which Lone Rule specifically, Colin? Because there might be a way to edit it out. I'm looking at you, Hadrian. Yeah, that sounds awesome, Mason. Oh, so the thing that I saw is basically... This is a long time ago. Do you remember there was that showdown when Z and I basically kind of just went, nah, we'll have penalties. And the second leg was a 0-0 and nothing happened. So basically, what he was doing was... it was a combination of different things. Hang on, I'll get out the match and I'll show you here because I can't actually look at the tactics page. But essentially, what I do is with roughly 10 minutes to go, depending on the type of game, I will turn on play for set pieces. I'll knock the tempo down, the passing directness down, turn a little bit of time wasting on, and slowly but surely, I will get more and more conservative without going defensive per se. What you're essentially trying to do is slow the match engine down. So going to shorter and shorter passing, lower and lower tempo. So every time you do get possession, you hold on to it for longer. You time waste on top of that when the ball's out of play. You're playing for set pieces, which means that you get to... The great thing about playing for set pieces with time wasting as a combination is because time wasting really in FM is mostly about when the ball's out of play. But winning constant set pieces means your players can kill so much time, basically. Just time work at Harvard, wow. Because it couldn't go with, oh, that's a horrible situation to be putting in it, really. Right, okay. Firstly, Divine Chicken Wings, thank you for joining us, and thank you for saying those nice things. That's very kind of you. Those injuries are terrifying, but we'll get to that in a minute. I'll be happy, then I'll be sad. That's our routine for now. I don't think you're the first person that's realised that YouTube me is still me, obviously, but with the way that YouTube is about things like swearing and whatnot, I have to be pretty kind of PG friendly, family clean, etc, etc. And that's not really me, honestly. I want to be able to make dick jokes, damn it. So now I can make all the dick jokes that I want. I'm the dragger up and not the draggy. Pog is, despite my insistence to... who was it you say won 7-0? Let's have a look. That's the match, Matt. That is not the right button. We'll get there. Here we go. We're going the higgledy-piggledy route. They put 7 past. Oh, bugger. Wow, PSVR. Shit. I'm sorry. I hate to say it. Great in real life this season. Congrats. But that is, oh dear. Hey, is it fine? No, it is PSV that's doing really well in Eredivisie this season, isn't it? They look like they're going to win the title. Or is that Feyenoord? No, it must be PSV. It's true, Millennial. I am a fraud. Massive fraud, me. But no, despite my, oh, is it Feyenoord? Is it really? Oh, even better. In that case, I feel more comfortable in my original statement. It's another case of Matt not paying attention. But, yeah, no, Pog gets up and she still ends up dragging me up. But not because I don't want to. She just likes that, I think. I think she's just like, no, come with me. But it does help that Pog's really good friend Gemma, that's right, Gemma and Emma, what a compare. Her boyfriend is the best. He's one of those people, you meet him and you just go, I want to be friends with you, basically. And now I feel like I've managed to achieve that, and that makes me very happy. He'll make friends with anybody, and you just feel so comfortable around him because of that, and it makes you feel so much more comfortable. It's very rare that you meet people like that are just so, like, extroverted, but not in an obnoxious way. They just make you feel really comfortable, and they just take you under your wing. Is her boyfriend called Gamat? No, he's called Patrick. Lovely, lovely dude. Shout out Patrick. Ah, dear. PSV keeper. Oh, that's a good point. Let me guess, it'd be that guy from Wolves from all those years ago. Let's have a look. He's called Jay Gorter. Also, how did he get a 6.6? To be fair, man did make 8 saves. Matt and Pat, indeed, yeah. Apparently he likes me too, and that's good. That's what you need to know. When I was talking to his missus, but he was off dancing with some random bloke. Of course he was. And Pog was at the bar, and she was just like, well, Patrick fucking loves you. He was telling me in the car. So there you go. So it's Jay Gorter is their current goalkeeper, if you can call him that. Although he's actually really good. Like, good reflexes, good one-on-ones, solid aerial reach, 6'3". He's got caps for the Netherlands. He just had a bit of an off day, I suppose. Maximum of 6 foreign-based players over the age of 22 allowed on loan at a time. So the issue is that it will probably still affect... No, you're fine, Colin. So basically, the way that will work is that will only affect them loaning players from other clubs that are abroad. It should be fine with you loaning within Poland, I think. Potentially, anyway. I accidentally closed the stream. Oh, you can't do that, Leaf. You miss all the fun. Right, what about the... Oh, God. Fractured rib as a result of a tackle. Oh, tackle he made. What, did they put nails down? All right, we move. What about you, Brandon? That's fine. Luckily, it looks like Patrice is going to be thrown into more first-team football than we would have hoped. But at the same time, I guess it's not the end of the world. Hey, Days! Why does Idiot start out? Is it? It's not on my end. That's weird. Is that like a family setting you've got turned on, Mason? Is it to stop you from texting Twitch? Yeah, it's less than a month. It's not too bad. He will miss probably the game against Man City. Yeah, he'll miss the City game, probably. Jeremy and Pat and Matt. Yes, it is true. But we did still make wedding friends. This is the first thing we did, because it was obviously, we were sat on tables that you get assigned, because it was like there was a sit-down meal, which was solid, actually. And it was us, and we kind of knew each other, but then we were sat with, like, the groom's, one of his, like, housemates from university, and his, fiance, I believe. So that was like, right, now it's time for wedding friends. But I did it, chat. I got in there and made those wedding friends. That's what I do. I just love going to weddings for that exact reason. Like, the sort of people that you're then suddenly planning stuff with. Oh, yeah, by the way, I sold Aljo Fernandez to Al Nassr because they offered me £15 million for him. Bear in mind, no club had offered us more than, like, I can't remember. It was minimal fees we were getting put on the table for him. And then all of a sudden, Al Nassr came in and said, well, how about 15 fucking million quid? So I thought we'd just take their money, basically. Keeps us nice and stable financially. We're up to, what, 109 million pounds again now. And we've got more centre-backs coming through, so it's not the end of the world now. I can't remember, it's, 10 per league appearances and then international games, which at Uruguay, he'll get those, I suspect. He was straight floating up. They didn't have this problem. It was all a couples table. None of that issues. Oh, hang on. Europa League. Shit. Because Varda lost to FC Copenhagen. And then Újpest beat Monaco away. Újpest are just a little bit great, aren't they? Baldanzi does it again. They win in France against Monaco. That's a great result. Kishvarda losing against FC Copenhagen isn't amazing, but they're a tough side, as we found out a couple of seasons ago. What about Europa Conference League? How did Halliday... Oh, no, there isn't a Europa Conference League first time around, is there? That takes a little while to happen first. Still. It's like on the singles table. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, you got a new sofa. Teal velvet. Ooh. Brand new, or are we talking like Heart Foundation? Because underrated is the Heart Foundation furniture shops. Amazing furniture, insanely cheap. Castillo. Oh, I also had a massive bid on Brandon Silva again. And I was very, very, very close to actually accepting it this time. But I still decided that, you know what? He's actually becoming a really capable and integral part of this team over the last couple of years. Like, he's really been contributing. His ratings, you can see, ever since he's joined us, have gone up. Apart from there, every single season, he's been slightly better. Like 12 and 12 that year, but last year he had, I think, his best season ever for us, actually. Other than that one there, but that, I think, might have involved some cup matches. I'm not sure, actually. Point being, I'm enjoying his work. It was a very expensive bid, though, and I was very, very tempted. Thatcher tells me refused to be put down all that. Oh, that's kind of cute, though. Plus, Mason, don't think about it like this. She was essentially probably quite a good wingman for you in a way. Like, it shows you're like a kind of uncle-y kind of, you know, it shows you're sort of good with kids. Yeah. Ruiz now a Hungarian citizen, that's fine. FK Sarajevo, right, so these will still be rolling in all stream, of course. Was that their full team or their under-19 squad? That was their full squad, wasn't it? Okay, we move. Well, yeah, early coefficients. So we've done okay early on. Like, obviously on the year, it's going to take a while for that to stabilize out, but 3.7 to get us started ain't bad. Germany have annoyingly started quite well. Which is disappointing, I'll admit, but we're still 4 points behind Germany. But if you look, it's because they gained on us this year. The next 2 years, though, that's where we get them. We're going to gain 2 points on them that year, and then we'll get 6 points on them there. It's the 13.3 year. I think that's where we get top 4, essentially. Those 2 years. This year's a tough one because we're actually going to be, like, we're having to sort of make up ground in a way. So we're going to have to get 18 points just to even make a gain, which is going to be very, very difficult. But it's these two that I think are going to start to push us towards, like, the 90s, which is what's really going to make a difference. Based on the Germans, I don't think so. No, none of them are out either. Or not that I saw anyway. Let's have a quick gander, because Germany's are really... I think we can get them, yeah, you're right. So Germany have got... Whoa, they've got... Oh my god. They've got Leipzig, Wolfsburg, Dortmund, Bayern, and... So, yeah, they've got Leverkusen in there too. They've got 5 teams in the group stage of the Champions League, which actually could benefit us. Because that means that they might lose teams quite easily. They're more likely to lose these sides from here than they would have been perhaps from the Europa League, for example. That is a lot of wins potential. But they only have FC Köln in the Europa League. So that's 6 teams. And then they've got 7 teams with Freiburg in here. How the fuck did they end up with 5 in the group stage? Was that because of someone winning a Europa League or something? And Freiburg are out. So they've actually only got... All their teams are in the higher competitions. I feel like what that means is Germany are going to make a load of ground. They're going to make a load of ground on us in the early stages of the Champions League. But I think as the season wears on, we'll start to catch them because they're not going to have as many teams left in the lower competitions to absolutely clean up. Because historically speaking, in this save, the only real German sides that have actually made any kind of impact has been Bayern. We've not really seen Dortmund do anything. Admittedly, they have won their first game. But you can see down here, for example, let's just see who they actually did. Bayer Leverkusen lost their first game. Bayern actually only drew their first game. Now, admittedly, Wolfsburg did win, but who was it against? Away at Roma. It's not a bad result, actually, to be fair. I like the league phase as far as FM goes, but I don't think it's going to be good in real life. I think that it just makes it more... Yeah, Leipzig beat Milan in the final, you're right. So that's why they're there. Yeah, I think in real life it's going to make... It just makes it easier for bigger nations again in terms of like getting their teams through. It means that upsets don't matter as much when they happen in the league phase, because not only is it not only between 4 teams that upset matters, there's more games because obviously there's 8, but also the upset doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things because you're only taking points off one team and there's still like you're still competing against 30 others that are all able to get points against you in that same group even though you don't play against them. And I think that's where the issue really comes in. Right, so we'll rotate here because we've got Man City in like 11 days, but that's not really about that. What I do want to do though is start Patrice, give him as much game time as I can ideally, and then also Teixeira here because he only played like a little bit of the last game, and also Bobby Tree. Right, yeah, I'm not a fan of it, to be honest with you. We've got so many options. I've been just giving Bobby Tree a little opportunity. I've been trying him out on Kontavrakis, and Bobby's just been the guy at the moment. Don't actually guess what happens. Yeah. I think they want to milk it to make loads of money, but I do wonder if it's actually going to have a sort of backwards effect on it, to be honest. Made more pointless. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're going to get a lot of Sheriff Tiraspol versus, I don't know, Rosenborg, which, like, if you're a Rosenborg fan or a Sheriff Tiraspol fan, crack on, big man. Point being, those teams would have never ended up in the same group as each other in a normal loop? In a normal league phase, would they? Hello, Pog. How's it going, love? Pick a form and stick with it for a decade or so. Well, I mean, they've kind of all done that, and then they've just, yeah, let it all slip, haven't they? Oh, shit. Hang on. We'll go into the match, and we'll thanks to Saz, we'll auto-result it. Auto-result? Auto-result. Roll out. We'll do it from the middle of the game. I'll just pump my fist at them and tell them to get the shit together. That's Gem. I was saying about that. Pog, I've just been telling them about the wonderful time we had at the wedding and how, yeah, how I'm an absolute friend whore. That's the one, isn't it? Yeah. I find that this isn't as effective. I find that when you do this in the middle of the match, you're not likely to win as much as you do when you do it before the game. I don't know if it's just because it feels like it's... Well, I say that and we'll win the game like 7-0 now because it's against Erd, but still. That's the thing as well, yeah. The pot 4 sides. Well, okay then. So Bobby Tree just banged another 5 goals. He's up to 9 goals this season already as Big Bobbert. He's starting to give me less and less reason to not have him as our backup striker at the moment. He got 2 assists. Malero got 4 assists and 2 goals in this game as well. Patrice even scored. You'd love to see it. Can you say 9? Apparently so. Hot damn. Bobby Forrest, yeah. That's insane. Wait, he's not even the top scorer because of the earlier rounds, but like, he is. Ooh, waiting for it. Literally, yeah. I'm fine with that though. Yeah, so he's got 9 goals in 2 starts. he's had a decent time of it so far as Big Bobbo. He's a very good footballer. He just suits the style. The one thing I like about Bobby, you'll see this probably you'll see this after Christmas when we're actually watching the league games again, and he'll have to start a few of those, is he's really good at linking the play up. Almost like a deep lying forward that plays like a poacher. And I don't know if that's because he's got great passing and vision and he's like, some of his mentals are really good, but he's so good at like one-touch passing, spinning behind. Him and Ojeda like teamed up brilliantly after that. Abdul Nabi came back with a bum there too. Yeah, it's default. Barden go. He's started well. Oh, no way. That's amazing, Tim. What are you thinking of using as the game for him? Because, believe me, with an exercise bike, you need a distraction. TV is not good enough for that. I tried watching Gossip Girl for a while on an exercise bike. Maybe it's just because I was watching Gossip Girl, but it just wasn't it, Chief. The lack of dropping into the next competition as well is definitely an issue on top of that, true. League's been a bit weird so far. We're only a couple of games in as well. Burn calories to Chuck Bass, that's what you do. How long in-game has he been there now? Christ, I don't know, actually. Look at the game, bailing me out for once. He's been there for 22 years. 22 years. Yes, that's not really the database itself. The one that we're using specifically is the one from the Discord. If that's what you're actually looking for specifically. Should have shamed perfect exercise bike riding. True, I guess, but honestly, I think your best bet is a video game of some sort. I would suggest something like a FIFA or a Rocket League, something that has like a round element to it, i.e. you play a match or a game or something like that, or even like something like Warzone maybe. I don't know if that's really great there. Add-ons on Aviod. Depends what you mean by add-ons, Saltshake. Racing games. That could work, actually, yeah. You just need to find something that's going to allow you to focus and not focus on the fact that you're cycling. That's really the key. So that you basically forget about it. Forget about it. Right, get rid of these guys. Orphan collar pet. Okay, we're... Oh, I thought there was orphan. I have misread it and I apologize. Yeah, we've got... there's a couple of slight tweaks, Saltshake. We've got... The main thing that we've got changed is the fact that Hungary is a developed nation in our version rather than a developing nation, because we thought that was nonsense, honestly. So we made that change. So there's Orphan Colpet. Well, he's called that now, isn't he? And the loan rules. Oh, yeah. And the loan rules to make it harder for ourselves as well. But you don't need to do that if you don't want to. That's just more of a thing that we did as a sort of challenge more than anything else. Okay, so extensives. I think we can kind of safely eliminate... Oh, someone sent me... They found on a website. I can't remember who it was. I do apologize. They sent me a link to like a Catholic Daddy's third shirt. So I might be picking that up potentially. Basically, so in most leagues... loan players, as you know, can't play against their parent club unless you explicitly state it in contracts, and it's a pain in the ass because you can't seem to, even if you deliberately put that in there, you can't seem to force the game to actually put that in the deals. So what we did is we copied Norway's loan system, because in Norway you have to be allowed to play against your parent club. There's no restrictions on the players' like eligibility. So Hadrian implemented the Norwegian loan system in Hungary so that way all of our loanees, when we loan out 120 players, can actually play against us too. So it means that the league doesn't become an absolute walkover, which it has still become, but it would be way worse if we didn't do that, essentially. Every time you die, you have to reset your workout. Hidalgos. That aerial reach is the concern for me. And I think he'd be actually quite expensive, truth be told. Bogdanovic from Rheindorf Altak. Though, weirdly, he's got a wage demand, which means he would actually talk to us, probably. I mean, he's got more temp poles than a circus. Wait, you can't do the thing that you did before anymore. In that case, oh, that sucks. Imagine that. The editor being broken. FM would never. He's not bad, and he's called Zoran. Yeah, I mean, he actually started off at... Wait. So they actually poached him from Napredak, of all places. That's mental, Hadrian, that they've continued to break stuff like that. Oh, plop, apparently. I love it when water does that. Yeah, I don't know about him. I think that the issue is Spirited as well. There's a lot of negatives about him that I think he would just cost us a little bit too much. Honestly, I don't mind him, but what about Cassiani? Oh, okay. I think at this point with Cassiani, what I'm going to do is what we've been doing lately, where when we're happy with a player, they're like, okay, just want to see if there's any other stuff there. I'm going to send him for a 1-week scout, specifically with Gonzalo Sigrist. I've also been trying to assign as many of the team reports to Sigrist as I can, with the idea of us getting better initial information. Don't know how much of a difference it'll make, but hey. Can't complain. So we'll just acknowledge you for the moment. And now, Ricard? Yeah, fuck it. Ricard Ledesma. And there he is. At Nak. Is that Nak? Wait, is that Nak Breda? Yeah, Nak Breda. So, he was at PSV for a bit, but he just never got the game time. But since he's come to Nak Breda, 1 USA cap. Don't know when that was. We can find out, actually. On a free transfer. Spent many years in the second tier with them, but he did still play consistently for them in the Eredivisie, where they have remained now for quite a long time, in fairness. See where he got that international cap. Which would have been... Oh, that was actually... Okay, so he got his international debut prior to the save, and has sadly not managed to earn another one since then. And we move. But no, Pog absolutely killed it with her reading at the wedding as well. It was... It's a kind of strange church. Also, the vicar looked like Jimmy Bullard with a man bun. He looked like a kind of hippie vicar. He looked kind of like Jimmy Bullard, honestly. But like full man bun. I was like, okay, they've got one of those cool vicars. Which I was, seemed like a cool dude, to be honest. Go ahead. Oh, no, still, we actually just literally, less than 5 minutes ago, Brazio, we actually just looked at Simeone at Atletico. So it's, there's nothing to show you, unfortunately. I'll refund your points. He literally is still there. Just stinking up the place, no doubt. Issues with Portilla. His value is remarkably low, considering he's a Colombian international now. He's 25 years old. He's a starting goalkeeper in a Champions League side. I guess it's just no one ever seems to be interested in him, which is weird. The sexy vicar. Maybe, yeah. Give me sexy vicar vibes. He was a good dude. But when we got back to the reception, because this was only like 2 in the afternoon, obviously, you know how this often goes, where you go another thing and they're like, hey, have a glass of Prosecco's on the table. And that was like, okay, yeah, I can do that. It's 2 o'clock now. I can probably, you know, start. I'll have a glass of wine. It's all Prosecco, whatever. It's didn't know what time dinner was, like lunch was going to be. So we're like, oh, we'll go to the bar and maybe get, you know, just a single gin, nothing silly. And then picked up another Prosecco. And then finally actually got to lunch. But the problem was they then had table wine, but it wasn't like table wine that you would pour. There were actually people that would come around and like fill your glass for you, but they were very, very, very good at it, to the point where your glass would be like half empty. You'd look around and it would suddenly be full again, which means I completely lost track of how many glasses of wine I had during lunch. Needless to say, it was far too fucking many, because it got to like 5 o'clock and I was like struggling to hold a conversation with the girl sat next to me because I could barely see straight, and that was when I realized how much they must have. Yeah, plus wine can be quite high in alcohol content too. So went back to the hotel to try and freshen up, nearly fell into the shower while I was doing it. Such was my lack of balance. And I was like, right, you're not going to have another sip of anything other than water for the next 2 hours. This is your goal here, so that you can actually be a reasonable human being and people won't think you're a moron. Like that was my concern here. So I didn't do that, and then after that I was absolutely fine for the rest of the night. Sort myself out. Okay, M. No, it wasn't M. If it was M, it would have been fine. M was sat next to me, but on the other side. It was one of those big round tables that you get at weddings. I was sat next to a midwife. Nearly needed a medical expertise, honestly. Emergency goalkeeper. Yeah, I think what it is with Portier, that might be why actually he keeps asking for a new contract. I probably should just upgrade that on him, but I'm afraid if I do that, he might just get like too cocky. Oh, these ones are new player. There you go. Berostara Zagora have actually had a full youth intake. Well, I say full. They've had a youth intake, which means it's worth actually getting some of this. The other cool thing about this is now, because of the days old thing, when we come back through these reports the second time, or so on and so forth, we'll actually be able to tell if we've looked at that play before. There for your rebirth. Then exactly, it was perfect. Can't drink too much when I'm out. Oh, Viking, what I will say, right, is Patrick, the guy I met at the wedding, or met before, obviously, as well, he reminds me so much of you when you're drunk. Like, not in that sort of stuff, but like the mannerisms. It's just the pure mannerisms. It was so Viking vibes. It was great. Also, how's it going? How's things with the house? Home emergency. No, the real Saturday night. No, that's basically what it went. And then it was just a case of they brought out the disco. They've been replaced. This is like, it's like new Coke, different recipe. And obviously the clear the tables were, and then they had like the DJ and all that stuff. And then once I had a couple of gins, Pog was like, let's do this, let's crack it. It was good. Do his lessons, do the thing. Oh yeah, that's going to drag out for ages, isn't it? Is there like quite a long chain, or is it because some people get lucky where there's less of a chain to work with? Sometimes I think Em's parents, when they were moving into their house down in Devon, it was like a 10-person long chain of people trying to like sell their houses so the next person can move in. It got ridiculous. Right, we'll do a bit of that. We'll bring Castillo back in for this one. We'll start LMS, and I kind of just want to keep starting Patrice for a little bit. Oh, no. Oh, I've got to rest him at some point. No chain. Wow. So instead of like, there's no such thing. It can't be done. I just like making friends. It's just I'm a 33-year-old man. You don't get the opportunity to do that very often, right? Like, we're already like planning like, oh, we'll go with that board game cafe and shit like that.
Not able to
Orion!
catch your regular schedule much now, but glad to be on this one. Thanks for the great Yit content. It's a cut above a lot of FM content as always.
Oh, that's high praise. Thank you very much, Ryan. That's very, very kind of you. Welcome in, my friend. Thank you for the 5 months. Still trying to get rid of them. Yeah, you can't shake us. We're like those things that suck on the side of a shark as they're swimming along. You are the shark in this particular case. Just don't bite me. Or do. To completion. Then our folks. Yeah, you think that would be more of an incentive, isn't it? Maybe it's just that it's just someone else's solicitor. Because I suppose it's not even a case of your solicitor. If it only, it just takes the weakest link in the chain will slow everything down, right? It just bottlenecks it. Just burn their village. I don't know where they live.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
What was it about? No, I don't know. Things I know about him. He works for university. He is a proficient D&D dungeon master, though, which is interesting. Like, really, really into that stuff. Marcy... Oh, hang on. My apologies. Let me just try and get this right. Marcia Vaggiochello. No, that's not true at all. That can't be right. Okay, hello. Marcy Vagio... Marcy Voj, okay, hello. That's the best I'm going to do, but thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate it. Easy result, because we're trying to get through 6 Champions League matches today, and our league matches are getting in the way of this. As long as it gets... Exactly! Like, yeah. You've kind of done the hard part, really, in finding the house and getting that whole side of things agreed. Now it's just kind of okay. It's kind of like when you buy yourself a really nice gift, and you're just kind of waiting for the DPD van to arrive, right? HQ Nico, thank you very much for the prime. And Bodhinsky, thank you for the follow. No plans yet for Eurovision Viking. Is that an invite? I've missed you. I haven't seen you since fucking New Year in... Not even last New Year. The one before, which is mad. That was a good win for us as well, actually. Let's invite, yes. Yes. That would be good. I'll definitely have to book that Sunday off. 5k and increased deposit because they drag their feet so much. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you don't want that. That's awesome. Which team's that, Mr. Proger? No concerns? I have no concerns at all. I hope it's not that. I mean, it could be. For a 9-9 season, it could happen. I mean, you know how badly it went. Oh, Herd. Nice. I had no idea they were second tier now. We have conceded... Have we conceded a goal yet this year in the league? I don't think we have. It'll come around. Oh, is it really? That's kind of sick. It's almost like, would you rather go? And I'm like, honestly, no. I have so much fun watching Eurovision because I'm getting wankered with my friends and enjoying the vibes of it at that point. Ball and chain? Don't tell her. I'll tell her when I see her. So next season in Europe, we get 6 again. I believe. Well, it says... Then again, that doesn't change till halfway through, does it? No, tell her like it's 7. We get 7 teams next season. As a result of the 5th place, because they changed it. Actually, I remembered. We get 7 teams in Europe next season. But this is our last... So we've got to make sure that like a Debrecen or a Honvéd is kind of like getting their shit together, essentially. Wanked. I mean, Viking had his way. Yeah, that's the thing about it. I was kind of... When I heard that he was going to be presenting it, I was like, that honestly kind of sucks because I kind of... Like, he's no Terry Wogan, but he does a phenomenal job. If he's the only one that could even come close, I feel like. Half the fun is exactly that, yeah. It's... We always do fancy dress when we do it too, because it's just... You got to, right? Any excuse. It's terrible. Yeah, no, because he's actually... I think he's actually presenting the show. And as a result, we get... Scott Mills. Oh, dear. I don't... Isn't he a Radio 1 DJ? I'm getting huge Radio 1 DJ vibes off of that name. Unless that's just because that's what he is. That's exactly... You could tell that he had like a bottle of scotch next to him the entire time. He was... The reason I think that him and Norton do it so well is because they are all of us. They are so good at being everyone else watching at the same time and not afraid to just rip the piss out of people. There's no other show where that would be allowed. It's exactly where it came from. You just have one of those names. Every week. Not every week, because I feel like if you do it every week, the players will complain. But I do try to every now and then, usually when I'm not on stream, because I just forget, because I'm in the moment, man. I will try and go in and do particularly with this skin. The camp aesthetic. Yeah, exactly. The camp aesthetic is the best thing about it. Music's generally awful for the most part, but who cares, right? That's semi-final. Oh, okay. Well, they'll probably just move him up, right? Get moved up to the big leagues. Man's getting promoted. Right, so Giamot, right, this is... Okay, so this has to be full rotation. I'll just do a selection anyway, and then we'll see what they want to put in, but they are getting rotated. I feel sorry for Kontavrakis a little bit here, but I feel like I almost have to give Bobby his chance again, because he's Bobby at this point. He's proven himself in these matches. Oh, I could start Labros on the right, actually, in this game. For the vibes. Okada, definitely. These two have a really nice partnership when they play. And I want... Could even play Yerschlied now that he's back from his loan spell. Hannah Waddingham, Pod Pog's absolute woman crush as well. She'll be brilliant. She is the perfect fit for something like that. Mel Gedroich. Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about Mel Gedroich. I actually quite liked her as a comedian back in the day, but I find her now a bit. What's the word? I don't know if she's the right fit for it. I think maybe it's just because she used to present Bake Off, right? And I don't know if that's the same vibe that I'm looking for from my Eurovisionariness. We'll put. Yeah, I think that's the problem, right? Running back and forth. Wait, so he's going to be doing commentary as well? Okay, now I'm kind of intrigued. Yes, you do, Mason. It's totally worth it. Irrelevant. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like I think maybe it's just because the last few things I've seen her in have been more sort of straight down the middle kind of BBC vibey things. And maybe she can be a bit more herself. Where does Valenzuela actually play? That'll do. It'll do. He's out of breath. This is very true. I struggle when I run up the stairs.
I'm the Pope. Cooper, take off the Pope hat.
Simus as well. No, this is literally all I'm doing around. I have 0 recruitment focuses. This is it. The great thing about the reason I like this so much is because you still find older players when you're scouting those clubs. Oh, you're right, and put Patrice in. Also, what am I putting Donovan at left back for? When I could just put Terranova at left back. Oh, actually. No, actually, Patrice is going to have to start the next game in the Champions League against Man City because Montiel's injured, so Patrice is actually going to be the starter for that game. Baba Yaga Felipe, thank you very much for the follow. Tier 5. Oh, from Tier 5. Okay. Recruiting under... Yeah, if you're doing Elite Under-19s, then this is definitely the best way to do it, honestly. I see, every now and then, I would say just throw in some normal scouting assignments with, like, the other method, potentially. Just in case you miss anybody, right? Been planning your garden. Okay, tell us your plans. I'm curious now. What have you got planned for your garden? Better be grass. My hairdresser friend Emma, she has like one of those fake lawns, the like AstroTurf lawns. Now what I will say is obviously it saves you on cutting the grass, but it is still, I will never get over the sight of someone hoovering their lawn. What about Real Madrid? Yes, we did. We sold Hurley. We sold Hurley to Real Madrid. They then dropped their interest in the guy that we wanted, and we were then able to get him. She paid 5% on it, if only. If only. This is a back garden, I suppose. I think LMS is registered, yes. I didn't think I had any trouble registering anyone, so we should be fine on that side of things. So it will be... No, still nothing fluky. Would you believe it? It's almost like Twitch chat isn't the best dating pool, I guess. Yeah, you should have all the permissions for that now, Silver, I would have thought. That's only really... Is it 3G? I don't think it... I think it's... I have no idea, actually. And honestly, if I asked her, I don't think she'd know either. Good lord.
I just had an eye test. Need a new prescription. 500 quid just to see people. And I don't even like most of them.
Sam, thank you for the 50 bits. Oh, dear. Accessible. Yeah, a little bit. No. To quote Hard News earlier, what was it? Just this mess. Your Copo Aeon. Thank you very much for the follow. More medals makes for change for the people. Yeah, yeah. Who needs a lawn? Only the 1 goal for Bobby there. Still our top scorer, of course.
I'm the Pope. Cooper, take off.
Oh, goes with the lawn and grass and shit. I suppose, yeah. You see less and less front lawns these days, it feels like. You know? Come Panda Bean. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Haladash, yeah, I think they've done it. They've become that team that we always thought would happen eventually, where they just randomly got into Europe. We then had to support them, and as a result, they then got better. But they were good last year as well under... Who's their manager these days? Yeah, Feck Show. They've got even better players. Hey, Inferno, it's gone very well. We actually beat PSG, amazingly. I'm not a big lawn man myself. Although I do like the idea of having a garden, though, because it is just nice to have, like, a garden. Like... Just not someone that's nice to sit outside, isn't it? Shut those youngers to get off it. Indeed. Where will the not ball games? Where will ball games not happen if you don't have a lawn? Sari's finally sorted his shit out. I think he's got a longer contract anyway. So who's the only other guy? I swear there's one other player whose contract I still need to sort that I couldn't. It's Terranova of all people. I think he's still being a prick. Yeah, he's still being a whopper about it. Of all people, it's Terranova. Barbecue man. I do love a barbecue. It's just... My favourite types of barbecues are the ones where Viking and I are there and he does all the cooking. When we went on holiday to Devon a couple of years ago, there was like 8 of us. Viking cooked the barbecue every single night. The other thing about it is at the time he was trying really hard to be a vegetarian as well. He's the worst vegetarian ever, but like still. A garden, haven't. No, you don't want that. Although that would be a good way of getting people out of your garden, in fairness. He does a great job, to be fair. Man can cook a sausage like no other. Christo Vladimirov. Yeah, screw it. Apparently we didn't scout you last time, so we'll just do you right now, I guess. Twitch others, thank you for the 13 months. Hope you're well. Oh dear, they look a bit bad. They cooked the barbecue. We stood around watching and telling him he was doing it wrong. Have any of you... This is a real niche reference, right? It was an old British meme clip, and it's a guy. They've clearly been winding up the guy who's doing the barbecue, right? And they point to the sausage, and he goes, "It's the wrong way around." And then he loses his shit. He just holds up this barbecue fork and goes, "How the fuck can a sausage be the wrong way around, you stupid little cunt?" And it's one of my favourite things ever. Oh, that would never not be funny to me. It's true. It's very good. We bought way too much like nice food and then just ended up barbecuing every night. It was great. Have a bend in it. I guess so. Yeah. Hey, Harv, how's it going, man? My muffin. Oh, you want to be careful that, Mr. Fuckle. Hey, we beat Man City, Harv. You got a muffin for lunch. Is it a savoury muffin? What are we saying? Reasonable. We're still working through a lot of the South Americans from last season. They're really struggling to get their full scout reports done, which is weird. Some of these guys have just been stuck at the same level of scouting for ages now. Oh, is this... We're looking... Right, okay. Garden time with Silveretta. Oh, damn. Man's been like... God, we've got a regular Charlie Dimmock in chat. So we've got a couple of bins or armchairs. Not sure. We've got... I'm guessing these are plant pots. Is this a barbecue here? Overhead light. Nice little table there. Some good... Is that some strawberries? Are we rocking the strawberry plants? I was paid 20%. Yeah. Titanic's never been funnier. Carrots there. Is that a gazebo, or are we talking like an umbrella here? And if it is an umbrella, what gives for this bit here? What does one person get? Yeah, that is the... Yes. If that's the sausage video that I'm referencing. It's only like 10 seconds long, but you'll enjoy it. Missing a pool. I mean... It's a pretty poggy looking garden you got there, honestly. Yeah, I was going to say, this is... Have you considered just like designing gardens for a living, Silveretta? Because that's sick. Right, let's get rid of some D's. Just make sure there's no one in here that I'm desperate to look at a bit deeper. Cassiani. Oh. He's the guy I sent through. Actually, this is why we do that. He's the guy I sent around for another go with old, with Sigrist, isn't he? He is cheap, I guess, but... A big old pair of Bristols? Maybe, I don't know. I've never met Silveretta. Oh, yes, right. Sofa time. Oh, it's an L sofa too. That looks extremely comfortable. Sunny D. I was never allowed Sunny D when I was a kid because my parents thought that it would make me hyperactive. Turns out it was just undiagnosed ADHD. I've lost my straw, chat. Wait, have I actually lost my straw? Did I just like not put a straw in this? Nope. GG. Right, 1 second, chatter. I apparently have just not bothered to put a straw in my drink and now I literally can't get anything out. I will return momentarily. I'm not going to give you a... This is no Whiz quiz. I'll be back momentarily. I think you can get me that easy. Come on. Where's my straw? Catching straws. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. God, look at you all trying. Can't beat me. I mean, it will probably happen eventually. Let me just have a little look at how that's... Doing on that one there. I don't know if it's working or not, you know. Maybe it's all gone wrong. Maybe it's all gone horribly, horribly wrong. Right, we return. You can't catch me, chat. I'm the Elephant Man, as I so oddly said last stream. Toselli, he's a bit older. Yeah, no, not for me. There's also this guy. What a wonderful spelling of Maximilian, by the way. He's all about the physicals with him. Legos broken. It seems to be, and I don't know why. Honestly, it's all connected. That's something else that's broken in the background on Twitch. Looks like that we might actually be able to sort out finally having the non-copyrighted music back on stream again soon, because the stream effects thing has been updated and it might be going paid, which means I might just be dumping the whole thing anyway. Which means I will no longer have that problem. Ooh. Fickle. Nah, get fuck. Guy Boyce. Oh, it's not awful, but he's probably a bit too expensive for that. Steakhouse. Oh. I had the mother of all mixed grills on Sunday evening. We went out for my dad's birthday, so I've got to see my sister again, which is great. That's like twice in a month now. So brilliant. Good vibes. And yeah, it came with a chicken breast, a sirloin steak, 2 sausages, a gammon steak, a fried egg, and chips. It was incredible. Favorite new saying. Oh god, what did I say? Right. I want to be able to enslave children, damn it. Ashton Kutcher's going to come around and slap me. Oh, jeez. Well, at least we know what's going in the recap for next season. Oh. Nothing left. Nothing left, Hadrian. Steak wasn't that good, though, but the rest of it was poggy. There's Leroy here. Mr. Jenkins. What are you? You've got no heading ability. You're not tall. You can tackle a little bit, and you're surprisingly cheap for a player from Genk. And then there's Orphan Colpert. But Orphan's far too expensive. Another sentence I didn't think I'd be saying out loud today, but here we are. Yeah, £8 million for an Orphan. That's far too much. Who am I? Angelina Jolie? And there's Santiago Lopez here. Minus B, chat. You heard it here first. 17 years old. A little bit low on the finishing and composure, but there's enough about him that I would be definitely tempted for a 1-week scout with the big boy. To really kind of... That's not him. That is a person, but not the person. Get you a 1-week scout. Just make sure none of this is a lie. We'll have some games to play. I know! Like... you need to sort your PC out. But yeah, no, I feel like we haven't actually like gamed much this year, and that makes me sad. Because I've got shit at Rocket League, I assume. It's good to know, Jess. It's good to know. Yeah, we'll have to start Eurovision. Put it in the group chat. The others I'm sure will be around. Well, some of them. Not those parents that we know. Gah, useless. This is why I just hope that Dean is listening to stream while he's at work. We beat Man City's under 21s. Good stuff. We're actually making solid progress today, to be fair. Let's go with the list now. I think if you've played FM, you're probably already on the list. Let's be clear, right? It's impossible not to. Some of the things that we say, completely innocently nevertheless, but never... Oh, Zoltan's finally professional. Right, this is great news. Because... Man needs a loan. And like his attributes are looking really solid. I still don't think he's developed as much, but wait. Oh, he'll be professional tomorrow. Still can't Jolie. I'm loving the clippery. It's good. Gives me more content for the recap video, so I don't have to speak so much. Right, now I can do it. He should be 17 now. Yes, now he's 17. So now I can dev list him. We can't offer him to clubs yet, but yeah. Oh, imagine him at Hallidash. That'd be great. Hey, I was promised there was players in your squads. I checked and everything. Useless. Storing them alone out to other managers. Yeah, it is a bit. I'm the FM Epstein. On our little island. Why am I speaking? Who wants to be my Ghislaine Maxwell? What's about Haaland? Yeah, I don't... Yeah, no. We've never heard of him. Wait, is that... Oh, this is where their players were. That's where they've been keeping them. Matto. Icarus, thank you for the 16 months.
It's been a beautiful day in sunny Budapest. Thank you for an awesome 16 months. Hope you had a great time at the wedding.
Are you in Budapest, or is this a reference to stream, firstly? It is a beautiful day, though. Went out and knocked out 5 miles before stream today, and it was gorgeous, and I really needed that. Just needed some sunlight and some, like, athletic activity. Please stop. You can't stop me. I'm going to get a public defender. Second life. Concurrent, bruv. Oh, yeah, and the wedding was absolutely superb. It was just the best. I was talking about it earlier, but like it's just the best vibes. And Nicholas Bentner's coaching qualifications delayed. No, that would never happen here. Not on my watch. So, yeah, something where I am too. It's glorious. Romeo's your Prince Andrew. Romeo's just suddenly lost the ability to sweat. Or sweat too much. I forget which way round it is. Nizic is in the Croatia squad. Another Haladash player. We built something good there. Let me guess, these guys are at Haladash too. No, you're at Kekschmidt. And where are you? Oh, Vashas. Okay. And then Awono and... wait, Bardo's... Okay, sick. And then Jarju, of course. Locomotive... Oh, go on. Show me some quality. Screw it. You're worth the scout. Why not? Revive. You have to go. I don't know. To be fair, there was, I believe, a very specific case in the States where a guy had... Basically, they failed to kill him using the electric chair after a certain number of attempts. And I believe he was actually... Something like... Fill in the blanks. Something that knows more than me. But I think it was something to do with that. You smart pulled. Oh, you're telling me, Hup. Seriously, the reason I put that specific photo on Instagram is because I was like, you actually look like a human here instead of a troll. And the one thing about it was my tie was all skew-if. Basically.
Thanks for 2 great years.
Thank you, Ruskin. That's very, very kind of you, my friend. Hope you're well. That's a tier 2 as well. 2 years at tier 2 is mental. Thank you very much. Supercharged. Like a Lotus Exige. Oh. Well, a treadmill show us how it's done, because that's boring. I couldn't... The idea of treadmill running would be desperately awful for me. I like getting out there. I like actually like running outside and getting the sun on my face, and it's just good. It just makes you feel better. Mongol, thank you for the follow. Trying to serve a sentence because they were medically dead. Yeah, I think it was something like that. That might be what I'm thinking of, actually, honestly. If it was murder any other streamer, who would it be? Mike, obviously. He'd be okay with it. Like that German cannibal that was like, I'm fine, you just eat me, chaps, you know? Yeah, I feel like if you're going to do cardio or something like that, just get out in the air. You get more benefits, I feel like, from that, in a way. Argue that he died and came back and already been killed, but the Supreme Court struck it down and killed him again a year later. Ah, right, that might be what I was thinking of. When running, podcasts. Always podcasts to me when I'm running, because it allows me to zone out, particularly if I'm running real damn slow. So, yes, there were multiple comments on the Instagram. Right, so I put a picture of me and Pog on Instagram, and I actually thought I looked quite nice for once, right? Half the comments are just, he's done well there. Because I then had to explain to the people at the table we sat at the story of Mental Brian as to why that was happening. Which is great, because I got to tell the story of Mental Brian again, and I'm not really against that. Oh, dear. I don't look great in most of the other pictures, but I saw that one. I was like, oh, you know what? You actually look kind of human there for once. That might be one for the Insta for finally. Right. Is this the team I actually want here? Teixeira, Malero. I might try Navarro Deeper here instead, alongside Velasquez. We've liked this little combination. And Martin Santos. Oh, shitting hell. I still think I'd rather have Villon in there instead. Little Brian 2. Spanish comments. No. I even knew who the people were. I saw the names. I was like, yep, they're from chat. Like, well, obviously they were from chat, but like specifically names I recognized from chat. Totally not Brian's. Oh, right. Okay, I almost insta-resulted a game against Man City here. That would have gone bad. I say that we beat Man City last season. Chicken nuggets and pork gets an extra one. No, the chicken, it was a leek and potato soup, which to me, I'll be honest with you, just tasted like hot green liquid. I'm not really a big soup guy. And then it was like there was chicken for the main meal with like, it's kind of like a posh roast where it's not really a roast and you kind of go, why can't we just have a roast, right? A single chicken. Yeah, a whole chicken. And then it was an eaten mess for dessert. But be honest with you, I was the mess at that point and I barely managed to eat that. I was such a mess of a human by this point. Totally stable Brian. Methinks the Brian doth protest too much. Boom. Well on our way. I wasn't eating mess. I really, really was. It was not becoming of me. second Champions League game in a row that has started with a kickoff highlight from the opening kickoff. So the goal that we scored to win the game against PSG came in the 27th second of the match after taking the kickoff. And now this game has started with a kickoff highlight. Hopefully it isn't going to be a repeat of that, but for City instead. Oh, keep it. Yes, Wham. Oh, the guys are really good. You know, I wasn't paying attention, honestly. Okay, we're still going here. If we were to score twice off of the opening kickoffs of the games, that would be quite something. It's just some nice build-up, to be fair. Lovely build-up. We played it all the way out from the back. Surely not. Oh, what a lovely little pass. Oh, no way. Look at this. We're going all the way. Dala, he's going past people. He's all the way through. Pulls him out for Navarro and he scored. It's 1-0. Well, that right there might be some of the most outrageous football we've played in this entire save. The fact that we won the ball like that, but then played it out the back so seamlessly because we pushed their entire defence back and it just allowed Navarro to sit in there, wait for the pass, full volley, bang, top bins. Lovely stuff. Lovely to have Navarro scoring goals from deep like that as well. I mean, if we were to somehow beat City and PSG in the first two matches, why is City now on 6 points? The game seems to think that they're winning. That's new. Maybe it's like, hang on, that wasn't supposed to happen. That means we will lose this game 2-1 because the game already knows. Usually it only does that when the scoreline bugs out, but the scoreline was actually fine. We'll see. Oh, look at this again. Navarro again sitting deep, spraying passes around, and now Navarro's through again! That's not Navarro, it's Malero. Who cares? It's 2-0. I'm telling you, Navarro deep is the goal. Navarro deep, Malero playing in that 10 role. That's the dream. Like when he drops into this little hole here, Castillo then does a lovely job at coming deep, but then once again, Malero is just there. He's always there whenever we play big sides like this. This is very interesting. I can't wait to see how we get screwed out of this, but so far, it's like the exact opposite of what happened last time when we played City here, where we played so well and then didn't get anything from it. Here we go. Oh, cleared away. Oh, that's a good effort. Yeah, the off the ball is really what matters. I think, honestly, the true long-term plan for this is actually Navarro sitting deeper, so he can still get forward, as we saw for his goal, but he's just got more mobility back there, and Malero is so good as a number 10. And that means we could actually have Malero, Silva, and Tejera in the same starting 11, which is a little bit terrifying for other teams, hopefully. Okay, now City are coming through. We've got to be careful. It's a 2-goal lead, but that can all evaporate really quickly if we let them back into it. That's a good block. Like an analogy. Indeed. Okay. A lot of yellow cards in this first half, but so far, all looking good for us. Wolfsburg annoyingly winning again. We're Ferencváros. They're playing against Boda. They really need to win that. That would be kind of annoying if they don't. Ooh, go on. Goal before half-time? Oh, I was hoping he might... Wait, maybe. Silva? Oh, no way. That didn't look like a foul. I don't even know what happened there. It's Navarro again, I think. Or was it Malero? It's obviously one of these two. I don't know who was fouled there. It was one of the two. But yet again, those two are just causing chaos. Who takes this pen? It's Castillo from the spot for 3-0. Scores. MTK 3, Manchester City 0. There's just something about... We tried this out in the knockouts last year with Malero playing as a number 10. And obviously it was done through necessity because Navarro was missing. But I think having him deeper alongside Velázquez gives him that confidence to just go. I mean, what a first half performance that is. Yeah, second half, it's rolling rep checks. We are about to roll... Or was it? We're about to roll like a nat 1? Is that a thing? I don't know. I don't play a lot of those types of games. I need to. Right. And the first of it's about to happen. Surely we can't lose this game from here. Foden's ball in. Oh, over the bar. Yeah, we actually seem to play quite well at the weekend, Heather Ball, from what I can see. It looked like Dan James had an absolutely brilliant afternoon. Ask Patrick. You know, I will. Actually, I don't know. I don't have his number. Navarro's cutting into the box again. Holy shit, he nearly scored again. He's playing as a roaming playmaker, and he's actually roaming. Like, I find that Seri can be quite static because he's more of a defensive-minded player, even though he does have the passing ability. Whereas it feels like Navarro, because of his his attacking midfield tendencies, and maybe even some of his PPMs, it makes him a bit more versatile and actually gets into those positions. That's really interesting for me. Right, Darla again. Navarro sitting in that role again. Pops it over the top for Silva. What a pass that is. It's Brandon's. Oh, wow, that is a shocking goal. That's a shocking effort, but damn. And Patrice is looking comfortable in there. What I will say, one player who isn't looking comfortable is your boy. He has not had a good game so far. I think Donovan needs a little try out here. I mean, this would be some start to the Champions League. If we could beat City and PSG in our first 2 games and look good doing it too. I think we have to really like commit to this like new idea with him being deeper and playing Malera as the 10 as the standard now. Look at that for a lovely little pick out. How's Teixeira got on today? He's not been awful. He's not been a super involved, but neither is Silva. It's mostly gone through the middle today, a lot of the best football. With Castillo dropping deeper, doing the business. Ferencváros, I think, are still 0-0 with Boda, unfortunately. They got hammered by Leipzig on the opening day. Look, we're just playing with them now. Holding on to possession, waiting for the key pass. Oh, look at this. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no. No way. Oh, it so nearly could have been a goal. But we kind of said it at the time, Hadrian, that he was a player that we were signing purely on his attributes. The star ratings for him do not look good, but his attributes are phenomenal for that role, and he's never let us down. He always puts in like a solid... I've never seen him have a bad game. Every game he puts in like a 7 or more. He's always got that sort of... He's just so consistent. Velasquez in the box again. Yeah, we do get a lot of yellow cards, but it's okay. That's only 4 today. It's actually not too bad. By our standards, anyway. Ferencváros really do need to score that. They need to score a goal in that game. That's not acceptable, really. Joe Gelhart's put a few goals in for final. We've only made 1 sub here, but truth be told, I'm so happy with how we're playing that I don't really see the need to change it. We've just absolutely destroyed Manchester City there, and Darla was man of the match as well. That's saying something when... I think he got the assist for the first goal, didn't he? Oh. That is a very good start. Yeah, we are the Man City now. Like, I know we knocked him out last year, but goddamn. That was really something. We've actually put a statement out here. Like, I feel like Teixeira and Silva couldn't really ever get involved in that game. It's a poor result for Ferencváros, truth be told. But we, with 2 of our toughest games, have already gone top 4 straight off the bat. Like, those are the 2 really tough games. We have Chelsea away, I think, are quite tough, and Napoli away. But we've also hammered Napoli before. So I think the only really tough game we've got left, I think top 8 is on the cards this year, which might actually be bad for us. Oh, poor Jemima. That's what happens when you're a puddle duck. Right. Another load of money there. Only got 1 assist yet. Right. What was I going to check? Oh, yeah. So that last game. Oh, hang on. We've got to progress today before it will let us look at that for some reason. Not Patrice. Maybe. Could have been Patrice. I mean, Patrice has been a very good friend to us right now. What was his rating in that game? Yeah, Santos and Valom just with a casual 7.2. Doing the business, making it done. Silva and Teixeira didn't really do a lot. There was very much all through the middle in that game. Needed Daniel Steen. Well, they've got some really good players, and they've just... Oh. Did I click there? I have never noticed that. Hang on a minute, Chato. 1 secondo. 1 second division in Spanish. For a second here. I just want to test a theory. If I right click on the back button, does it bring me up a history? Oh my god. I didn't know you could do that. I did not know you could do that. It's in the base game. Yeah, no, I figured it had to be. I've just never noticed that before because I've never accidentally clicked it like that before. Yeah, so if you right click on the back button, it'll give you like a history of the most recent back. So you have to keep pressing back and back and back and back and back. Well, I've accidentally clicked all the time. I never right clicked it, right? I mean, yeah, there you go. I've just never accidentally right clicked it. Good to know. Ah, that's good. Just useful. Yeah, but to be fair, the amount of things we've sort of stumbled upon accidentally is mad. Yeah, I don't know why I would have never accidentally clicked it, but I guess there's nothing up there that I would have been right clicking. I suppose. Oh yeah, I know you can do that. And it will take you in, which is useful at times. I just always forget that you can. But it gave me the image you're in it, yeah. The squad menu item. Wait, which one? So, Kizvada hosting Nizhny Mostar, Budapest hosting Legia, who are really good. Right-click everything. Yeah, just give me all right clicks. Nah. What about down here? No? Just checking. Ferrets do. They drew 0-0, unfortunately. Squad planner, does it? Hang on, wait, no. Experience Matrix. I think I'd rather watch the Matrix than use a squad planner. Thank you. Actually, that's not even a big... That's not even a contest. Of course I'd rather watch the Matrix. Okay, well, let's see. And then we've got... finally, Conference League. So, Haladash hosts Partizani of Albania. You'd like to think they're good enough to give them a go. And, well, if it isn't our old friends. Yeah, draw gets you... Ooh, crap. Now, this is where things get a bit dodgy. We need to work out what a draw and a win equal for us this season. So, a draw... Crap. Is worth 2 points. Basically, 2 divided by 6 is for a win. Because I need to have these numbers like ingrained into my head so I can work out how much we're getting for each one. I need a calculator. Someone can calculate this for me. I'm going to do it right now. So we want 0.3. Is it? 2 divided by 6. Oh, 0.333 recurring. Yeah. So 3 for the win. And that would mean... Is it 0.17 for the draw? 0.66. Okay, cool. Right. It's good to know. It's always useful to know how we work that out. Show without having to go to the... I use a thing called a screen flow. It's a feature that people don't sort of really use very often in FM, but I've made this like a part of my thing. So basically, if you go in here and type in screen, you'll see an option called screen flow. And what I've set it up for is so that on the day of the Europa League and the Conference League, it will take us to the fixtures page in the morning, so we can look at the fixtures. And then it will take us to the same fixtures page, the actual fixtures and results page, in the evening of that match day as well. But yeah, that's how we do it. Just useful to keep yourself... Otherwise, you have to keep, like, attending the matches, and it just doesn't work. FC Copenhagen, they had a win... They've also beaten us. FC Copenhagen played us off the park in a game a couple of years ago. Premier League, I just don't know. But we'll have to see. Right, let's go. So it does 9 in the morning, and then it will do after the matches, basically. Yeah, Haladash have been so good in this save. Once they finally got promoted, they just killed it. Locomotiva... there's a couple of guys there. Oh, I hate that when they're the full squad, you can't just like, you have to click on that bit to select multiple players at once when you do it like with the drag. 12 goals there as well. Jesus Christ. I wish he'd gone back out on loan this season. But Euros, yeah, I keep forgetting about it. I'll set one up when we actually come to a Euro. Kizvada 4-0. Excellent. Budapest 1-0. You know what, that's not the worst result. Legia Warsaw, we know are a really good side. But Kuzvada making up for it with a 4-0 win. Merla, Samake, and Morar as well. And Paredo scoring for Budapest. So that now does them what? Budapest are on 9th place on 4 points. Kuzvada finally getting into the top 24. All they need to do to be solid for me this year, Kuzvada, is just get top 24. Do what they need to do to make that progress. Right, what about the others? 2-0 to Molfehavar. They've won away at Skamrat Rovers, but the big question is, did Haladash... It's not the best result. Haris Živkovic got the goal, but they were unable to beat Partizani. They need to be better than that. Yep. Yeah, so that's the screen flow that we're currently using. It's a bit panicky to set up, but it's very much worth it, I think. You can kind of do endless stuff with this as well. Yeah, they only use 3 decimal points, I think, when it comes to the coefficients. Right, let's go off that now. Okay, not perfect, but it's something. At least Molfehavar won. I think they could... I still think they're better. What is their actual run? Like, who have they actually got? Because there's only 6 games. They've already drawn one, which was one they shouldn't have drawn. Maribor away will be tough. Standard Liège away is tough. Applewell at home. OB... Oh, tell you what. I kind of think that they were going to regret not winning that game. Basically, yeah, Icarus. So what have we got now? That takes us to 5.2 instantly. All of a sudden, we're now back into the top 4 for the year again. Back to 5.2. Germany are having a good time of it so far, but we've closed the gap a little bit on Germany with that too, which is the main thing, and we're continuing to pull away from France. It just goes easy. No, remember, he's back on the chopping block this year, Harv. If we don't get a good intake from him this year, he's gone. James Milner's in. That's the rules. The no personal coefficient. Yeah, but the thing is, it shouldn't matter too much. I think with the whole pots thing, their run is still not that bad. They should still be able to beat some of those other teams. They should be way better than them, right? Zivkovic is finally getting oh no, he's getting another call up. At least he's actually contributed some more goals. That is so many players. Any newbies at Rijeka? Slaven Sulc or Schulk. Okay, give him a go. I'll be apologising. Maybe. Yeah, France are going to get further away. This year, I don't think we catch Germany because I think the one thing that could see us at least close in on Germany is the fact that they've got 5 teams in the Champions League group, and that's going to be really difficult for them to, like, they're going to be playing better teams. And they've got 1 team in the Europa League and no one in the Conference League. The lack of any teams in the Conference League, I think, is good. They're going to be great in the first part of the season, but I think we'll be slowly able to reel them in over the course of the year, just based on the fact that they've got no teams in the lower competitions. Alaku progress again. Yeah, he is just ridiculous. He needs more football for us, honestly. But that's the thing, yeah. I think just pure quality is what really matters in the Conference League, and Halidash do have it. So maybe they'll pull it out. Yeah, I mean, obviously, because Wolfsburg have started really well, annoyingly. And I wasn't expecting that from them. But then we weren't expecting Ferencváros to do really well the first time either. Oh, I have players to look at. My apologies. We've got Zeno de Bast of Anderlecht, who is still at Anderlecht and has now been at the club for 16 years in game. And despite that, only 258 appearances for them. Well, in the league anyway. Still a regular. Then again, he didn't really start playing super regularly for them until quite a long way into the save, in fairness. But he's been an absolute stalwart at the back for them ever since then. Doesn't look like he's ever really had any ideas on moving. No Belgium caps, just kind of chilling, being an Anderlecht god. And don't really blame him, honestly. Probably would have moved if we'd had more league switched on. Rasmus Højlund. Oh, wait. There we go. Hopefully the game's not going to screw me. There we go. Still killing it at Atalanta. Damn. 163 goals in Serie A. He's a very good return. Wow. Once he got going, his worst season is 14 in the top flight, and he's also had some like 20 goals, back-to-back 20-goal seasons here. Weirdly low ratings considering he's banging 20 goals in the league, which is kind of bizarre to me, honestly. Yeah. It's a shame that the flick back from Dan James to Harrison Weed for that goal was ridiculous. We actually looked good in that game. But now, of course, Dan James can't play against Leeds next week because he's on loan. So we have like a look-up for that sort of stuff at our banks. It just allows us to keep things moving a little bit faster. I hope that's okay, especially today, because we're trying to get through 6 Champions League matches, and it's trust me, Banksy, but you've put it out there now. My guess, by the time I've even finished this sentence, someone will have bought it for me. So they're just a very charitable lot, these guys. Anti-Maric, and there it is. I say they, I meant 3 people apparently. There he is. At top. Oh my god, Dane. Right, well, since Ironic Christian got in there first, it's his points that are being so rudely taken from him. Half coming in late there. He's singing happy birthday, and it was your birthday 2 months ago. So yeah, that's not gone well. Listed for transfer. Hey, maybe list him for transfer for less than 12. He's on 100 grand a year. Sorry, a year. 100 grand a week. And has played 54 matches for Spurs in the league in 14 years. He had 2 seasons in the Premier League where he actually played a little bit, but mostly off the bench still. And then, man needs a career resurrection. Speaking of that, I will be doing another one. Probably next week, the end of next week. I'm still working on the altitude thing in the background. I'm working on some new thumbnails for the last video as well, because I want to I feel like video could do better if I give it a better thumbnail. Spurs won the league and you're safe. Wow. I mean, hey. It's about having an adventure, I suppose, you know. And there he is, at Haugesund. And Wills, thank you very much for the 3 months. I hope you're well. But yeah, I'm thinking that the next career resurrection I'm going to do is probably going to be a regen one. I'm still working out the exact logistics on how I can get another creator in. Because I do want to do that one with another creator. But it's more about like the logistics of them choosing the players shouldn't be the issue. It's some of the other stuff about it that I want to make sure I got a proper plan for it so I can do it right. So I might, but I didn't want to go a month without doing a career resurrection video. So we're going to do a regen one where it'll be a little bit further into the future, but the players will be regens that we'll be trying to do it with. So it'll have a little bit more variance in terms of like the weirdness in it. Oh, it's lovely to have you back, Wills. And you and Robbo, thank you very much for the follow. So this is Kalala Tumba, who has an absolutely fantastic name. Career resurrection with Pog. That'd be quite a fun one, actually. I would like to do a video with Pog at some point. I always thought about the idea of trying to genuinely teach her FM. Like, actually teach her FM with, like, specific goals of things that she should be able to do. Like, maybe even build a tactic and build, like, something legit. Would be quite a fun little series to do at some point, maybe. But it does require, obviously, Pog to be here. And, yeah, she has, like, one... Very rarely is her day off a day when I'm recording videos. Oh, no. Clates is almost certainly the person I'll ask to do the Career Resurrection one against another creator, of course. Yeah, Pog will figure out mentoring. Why am I eating fruit gums? This is the worst time for that. These are the worst possible sweets to eat while streaming. I'm going to sit further away from the mic for a second. Oh, get a little jaw workout today. Just accidentally triggering everyone's misophonia. Right, there we go. Well, we are a light in this position, aren't we? Christ. Oh no, I would have loved to have done one against Mike. Man doesn't make content at the moment. Man's too busy being an adult and working a real job, unlike me. Yeah, I guess we've kind of been up against Mike the entire time. Saxon misophonia. And move. Because we've got like a break after this. It's the international break. Cool. The Puppet Master. What a guy. What a don. Just ask ChatGPT. Yeah. It's not a bad shout. Oh dear, that is... Oh god. No, it's only Jarju. He'll find some way to ruin us. Castillo with a hattie there. Not bad. We are definitely looking more accomplished in the league at the moment. Kexmet as well. Nando scoring. There's definitely an established... Like, oh god, Kishvada started very, very poorly. Radojicic with the 5 goals against Vashas. He's now got 11 in the league already. That's kind of scary how good Radojicic has been this season. Man has got 12 goals this season in all competitions. Actually, I thought he'd scored in the Europa League. He always seems to. Oh, God. For some reason, that reminds me of... Oh, God. It was... I don't know if you've ever seen this. Basically, it's a TikTok account. What they do is they heckle golfers while they're trying to take their, like, tee-off shots. I can't remember exactly what the account's called, but there was this one where they referred to a guy who had, like, glasses and, like, this. They referred to him as Jeffrey Dahmer because they said he looked like Jeffrey Dahmer. And then this other guy pipes up and goes, he only eats the head of the penis. It just absolutely killed me. Oh, they're so fucking funny. There was another one, they were like, they were talking to this guy and he says to him, you look like you would beat your pet bird. I don't know why. Oh, they're so funny. Anyway, I'll have a couple of these guys. And we move. Ooh. I like having to deal with less scout reports every time. It just makes it so much easier. Although it would be nice if some of these guys could actually get scouted. Because I feel like this Rousseau guy has been minimal for forever. It's like, are we ever actually going to get a scout report on him? YouTube. These are all on TikTok. But they might be on YouTube. I don't know. I can't remember what they're called. Actually, I can find out exactly because I saved a couple of the show Pog. I can at least tell you their account name, see if they're on YouTube for you. They are called... Gordo might know, actually. Just off the top of his head. They're called... Country Club Adjacent. He looks like he's probably not great, so we'll get rid of you. Stoyanov... Looks like a similar story with... Yeah. Wow, I need to run the Z-Gen faces through again. Okay, Fernandez at Liverpool. Looks like there's a bit of potential there. Looks like he might be quite cheap. Not amazingly a fan. Oh. This guy... Oh, this was the guy we sent around again to get a proper look at him from the point of view of our big boy. Shout him to me. Smash. So he got the box and he goes, quiet, not in the box. I love the fact that he was like worried that they might hear him say that, right? Oh. Yeah, I think he's probably worth a go. Not amazing because he's very, very one-footed. But he's probably cheap enough to be a lone farmer. Unless they try to pull a silly on us and want like £3 million for him. Luckily, we've got a bit of wiggle room to start with. No serious injuries he's had. They only want 4 million. The thing is, even if I put like structure in that, they're still going to want a bit too much for my liking, honestly. 4 million for him is a bit of a stretch. I wouldn't even pay 2. Benoit Lajoie is a very fun name. It's just a shame about the quality of the footballer that name is attached to. And oh dear. Well, that's not ideal. And that is even less ideal. But Castillo's looking solid this season. Barcelona, they're never not watching. They seem to have a scout at every one of our games lately. It's forever watching. Always watching was out. Leisurely Ben. Castillo, actually, he's hit the ground running. Both him and Bobby Tree have done mad work this season. And Malero's already on 8 assists in 7 matches. He's back to his best. A French and the pretty. Sorry, that reminds me, when I put that picture on Instagram, part of the reason I did it, I just turned to pod and I was like, I went full Keira Knightley. I was like, I feel quite pretty. And yeah, we move. How's it going, Slugs? Bit of that. I mean, yeah, no wonder he ranked high on that. Wow, he scored every single shot. Oh no. Every single shot on target was a goal for him. Who are you? Our Champions League opponents? I should probably play a friendly. Just to keep the spirits high. I say that as if we've actually like lost a game or even conceded. Oh no, we have conceded a goal. 2 goals this season. Which means we're massively losing our effectiveness, clearly. Bit of that. Bit of one match stat. Another bit of that. Perfecto. We've got to find... We need to find a player called the We need to find a guy called Bastille. That'd be perfect. The prison. And it's just a cool word to say. I just enjoy it rolling off my tongue like that. Montiel's back, which would be good. That means he can slot back in. But then again, what I will say is LMS and Patrice did a phenomenal job between them at handling Manchester City's... Like, they handled Haaland fine. Patrice is the guy. Dodgy YouTube app doesn't show as is finally broken out update. No! Oh, crap. Hang on. Slugs, what's the app called? Because if it isn't the one that I use, which I hope it fucking isn't, then I may have an alternative for you. Which is the one I use on the TV. God, I'm looking at the amount of 5 stars we've got out on loan. Like, there's actually some really solid loanees now. Including Daquinho as well. Vanced. Okay, right. Yeah, there's one called STN Beta, which is really good as well. And it might actually have more features, potentially. Yeah, Halidash really just... They just kept wanting them. And admittedly, I was sort of trying to encourage them, because a lot of the other clubs that were coming in for them were sides like Kijvada and that. Kijvada was actually fine. It was more like the Ferencváros's and the Molfehevars. And the problem with that was they already had players that in those positions, and they were clearly looking for depth, and I felt that Halidash would actually be playing them. And that was more important to me at this point. Let's see. Bastille. Oh, right, spelt wrong. And now spelled even wronger. I love how our players... The only Wow. The only actual instance of that word is DSG Bastille Vien, of all places, with Barcelona's logo. Okay. What you want is President Mustache. He's half Seychellois, half St. Lucian. Not really Banksy. They made a couple of signings, but they do have cash, but it's weird. It doesn't seem like a massive takeover. It was a floated on the stock market one, which might have more money down the line, potentially. I don't know. Maybe it just depends on the team. Yeah, everyone needs a derpy polar bear in there. I have no idea. I love that it still says FCB on it as well. They didn't even bother to change that part of the badge and at least put DSG on it. Jesus. Or, as you say, maybe Barcelona are the copycats. Maybe they just saw the FCB on it and thought, well, that's perfect because we're FC Barcelona. Smaller tips. Yeah. It does seem to be that the game is very linear with stuff like that. Navarro's happy to stay. Wait, was he not happy to stay? Ah, it doesn't matter. He's got a long-term contract anyway. That's good, though, that we're finally starting to sort the dynamics out a little bit. We did end up with a lot of unhappy players. Oh, you might notice that we still got the failure to win a domestic cup nonsense again. That one really is stupid to me because they were all playing in the game. It wasn't like I rotated the team like we did that time before and we lost. That was a full-strength side and they still lost. That seems like it's a them problem. Wow. Your Blonets have had an absolutely busting youth intake there. Lots of high determination players in it too. Yeah, we actually lost the cup again. And I played a full-strength team. And we still lost the cup 4-3 to Újpest again. Halidash. Oh, that's a cool name. Ballas Eisenpreis. Cool. Like it. And we will actually play them. Get to put more mad wins over them. Not ideal. Not playing. Well, I mean, if he wants to come back, I might not actually be too bothered about that, just because, oh god, a broken toe. Collision with John Navia. Oh no, they'll treat him here, and he'll just go back again. A collision. What did he collide with? All right, I guess he's collided with a bloke. No one in the obliged B. Oh, no, wait, yes there is. That's fine. Hey, Joe. We might have doing games. I'm totally for it, honestly. Not only would it give a lot more transparency, but also, I think it would also stop players from perhaps saying some dodgy shit to referees too, because they know that we would hear it through the microphones. And it might actually improve the etiquette in general. It's pesky airplane toilet, that's true. Slow poison. That is a new one. I'm amazed we never found them before, actually. This must be from a nation that we would not have thought to look at, right? Yeah, exactly. It builds up so quickly with a couple of solid results. A couple of guys here, actually. Andre Martinek. Okay, so slow poison.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
South Africa. I mean, that is just them. 3rd tier, or maybe even 4th tier, honestly. It's hard to tell with South Africa, because sometimes Division 3 could mean anything, right? Exu and Jake in the box. Thank you for the follows, friends. It's very, very kind of you. Double follow. Like buses. They have no players. They have key employees? No. But they are slow poison. You want to be careful with them. I am intrigued. Yeah, very disappointed. I feel like what they need is kind of like... I'm thinking like the poison from Slay the Spire now, honestly, but that's fine. Just... If you're called slow poison, you make use of it, right? Imagine a mid-night club. Very mid. Like a provincial town. Sticky floor. Somewhere you don't want to go, really. A few of those. Bensalat. Wait, hang on. He's not getting football. Who the hell are you... Hang on, they're only playing him in Europe. That might just be because when I signed him for them... Hang on. Oh, that was the... that is concerning, actually. How are you not playing? Might actually have to take a little look into that at some point, because it's weird that he would not play. Like, who the hell have they got that could possibly be better than him? I guess if they had a classy net, that would help, but he's actually 31. It's kind of weird seeing him at 31. Still only got 21 caps for Portugal at the end. But what a player he's been for them. Feels like he could have maybe got a move at some point. It's the last place open. Yeah, exactly. 95% giraffe, and that's why I love them so much. You know what giraffes? I'm a big fan of them. Oh, you got a different logo. Oh. Slowly. I love it. Their team name is Slow Poison, and they've just got a threat on the badge. Slowly, but not surely but surely. Slowly but sure. Presumably because the person died of poisoning before they were able to finish writing the... It doesn't even say surely, though. It just says slowly but sure. Presumably they must have poisoned their graphic designist as well. Also, what is this? Just a ball that's on fire? You definitely have a better badge for them than I do, that's for sure. I also love the fact that there's multiple badges knocking about. You may make enough you can't refuse. And if you do, you don't notice it at first. You just die extremely slowly. Okay, so he's putting in some good performances to the left winger. Is he though? Oh, trading. Okay. I've yet to really see a standout performance from him on the football pitch. But if nothing else, he could just be another player that screws. Doesn't work out for us perfectly, and we just sell him on for huge money and then replace him with another mercurial winger. Because that's just what we do. 69 players out on international duty, I think, is our highest ever as well, which is quite literally nice. Brian Bizarre, right, we get that loan. Not that loan. Absolutely twat these people. I say hammer them in a friendly. We probably will still hammer them in a friendly, but most of our squad is missing. In fact, I'm surprised there's even any players around to play in this friendly. 11. Okay, never mind. Polden and... hang on, aren't you? Okay, I had no idea that Ehring was even still here. He doesn't even have a contract, but he's just hanging about. Oh, poor Joseph. Well, he obviously just likes it here, right? He's built like a brick shit house. He's gone on. Oh, he's a goalkeeper, which is a little annoying, but still. Yuri Tupal. Reflexes. Oh, still definitely worth a look, though. He looks very interesting. Coming Alliance. The skin is Saz23. Butch. Exclamation mark skin in chat, and you can get like a download link for it and stuff. Alliance. Is this has to be them. Coming Alliance of Guardians. Oh, Kunming. I thought it was the I thought it was Coming Alliance of Guardians. It's just a porn parody of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, we know nothing more about them. Oh, no. I nearly reported Hadrian. Oopsie. West Ham penalty Sunday. Was it a dive or an actual foul? I saw it and I was like, I mean, he's clearly trying to not make contact with him, but he kind of still does. Oh, who's getting a... Oh, Christian Pedersen. I wonder if Redacted's got any caps for Denmark yet. Hey, look, it's that thing that shouldn't be in the fucking game. When you praise a player for getting an international cap, and then your face... This is how I feel about it. My face is frozen in exactly how I feel about players complaining about you praising them for getting an international cap. It's such a load of bollocks. Why would there be any negative reaction to you praising them for getting a national team cap? Mad. The skin is Saz23. You'll see a link to it literally just below you in chat, actually, as it goes. That was fun. Is he a perfectionist by any chance? Fairly professional. Disagree. Usually that only happens with perfectionists. Oh, speaking of perfectionists, Alaku. I don't even want to loan him. I think he has to stay. I feel like he's actually got a pathway to our first team. He's that good. Oh, Slovako. Couple of cheeky lads there too. Why is he called Redacted? That's right. Luckily, I actually explained why he was called Redacted in the latest recap video, because we got asked that question so often. I thought it was about time I actually finally explained it properly, so I did. Yeah, look, these guys are just not getting scouted. It's the same guys in every report now, and I don't know why. I might just fully scout them like that, because I don't know what else to do with them at this point. They're just the same level of scouting knowledge every single week. Wow, you're dreadful. I mean, it's not actually that bad, but like, oh yeah, he was that goalkeeper. Oh no, he is actually joining us, isn't he? I think, yeah. Like, terrible here, but like attribute wise, he's actually really solid. And then Maric. He's a bit meh, honestly. Butch, thank you very much for the follow. Vasil Hristazov. Nah. Consistent at least, which is impressive at that kind of age. Alright, so Sulch. I think he might be too expensive. But what I will do for the moment is send Gonzalo to have a proper look at him. For like 2 weeks, in fact. Just to get a good idea. Still a scouting budget. Loads of scouting budget, yeah. We've got, what? That's the wrong page, Matt. Yeah, we always get the exact amount that we can use for a full year of scouting, basically. So we never have that problem anymore, thank God. So Basel in the Champions League up next. Okay. International hitman just ends up being Ben Foster. What a penalty save from him, by the way. But that was last week, wasn't it? Then Wrexham went and dropped points against fucking Barnet, didn't they? So after all that... Oh, Pius Piggle has absolutely done himself in there. He's piggled his wiggly. Can't have that. Right, well, looks like you're staying out there, Pius. Turns out I wasn't so pious after all. And neither's he. Yes, that's the thing. He's the recycling goalkeeper. Let's see. Now we've looked at none of these guys. Oh, there are some new players in here, but they're just not that good. Oh, Labros scoring more for Greece. Not bad. I do need to give him some more games this season. I've just been obsessed with Bobby Tree. Victoria Pilsen, hopefully. Oh, yes. We'll ignore you because you're clearly from an old report. But we'll get a little... Shibbles... No, he's got no tackling. He's got roaming playmaker vibes, although he's not very mobile. Great balance, though. We'll take that. Magic unicorns. What a freaking legend. I know, look at him go. Separating his different types of plastic, too. What a guy. That varies so much in the UK from, like, council to council, what you have to do as far as your recycling. So we have a food bin, and then we have a recycling bin and then a non-recycling bin, which is okay, actually, but I've seen worse. Due to win tonight, Saturday, we won the league. Yeah, and plus your next 2 games, I think, isn't it Boreham Wood, who are a solid side, but you're at home. And then I think after that, you've got like Torquay and 2 teams that are right down towards the bottom, if I remember correctly. Calvin Moore, thank you very much for the follow. That is a badge. Check that out. It's a very majestic horse. I mean, obviously, it's a unicorn. So it's not a horse, obviously. National animal of Scotland right there. What is it with Austrian clubs, but it's the second Austrian club we've looked at like this today. It's a separate glass carbon cat. That sounds horrendous. Also, silver's value is actually kind of absurd. £154 million. Horse, yeah, that's true. Horses aren't real. They're fictional fantasy creatures. Clearly. Oh, Yeovil. Yeah, Yeovil are struggling as well, aren't they? I still think they'll probably do it, to be honest. I mean, let's be honest. Notts County will probably just walk through the playoffs anyway. And I know that Wrexham kind of thought that last year, but I think that the gap between those two and everybody else in that league is so enormous that even though anything can happen on the day, I still think that County will just walk their way up to it anyway. And, oh, Camille Kraus got a goal for the Czech Republic. G bloody G. Fair play, buddy. Oh, but surely, but oh, yes. That's a very large amount of players. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to like find a place to click that doesn't just... There we go. With some of these guys, I'm actually going to assign Gonzalo on all of them, just in case. The reason I'm scouting a little bit deeper on some of them as well is because I know that we're going to just find less players this year because it's the second year in a row of doing it. So there's obviously just going to be less guys because less youth intakes. But I think that... Good lord, lots of injuries today. I think this might allow us to find a couple of like potential diamonds in the rough occasionally as well if we just like give them an extra look at. But I'm just... Yeah, I mean, for sure, but... I think this is the thing though. I think if they get into League 2, I could see them challenging for promotion in League 2 next season easily, even with the current squad because they're so good. You see this a lot when clubs come out from the National League. Once they finally get out of there, a lot of them just slot in really easily into League 2 because it's so hard to get into the league. But once they're there, it seems to be a lot like, yeah, more effective. Oh, for sure. Because you just get a bit more variety as well. You find some older players too. Players that have maybe just been at the club that they're like 23 and just haven't got a move, but they've developed like nobody's business. And Barwick... Shitting hell. Okay, that's an insane stat. Chris Barwick just won FIFA Best Under-21s Men Player of the Year. Look at the company he's in. And then just randomly, Chris Barwick. The Australian striker. Who is very good. But still... Considering he was a guy that we paid £3,000 for and thought it was going to be a bit of a joke, gave him to Budapest and he did okay. Actually did really solidly there. But then I didn't expect him to be such a success at Kijvara, and he's just done it. Yeah, I mean, that's why the National League's just full of those teams. Really? That's insane that no one's been relegated that was promoted immediately in, what's that, fucking 35 years nearly? One match is going to 1 week. Ah, shit. Oh, well. That was an oof on my part, but oh well. Literally 21 already. I know. Which sort of does defeat the point a little bit, but that's fine. We move. We've got a midweek game, haven't we, against Basel. So, such is tradition. It will be Bobby Tree, and I guess Kontavrakis is just straight in there. Okay. Which means I'll rely on Ojeda, who I'm really liking this season. And then a little bit of... Oh, dear. Screw it. Capolino. Why not? Not really his ideal role, but we'll give him... Seri can actually start because he won't play the next game. Yeah, and Scunthorpe being in the 6th tier is mad. I mean, how do you think that's going to be? Do you think it'll finally be like the nadir of Scunthorpe United-ery? Or is there going to be... Is there further nadirs to come? A bit of Kraus there. Actually, Zoltan could probably play this game. No, it's Ferencvaros. I probably should at least play a semi-strong side if I can. Well, not semi-strong side. As strong as we can get. Yeah, Ruben... His name isn't Ruben, Matt. Why do you keep calling him Ruben? We'll do... Yeah, Patrice again. Have to be Patrice. A lot of evidence. Oh, yeah. Rebuilding Scunthorpe. If I was still doing rebuilding saves, I'd be all over that like a rash, honestly. It's a very good team. Oh, look. They're actually starting Urza as well. Where's Aquilar? Maybe fell down the pecking order a little bit there. Another league of the Football League and lessons. I guess so. Or like a League 3 kind of thing. Okay. This might be the first defeat or non-win of the season, honestly. They're a good side. Well, that's the other thing. With only 2 teams getting relegated from League 2, it does mean that often a very, very bad group of teams are able to survive just by the sheer fact that there's 2 teams that are just that little bit worse. And I think when teams consistently keep coming up, it just sort of eventually it's their turn to be relegated. No, 2-0 win. Bobby and Capolino with the goals. Not bad. But we'll take that. XY Ferno is from Scunny. Yeah, true. Should be all over him. But we're still going. The run continues. And also our goal difference is looking a bit more poggy this season. I don't know what we're like as far as expected points, but we should be doing okay. +7 on that. Really good. Wow. Only 2.4 XG conceded in our first 7 games is really stable. Oh, go on. What you got for me? Yes. Now we're talking. Thank you, FC Copenhagen. Particularly for Frederick Jensen. Love what I'm seeing here. Also, David Lind, half English there, and Nikolai Stallfest is a cool name. Okay. Oh, he's one of those players that's... We'll give him a chance to come through, of course, but I'm not sure. Oh, another assist for a header as well. 8 key passes. What a performance. The guy's just got it. Whatever it is, he's got it. England's league naming system is terrible. I was listening to Football Cliches, and they were talking about this exact thing the other day. New contract for you. Oh, you haven't asked one of these in a while, actually. Or have you? How long have you got left? 2036. That's 3 years. You're fine. Plenty of time for us to sort that out. I don't want to give him loads of money just yet. I think they should just rename them all. Just Division 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring it back. It's really easy. Everyone knows that. Best pass completion as well for Villon, though he does got a lot of yellow cards. How's he looking development-wise? 9.1 in training rating. That's the main thing. The sooner he starts to get more first-team football, the better, right? Because they've got new owners now, right, Scunthorpe? But I guess it was a case of too little, too late, right? Any new players that are going to be... Oh, yeah. So, like, Kraus is going to be trained at club soon. Obviously, Zoltan. Just needs a good loan. I've been watching an F1 stream. We're just 13 years in skipping league games and just... Chatting. I know. It's... Because, you know, we could play these league games, but we'd just end up taking... It would give us an... It would cost us an extra stream per season, basically. And this will allow us so much more progress if you think about how much time we've actually got left and how much this is going to save us that time. It just makes sense for us to do this. Texel. That's a cool name. Just makes sense. So here are all the Czech guys. Was there Dahl brothers? Ooh. Wait, which team was it? At Midtjylland. Ah, no. Slightly different spelling. One of them's left his H at home. Okay. These guys are probably not worth a look. I hate the fact that it resets like that. It's a weird FM quirk. Hernan in Rusta. I'm kind of glad we didn't actually end up signing him in the end. I think it would have cost too much, and he wasn't that worth it. Martinek? Okay, striker. Maybe. 16. Wow, 10 poles. With him, I'm going to get Sigurdis to have a proper little look at him. Until full knowledge. He is on full. Okay, we'll get a 1 week scout on him. Sigurdis anyway. This is what I mean about how extensive for me isn't full knowledge. Just take advantage of it in it, yeah. No, I once did stream in the Just Catting category when we were doing one of our Christmas quizzes. Regretted that immediately. Just, yeah. Gangsted. Okay. 19. 6. He's not a bad winger, actually. He's just... B- is surprisingly good as well. Who's this guy? Another striker who's just a little bit not for sale. Oh, it's because he's already joining us. Right, okay. He's a player we've literally already signed. And then Kabadaj. He's a very weird player. Like, has great. He has no real technical ability beyond the tackle. Decent mentals though. Physicals are a bit sus. He's only 16, to be fair. I'll just send these to... I'll get these guys reported on by Gonzalo as well, actually, while we're here. That's coaches. To get a more accurate impression of what they're actually like, just in case. Because they've been slowly restructuring a lot of the non-league steps lately, haven't they? Struggling to put an actual technical... Oh, believe me. If it ain't one of those ones that you open out the bag and it just pops into action, I am not interested. That is as far as I've gone with tenting. Yeah, this is going to be the problem with Alaku. that injury proneness of him is, I think, what's going to hold him back from being potentially the guy later down the line. I think he'll still end up being a world-class player for us, but we will just have to make sure that we've got another guy around, just in case. Right, Norgeland, what are we looking for? Yep. Got Nikolai Leth. Cool. What you like at Rocket League? But I've set up reports for all of Europe, so that we'll at least get through that today. Pereira for him. Nice. Inflatable tent poles. Wait, what? OnlyFans with the chest out. Money's made. I don't know. The chest is getting smaller these days. This is the thing. Such is the way that weight loss works. But I don't know if I could pull that off. It'd just be... plus, I'd have to find good pictures of me, which just doesn't exist. Do you want to get some chili? No. Weirdly, lately... I say weirdly, like, as if they haven't already produced some absolute monsters. But lately, they've been a bit lacking. The last few intakes from Catholic Daddy haven't been quite as good. Pop-up tents are the way to go. Yeah, for sure. Ooh. Wow, Petr Jonier has really fallen off this season. Useless. How does a tent pole become... How do you even have an inflatable tent pole? Like, what? How does that even function? I'm sure there's some great... Not, I mean, to be fair, wedding guests wouldn't have been taking pictures of me. They'd have probably been focused on, you know, the real main event, you know? I was just a support. Probably taking pictures of the bride and groom and shit like that. You know, the people who matter, I guess. Another naturalized Hungarian. Ooh, oh, hang on. Well, first things first, that has to straight up be a Sergio with a Z, right? And honestly, with him, I think it's fairly easy. Just Sergio with a Z, Arabas with a Z. I think you can kind of go with a nice easy one there, I would say. Now, there's lots and lots of pictures that was taken, and I have seen most of them, but the problem is I just look mostly crap in a lot of them. There's one picture that Pog took where I think I looked okay. The problem is she had some silly Snapchat filter on, which, like, it's fine. It, like, softened your skin and stuff, and it just made my face look really weird because it just looks really strange on men, and I felt they just looked really kind of odd to me. Malero. Oh, okay. Apparently they've just accepted that this is the way now. Navarro, Malero. We could do Dala centre-back, honestly. Give Terranova more football. You might stop complaining if we play him a little bit more for the meantime. For Uwu Mato. Bradley Fink. Oh, they got Liam Miller. Of course they do. Because he's there in real life, isn't he? You blow up the usual metal frame. Blow up the usual metal frame. So it goes up instantly and then they just peg it to the ground through the little loops. It's normal. Great. To be fair, the only thing groundbreaking about it is the tent poles, right? I'm an idiot. Pascal Hammer. Big fan of Pascal Hammer. That's great. I love that he's a centre-back as well. Also, Noah Nar is a really fun name. He should join N-Dubs. Right, okay, I've got to stop taking the piss out of their names. I don't know what to do about it, you know? Right, we move. They got Walter. They have Walter Berger too. God. I've missed all the fun. When Pog and I went for a meal on Friday night at a Harvester in Bedford, and when we walked in, there was this big group of lads sat on this table, and like Pog was kind of going, oh, they were eyeing me up, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe they were eyeing me up. You never know. Maybe they all just sat there as a group going, he's done well there. Now already. And a lot of these cool names are actually real players too, which is kind of exciting to me. Also, oh, I thought his name was Isildur from like Lord of the Rings. Okay, first time we've played Basel, I think, in this save. So what are Ferencváros up to today? Home against RB Salts. That's going to be tough. You said they had a guy called... Oh, I read that as Urban Bastard on the bench. Because I'd be totally here for that as well. Castillo's injured. Well, chat, I said I'd show you Bobby Tree earlier, and it turns out you're going to get a preview of him now, because he's going to get 80 minutes in the Champions League now as a striker for us. So, good luck, everybody. Castillo with that slight injury, and it's Bobby Tree time. He's already into double digits for us this season in the league, in all competitions. Can he do it in the Champions League? Hopefully we'll get an example of what I'm on about with the way that he, like, just links the play up really, really well. Silva. Oh, Malero. Oh, look at it. Oh, surely not. If this turns into a goal, we're taking our time over it. Velasquez! It's, oh, deflected and cleared. Okay, not a bad start for us there. Although it looks like Basel have been okay so far. 20 minutes and they've kind of seem to have got their shit together. Come on, get a foot in. Yeah. Ooh, okay, that's fine. Right, let's start getting that play going. Right, Bobby Tree with the touch, drops it off. Good. Really good. And now he makes the run. Just drop it straight from him. It's got a bit of aerial presence too, does Bobby. Come on. Yes, Terra Nova. God, he's like a raptor just hunting people down. Silver again. Look at the space out wide. We've got to use it. Come on. So much width on both sides. All the way through and cleared again, but Abdul Nabi's there this time. Ball across. Terra. Oh! Just wide from Teixeira. Can he do it on a wet night in Basel? In it. Okay, this is a bit more like it. But so far, I've been fairly impressed with some of his touches. He looks solid on the ball. I think I like about him as well is he's very quick to play the ball. He does a lot of stuff first time that Castillo sometimes would take 2 touches for some reason. That's a great pass. Bobby Tree's in behind. Bobby Tree round the goalkeeper. He's... What an absolute filth merchant. Basel 0, MTK Budapest 1. Bobby Tree scores his first goal in the Champions League for MTK. What a finish as well. I was so surprised that didn't get blocked, but also, what a pass from Malero. That is filth. But he's dinked it in between the defender and the goalkeeper. The balls on the man to go for the dink there. Oh, okay. I'm telling you, Bobby's the guy. Bobby Redwood. Bobby's the whole damn forest these days. That is glorious stuff. We take the lead. That'd be 3 wins out of 3 as well. That was very De Bruyne-esque, you're right. That pass was superb. Lots more yellow cards. We're going to have no players left by the end of this group. But again, the football quality is superb. Malero as a 10 is an absolute filth merchant. And now with Bobby ahead of him, what can't he do? I guess we're going to find out. Because he's got a bit of speed about him as well. He's kind of like, he actually has an element of complete forwardery, but where he isn't just a jack of all trades, he has real high quality in a lot of those areas too. I'm excited to see what he can do over the course of his career. Teixeira puts it through. Bobby can't get there this time, but he could still catch to the second pass. Go on, make the run. Malero's in again. No, back a go. Oh, nearly. I like what you're thinking there. It was a good pass idea. Other Europe. Ferencváros are struggling a little bit in the Champions League, as you'd expect. Újpest are doing well in the Europa League. Kisváros, they only just got their first win in the Europa League. And then we've obviously got Haladáš, who are struggling. They're in the Conference League group stages, but they did drop points against an Albanian side in their first game, and that is really bad goalkeeping. He shouldn't be letting that in. Yeah, he's a forward that works hard for the team, but will still score goals. That is a weak-ass goal. I, too, don't think we should have conceded that one. There's 3 players around him, and that's... I mean, yeah. Portia's completely at fault for that for me. He has to do better there. Basel haven't been that bad, but we've just... I think over the course of the game, we will hopefully be able to get... Watch us now draw in Switzerland, having beaten PSG and Manchester City. I'm reckoning a nice big error from Montiel or something. That's what will get us. Navarro's had a poor game, in fairness. A rare poor game from him sat in that deep role now, but maybe you can pick it up in the second half. Malero's continued to be excellent there, though, which is the main factor. Oh, here we go. Bobby was probably in then, you know. If they place that pass a tad sooner, he probably gets him. Oh, try again. Pops it through. Just square it. Drop it across to someone. Loads of players in there. Oh, bloody hell. How have we not scored another goal there? I think the goal is coming. We just have to stay involved in this game, and the goal will eventually come, hopefully. Their goal kind of came out of nowhere. Just need to be strong. Yes, good again. It's a bad touch from Silva, but there's runners being made. Again, Malero making that run is, oh God, is so lethal in Europe, I find. Oh, no, and there you go. Who could have predicted that? One of the best centre-backs in the world, yet again, just does things like that in the FM match engine, apparently. What on earth? He's completely in control of this, and then just... It goes through his body. And then Fink puts them in front. It's always Montiel, and there is no reason why it should be Montiel. Decision 16, concentration 17. Like, his first touch is 11, which is still solid. That wasn't even his first touch. He does that way too often, and there's just no explanation for it. But whatever, we move. We got plenty of time, but we are going to need to make some changes here because that was not good. And you know what, Labros. I'm thinking Labros. I'm actually going to purposely switch the 2 sides over just because I really like Labros off the right for a bit. And honestly, Navarro's had a piss poor day too. Turnover. Ooh. All right, no, that's fine. We bring Patrice on, move Dala out left. Cool. That's what we're going to have to go with because I think that's... Oh, we've got one more sub, but like... at this point. At least Halsam Abdelnaby's done okay. Yeah, something about the match engine really doesn't like him, does it? I don't even know what it is. This would suck if we lost this one because of that. Just 2 goals out of absolutely nothing. I am going to turn that off, though, and make us be more expressive to really try some stuff out, basically. We have to try something here. I still think we've got the quality to turn this into a win, let alone a draw. Ferencváros leading. Excellent news. And Bobby Tree's through again. Oh, Bobbert. Yep, that was poor. He has to score there. It's nice seeing him get into that position again, but he'd already got a goal to his name. Just be a bit more composed. Like, he's shown that kind of composure today. I don't know why it... Yeah, maybe it's because it was 1-0 at the time. Now there's more pressure on. And that's... dreadful. Oh, okay, he's made up for it. It's 2-2. Bobby Tree scores again. I love him because he just gets into great positions. He seems to get into way more good positions than I feel like Castillo does sometimes. Bobby always seems to know where to be. And I wonder if it's just because his mentals are so good. But look at the way that the defender gets... He just takes him out there.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime
Bang!
soon? Oh, yes,
No one's stopping that. P. Bruggen, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, he heard the diggers coming. Right, so 2 goals for Bobby now. We kind of might need a hat-trick out of him in order to win this, because I feel like most of our chances are landing at his feet. Hopefully these fresh legs and fresh ideas on the team can make a difference now. We just need a bit of Patrice. Yeah, that yellow card... I'm glad they played the advantage, to be fair. That could have gone horribly wrong if they hadn't. Darla again. And... Wait, what? Surely this... What's going on here? Is that... I don't even know what's happened. I thought we were getting a penalty for a second because of the way the defender was brought him down. It's given. It's a hat-trick. Bobby for the 3. He's scored a hat-trick here. I genuinely thought when this ball was played inside that we were getting a penalty for that. But he's behind the ball. Yeah, he's behind the ball and it comes back to him. And Bobby's now scored a hat-trick in the Champions League. What a guy. You love to see it. He's pulled us out here. Oh. Yeah, that was weird. I thought the referee was going to stop the game to give us the penalty there after the goal had already gone in. Labros down the right-hand side. What a turnaround. Labros now. Bobby's just going to keep stacking the goals up, apparently. Oh, it's flicked up. Oh, hang on. The ball's not cleared yet. Wow. 6 minutes later. Yeah, 6 minutes that took us to turn it around. Bobby 3. Yeah, he's no longer Bobby Tree. He's Bobby 3. Still more in potentially as Montiel's header is over the bar. Leonardo da Silva, thank you for the follow. We've done well to turn. We've literally done well here. This is one of these games where it could have easily got away from us when all the madness was happening. And we've actually done really well to dig deep. That's such a good pass as well. Really nice pass. Was that Terra Nova? No, it can't be, surely. Oh, it's Teixeira. Nice. Oh, look at this build-up. Darla's in. He's going to go for goal here, isn't he? He's just been absolutely destroyed. They're like, no, you don't, Sonny Jim. Oh, that's penalties. Could have killed him. Stop hammer time. It could be Bobby 4, potentially. That... Hammer looks in pain. Does he? What, did he use the wrong end of the hammer when he was horribly fouling our defender? He's the one that's come out injured of that. That's how built like a shithouse Darla is, that he's just fouled him horribly and he's the one that's come off worse. Right, Bobby Tree from the spot. Can he score a 4th goal? Yes, he can. Of course he can. Basel 2, MTK Budapest 4, and it's Bobbert 15 goals this season. It is September, or early October, and he's banged 15 goals for us in all competitions already this year. That wasn't a very good penalty either. Bobby Quattro, indeed. What a second half. Like, he was good in the first half when he came off the bench, but bugger me, we've really just run away with this game. This is exactly what we need. Hopefully, Ferencváros can hang on in their match. It's 2-2. What the hell happened there? It's somehow 2-2 at Ferencváros. All the goals came through in the same exact, like, blip. That's very confusing and very annoying. They equalised, went back in front, and then lost it again. Very annoying. 11-minute hat-trick there from Bobby as well. 4-2 win. That's all on him. He has saved our asses there massively. In the end, it actually looks like a very comfortable performance, but, like, the state of that XG graph from the second half, I love how that hasn't even included half of the bloody chances in it either. 3 wins out of 3 in the Champions League is There's nothing to be sniffed at this stage, particularly as we've already got the games against City and PSG out the way. Did he only get a 9.8? That's filth. It's like they marked him down because of the penalty in some way. Frustrating there for Ferencváros because that... Oh, that's annoying because that pushes them up to here. And it was a home game. Like, their winnable games are running out a little bit here. I'm concerned about them. But we're doing well. We're picking up their slack a little bit, but doing our best. Smashing it. Castillo's out for 3. Well, Bobby's going to be playing the next one at this rate, isn't he? 4 goals. He only had he still managed to have a further 2 shots in this game as well. On top of that all. So just the 50... That is ridiculous. Bobby Tree has scored 15 goals in 476 minutes of football. He's only started 4 matches and come off the bench in 3 more, and he's got 15 goals this season in that same time frame. He has been on fire this year. Absolutely ridiculous outgoings. Yes, that was the run to the final that season. And it's weird how we've not got to the final since then, but we've had 2 seasons, both of which were better than that. Turn a bit more expensive. It is, Lord Richard, but there's other games when it just makes more sense to do exactly what we did, honestly. Like, when you just don't do that. Well, sometimes if you don't have work one of the box on, you just end up with them playing like a low block against you, and you just can't break through it, and you just shoot from range a lot of the time. Give him a starting spot. Well, the only starting spot he can really obtain would be the striker's role, but he's going to have to play there for the next few games anyway. In fact, he might even... I mean, he might have earned a crack against Lyon away, potentially. I think that our main man will be back by then. He played 476 minutes so far. His average goals per 90 is 2.84. He nearly averages a hat-trick a game. Which says a lot about his insane. Also, look at that is the reason. 79% shot accuracy is ridiculous. That's the reason. He hits the shot. Yeah, he gets a shot on top. Every 5 shots he takes, 4 of them are on target, which is so much higher than a normal striker. Now, obviously, over the season, that will come down. But, I mean, where are our other front forward players? Malero at 52% there. Castillo's one is certainly low. Castillo's market value, it's not very high, but obviously it can be. How do we get him? We just picked him up randomly from Legia Warszawa. I think he cost, yeah, what, £3.1 million? We picked him up from Legia. Loaned him out to Debrecen, where he honestly didn't particularly do that well. Like 6 goals in that period, then 12 the following season, then 7. He's already got 6 in the league for us this year. He just suits our style so perfectly. I played him in one of the games that you guys didn't see off camera, with Ojeda behind him, and those two just linked up so damn well. It's ridiculous. Maybe we've just found a player that actually suits this style of play. And maybe we've got more of a mold for what we want to look for in future. Unfortunately, Oscar Prokopchuk isn't available. Who does he play for? If he starts outside of a top-flight league, that's possibly the reason. Unless I spelled his name wrong. Because Jurovic, wow, there's a lot of injuries happening for the... Just make sure I'm spelling this right. Prokopchuk. There is weirdly 3 more Prokopchuks, but just not him, sadly. Oh, yeah, 2nd tier. Unfortunately, that means he's not in my database. That's a shame. 30 good on makeup. Pog, you have so much makeup already. Besides, why do you need makeup? You're beautiful. Got, oh, Vietnamese. Yes. Win Phan Quang, who's Finnish and Vietnamese. Was born in Tam Kỳ. Cool, cool, cool. See you later, Days. Well, I mean, you've earned a scout report. That alone. Nice you say. Not even a save. I was just going straight for it. I just, you know. You've done there. I'm not lying. This is the thing. Oh, what the hell is... Why is everybody getting injured at the moment? Fell heavily. Stop falling at all. I'm so proud of... I'm the Matty saving expert. That is true. Yeah, some of the makeup I've seen is absurdly expensive. That's why I'm glad I don't have to worry about that. Right. Europa League. Kishvarda win against Austria Vienna. Újpest draw away at Molde, which is a little bit iffy, but Baldanzi again saving them, but Kishvarda are back in business. That's a strong result against an Austrian side, with Francois Xavier Hardy finally scoring goals for them. So Kishvarda go 12th. Újpest are 18th. Well, Kishvarda have actually overtaken them now. 2 wins out their first 3 matches, lost the other one, but Újpest haven't lost a game yet. They're both looking, I would say, fairly comfortable that they're probably going to qualify. So that's the main thing. So it's just good to see them winning some points. Right, the question now becomes, though, Conference League. Come on. Haladash drew. That's a good result. That is a good result. 2-all draw away at Maribor. They were one of the ones I expected them to lose to, so that's an extra point. What about Molfehvar? Oh, they beat Dino Batumi. So more points for Hungarian sides there. Yeah, Ajax have not started well there, have they? Coefficient. Yeah, we'll check the coefficients. I just want to have a look at the actual league table itself. So Haladash currently sit 21st, which means they would technically qualify as things stand. They do need to get a win, though. And then obviously you've got... Where the fuck are they? Oh, yeah, Molfehvar sitting in second. I think Molfehvar could probably win this. Yeah, FX Hart, you went out on loan again. We have too many other players that were back now because we had De Bruyne who's back and we had Bobby Tree, obviously, who's killing it. And it felt like Francois would just get even less appearances. And I figured, particularly with Kishvala losing those players, when they came in for him, I thought, actually, you know what? He could do quite well for them. Right, so that should be a great... We must be above 6 now, right? 6.7. We're third on the year again. And now we've actually managed to leapfrog Germany on the year anyway, in terms of, like, the overalls. Norway certainly not having the season they've had in recent years. Nice. I mean, yeah, that gap to Germany is starting to come down a little bit, but we're killing it. I mean, if we could get to 10 plus again by the end of the group stages, that's what we've got to be looking for each time. And I feel like we're actually really looking to achieve that these days. Hef! How's it going, friendo? Thank you very much for the full damn year. You love to see it.
12 months on and you're still playing FMS MDH. I want my money back.
I know. One of these days you'll turn in and I'll just be playing Wild Frost, which is a new deck building game that I was watching Northern Lion play, and it looks quite fun. No, Konyaspor's a real team. They won the Europa Conference League a couple of years ago. They've done a bloody good job. Should we drop by Hungary? How could you drop Pereira? I think, yeah, we just have to keep steadily getting third on the years. We don't speak of Konyaspor. They're a swear word around these parts. Unfortunately not Slight. It's one of the things that I find FM is terrible at modelling, is things like TV deals and the improvement of the money you get. So basically, no. I wouldn't expect to see any adjustments to the TV deal money in the entire time of this save now, which is a real shame. And I'd love to see them actually take some steps to alleviate that in future saves, but let's be honest, it's not going to happen because it doesn't affect Manchester City particularly. They really should be on the list, actually. You're right. Okay, cool. So now we've got a little bit of a break now with some more league games to throw in, but I mean, Bobby's going to be starting some of them, so it's interesting actually. The only person that had a better shots on target ratio than Bobby himself is Mihail, the guy we've got out on loan as well, the Hungarian guy we got from Lokomotiva. We'll take that. So no Castillo, which means Bobby comes in. We'll just let them play whatever lineup they want for this game, because Viom has done superbly well as well. Really pleased with him. What you promised about? Look, this has been 2 years in a row now. That promise has just persisted for another year. So we do kind of need to win the domestic league this year. Otherwise, Montiel might finally just pick up his toys and leave. Maybe that's why he makes so many defensive errors. He's just still pissed at me about us not winning the cup 2 years ago. It's his big dream. He's obviously forgotten about the 6 consecutive cups we won prior to that season. He's only focusing on the now. Like, what have I done lately? What, I mean, at 2 p.m? What a useless bastard. Don't they know we have things to do? Bobby didn't actually score in that game as it goes, but he might have assisted. He did not. He actually had quite a poor performance as it goes, but that's fine. We still won. The ride continues. Because they need to sort their shit out. Otherwise, we're going to have, like, Kekskmet in Europe next year. In fact, oh God, we've got 7 teams in Europe now. I don't know how we're going to cope with that. As long as Ferencváros comes second again, just so that we can get... We want at least the same teams qualifying for the Champions League for a few seasons in a row, just because that way they're going to get the money and they might finally start being able to compete a little bit. This is this random Greek side that just has loads of non-contract players, and a lot of them end up in the Greek national under-18 side. So I'm going to scout these guys as well. But yeah, certainly someone to look at, I would say, if you're doing the lower league scouting for the amateur players. This particular team, Pangithiatikos, just to always have loads of players in there for some reason. Okay. Any random old players? Nope. Lots of those guys. Oh, this is more like it. Getting a few more of these players through now. Any we can immediately discard? Probably a lot of these guys, it would seem. Yeah. That's why I send our guy to have another look at him. To actually get a more accurate reading. Because Sigris is so much better at judging PA. And yeah, we need a bit of PA on some of those guys. But Yeri Tupal, he's interesting. That keeper. Oh, the average rating. How are you averaging a 4.9, friendo? Continental. Wait, he played for Sparta Prague in a continental game. That was a bad idea. Did they get absolutely hammered? That's weird. Must have been like a... Maybe they're under 19 games, but I thought those counted as non-competitive. He was subbed on. Oh, yeah, right. He was subbed on. That's even weirder. The fact that he managed to get that rating in a game where he was subbed on. Conceded 2 goals. Oh, you're right. Yes. Hang on. Wait. Look at us go. And... Oh. Okay, apparently I can't go back there. I was going to use that thing from earlier. Yeah, there, because their keeper got injured. So he must have been subbed on here. And got a 4.9 in that game. He must have had 2 mistakes leading to goals, surely. I fail to see how he was given a 4.9 for this. But sure. I feel like our Fredo has been done dirty a little bit by the match engine then. Just set that up. And I'll go back to that scout report. But over the years... Ooh, I don't know about the overall profit. It's a fair amount, I would say. The Greek team again. Oh, Christ. Hang on, I can show you. It was these guys here. GS Panchithiatikos. That might just be that they're weirdly good in this save specifically, but I have noticed a lot of their players knocking about. Is it on my history? So actually, we've sold... Technically, our own overall profit is actually only like 20 odd million as it goes. If you include like, you know, net. But still, we've done well. We've done well there. Got to bigger clubs. No. The ambition of the save is to make Hungary the best league in Europe, basically. And we are well on the way to doing that, believe me. Yeah, I'm going to send him around again with... We're going to give him a little visit from Sigrist. You know you're being heavily considered when I send around the Sigrist. For 1 week. Cool. Just to get a better idea, particularly on those guys. Volgamuth. Ooh. There are no bigger clubs. Indeed, yeah. Behind it. Honestly, we got to second. I would still consider that a win in many ways. Highly injury prone. Would be a bit expensive, honestly. For me. Just not quite for me there. It's almost as bad as... Oh, okay. I can't be asked to go and check that at the moment. I'm just... Because we do want to make sure we get through... We've got to get through 6 Champions League matches, and damn, that's tough. Well, nah, not so sure on him either. Even Aquino? We had a really good Aquino in the past. Not in this save, obviously. Rushing out tendency... I don't like... Oh, hang on. Wait. Yeah, he's an odd one. Maybe another... Actually, I'll keep him in there that I can do them in bulk. Silvera? Centre back. 15 jumping reach. Yep. Yes, thank you. He's an absolute must sign, correct? Like, solid-ish tempos, heading lets him down, but he's got 15 jumping reach despite being only 6 foot tall. Great bravery, aggression. Solid on both feet. Yep. He's an absolute must pick. Damn it. For fuck's sake. Why do they always do this to me? Right, in that case, default it is for a little bit. We'll keep an eye on him for a little while. So, oh, he had... Wow. So he actually made a mistake. To be fair, he's a youngster, right? Got to give him a break. Oh, this is that Jensen dude. I think we'll just send him around again. Esteban. Good, but expensive. Potentially. Actually, he's got some nice... Some quite nice... not even temples. Like... Oh, bugger me. All right, well, you can stay on the shortlist for the moment. Yurtek. These guys, I think, are probably... Owen Jones. I love the fact that this guy's just... Yeah, I don't think he's really worth it for us anymore. Jarlan Charis. What a great name. A bit mid. Oh, there's Albuquerque. He seems to have fallen off a little bit as well. He's a weird one. I like with all of those... Oh, no, not Yurtek, actually. He's fine, but probably not. I think with these guys, I'll get the Sigrist treatment for an extra week. Make a more informed decision. There we go. Oh, fuck's sake. Hot dog, jumping frog. 16th of October. Well, to be fair, there's a few teams that have names like that. There's a North Korean side, the one that produces a lot of the big players, actually, that has that same kind of naming convention. Hey, Danny! Yeah, are we really 5th in the Champions League despite winning? Oh, no, 2nd. Phew. Yeah, sorry. As far as the overall progress goes, we've managed to get ahead of France, but it's Germany that I can't believe we got ahead of France, honestly. That's the biggest shock of all for me. Getting ahead of Germany is the next task, and that will take us to 4th spot. But we still get 7 teams in the Champions in Europe next year, which is going to be a minefield. And could be a problem for us just because we don't know who's going to be any good to do that. I'm kind of happy, actually, with the... I'm happy with the big 5. So us, Ferencváros, Molfehovar, Kisvárda, and Újpest. Those guys I'm really pleased with. I feel like Haladash have the potential to be that 6th team, and they're showing a bit of quality, but they do need to show us something. A bit more than just the 2 draws they've got so far. I think if they qualify and we see them do some stuff in the Conference League, I'll be happy with them. It's whoever's going to be that 7th team. I feel like it has to be someone like Debrecen or Honvéd, probably. I mean, it could be Kecskmet. They looked like they might take a run up it for one season, but then just sort of fell away for years. Yeah, PSG doing well. The bonus we've had is that the other French sides have not performed particularly well a lot of the time. Lyon had a weird run once, but other than that, it was mostly quite poor performances in general. So that's allowed us a little bit more freedom there. That's why we caught France so easily last season, just because they just offered nothing most of the year. That's why we gapped them so easily. There's always one like major nation I find that just tanks it as well, which is weird. And I feel like Scotland, in a way, actually have done that several times in this server already. Hey, Integrator. How's it going? Hello, Chuck. How are you, man? Yeah, Monaco, for example, have been a real disappointment for France in this save. They lost at home to Kisvárda recently, and Ferencváros used to regularly beat them as well. We need to have consistent teams that can consistently get top 24 at minimum. As long as they're getting out of it, that's fine. The way they do it isn't so great, or isn't so like relevant. Wow, we're 9 points clear already. They're all kind of falling over each other currently. It's going very well, Chuck, actually. We're still harvesting up. Oh, no. We're still harvesting the coefficient points nicely. Works. Anton Merler. It's like as if he wasn't a part of that at once. Played out of his position. That's fine. As long as he's playing, that's all I care about. I do love that we still made a £7 million loss this season, yet we're still at 110 million. Don't think he's like to improve. To be fair, I don't think he needs to improve a lot. Like, he is actually ridiculous as a footballer. Televised. 81 players produced. Jesus Christ. I want that over 100, please. It's all the same. No one there. I know De Bruyne's injured as well. I actually don't know who's going to start. It might have to be Capellino. Watch NASCAR this season, of course. Yep. Martinsville was not excellent yesterday. It feels like it's massively too much of like a... The short track package is just a bit dog shit now with the next gen car. Which is concerning. Because I don't really know what they can do about it. Matt Booty starts a coaching course. You'd love to see it. Portier. Why not? Yeah. Jesus Christ. There's so many injuries rolling in. Just across all squads. But you just stay... Who are you even with? Oh, Debrecen. That's not ideal. Anyone? You maybe? Ooh, okay. 19-year-old. Never know. Might have a little bit there. He's probably got some Iceland caps in his future. Potentially, anyway. Right, so we want to rest people for the jury game. They're still not playing him. How is this man not playing? What system could they possibly be playing that he isn't starting for them? Where the fuck did they get spawn ring from? Oh, a free transfer. Shit, okay. That's kind of unfortunate. He's put his ass on the desk. It's true. We should also get a little hint as to what Emmett's youth intake is going to be, because this is make or break for him in many ways. He needs to deliver a youth intake this season. Right, who the hell is... Oh, well, there's obviously Labros too, actually. Yeah, Labros is going to have to start. We're nearly at the point where Josef Ehring, who isn't even under contract here, might end up having to start a match. Ojeda, definitely. Is Yakubu back yet? Nope. Christ. And now because Kontavrakis is playing up front, I can't even put him out on the wing, so Capellino will have to play out wide. Navarro's not playing there. I'll play Seri there, because Navarro can... I know he's knackered, but Navarro will play the next game there, so that's fine. Kraus could come in. No, Zoltan, actually, for this one. He needs football. Terranova then at the left side. Then Donovan De La Cruz at right back. And then, obviously, no Montiel. So Jarju and, like... Patrice. Screw it, that'll do. That'll get us pretty far there. Guy from youth takes so much. How do you mean? I mean, to be fair, he was 15, so he's now only 17. So we can't expect him to be like a world-beating player in this team after 2 years. I don't think he ever will be, but he's still like, yeah. We can't really expect him to have, like, he was also starting in our midfield in literally in this game as well. So we're just slowly trying to ease him in. But now that he's 17, he can actually get a loan, and I think that would be good for him, to be fair, because he's not going to get enough football here. Because he just doesn't offer us that quality yet, because he's still so young. He's still going to be an incredible player, but I think he just needs consistent football with another team, and that will get him into the Hungary squad. It will get his rep up, get his confidence going, as Patrice has scored again. He's not bad. That's his 3rd goal this season already from centre-back, and he's only started 7 matches. Liking that. Getting the Olof Melberg vibes out of him. How did I actually at least crawl in? Okay, that's more like it, although we just need Kishvada to sort that shit out. The run continues. It'll all go wrong about match day 20. I think it was match day 28 last year when everything just went tits up. 114 passes completed as well by Patrice. He's just a rock on the ball. It is a bit 80s wrestler, actually. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. It's just a great name in general, isn't it? Terra Nova. Also the name of a very expensively made TV show on Fox about 10 years ago. A healthy Yerry Mina. You're eligible for... I mean, you'll probably get that contract, I suppose. I'll do what? I'll just let the... Oh, you're not... Yeah. I'll let the Doff handle that. I do want Pettage on here, because he was actually in that same... Oh. God, Mario, you're good at many things, but that ain't it. How can I give you a loan? Oh, no, now you're 17. Okay. Fuck it. Just in case. I don't really want that in there. I also don't want to push it too hard, just in case, because he does feel like the type of player that could actually get Hungary caps, since we've seen other stuff like that in the past. There we go. Nice. Right kick on the team now. We've got a squad. Ah, that's true, yeah. It's because often I forget. It's obviously when it's the under-19 teams, you can just click straight on them, but with these ones, I suppose, it does make more sense to... wait, can you? Oh, yeah, the Icelandic ones only have one squad, don't they? There's no B team for these guys, so the only way to get to it would have been there anyway, yeah. Terra Patrick. Patrick's a great name. I'm just saying. Terra right. Oh, spelt like that. That is. I just don't know if it'd have been the success with the name spelt like that. Glenn Nygård here. Glenn, we'll be revisiting you later. Some interesting. Yes. Okay. I like the look of Glenn from a distance, but we'll have to see what he's like when we actually scout him properly. But that's exciting. Wow, those Greek guys have not turned out to be good, have they? But I guess that's why you do this kind of scouting. To find out that exact information. Okay. Oh, wow. This is looking kind of dead. Most of these guys are Ds. Wow, that was a poor batch. I don't think... Truth be told, I don't think any of these guys are really worth much of our time at this point. Otherwise, we're just wasting it. Oh, finally! Finally, we know more about Rousseau. And he's... Oh, okay. God, if he had another foot to him. Like, if he had a good right foot. He's fascinating. Yeah, he's a bit expensive, though. And that's the problem. He's got a lot of cons. He's got no right foot, which means that he'd be an absolute nightmare to actually try and play on the other side. Were he to be like 2 million quid, I'd have probably gone for it. But at like 4 to 6 million, he's just way out of what I want to spend for him. He's literally sweet left foot. He literally is, yeah. He do be having that sweet left foot. Also, how's it going, Mike? I figured you'd choose this moment to pop up, as you do. Keck Schmidt win again with Nando. Nando's doing well. He's actually killing it at the moment. Pablo with a 27 months. 3 babbies.
Just quickly popping and feel like this is a tradition now.
Woozy
so
face.
Here goes Daesh. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face.
Hit me with the woozy face, chat.
Woozy face.
Some
Woozy
mat
face.
jabs.
Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face.
Oh, I've suddenly run out of woozy faces. I'm excellent, Mike. How are you, man? I'm still... honestly, I still feel a tiny bit hungover from Saturday. Just a little bit. Probably just haven't managed to recover my hydration since then, honestly. That is a lot of woozy faces right there. Which is exactly how I felt when I nearly fell in the shower that time. I was full on woozy faced. Oh! Oh, Daniel Ben David. It's 3 first names. You are... what are you? Fast as well. I have no idea what he is. But we're going to have to find out because he looks really interesting. Daniel Ben David. Like Daniel Ben David. And we can call him Ben David Daniel as well. They're interchangeable, chat. Oh, that's this month. Wow, we've lost them £3 million this month. We haven't bought any players. Unai Emery at Blockbuster. Monthly loan stats. Any players I should be keeping an eye on? Dakini Redacted. Whoa, 14 goals for Redacted. That's just, I feel like we never have players that rack up loads of assists out on loan. Like Bjorn's always doing that at Mulder, but that's not the same. He's all about the middle. Man doesn't have, when he makes a sandwich, he doesn't actually use the bread. He just eats the filling. He's one of our guys too, isn't he? Yep. Friend of Bendo. Yeah. You can bend them like David. Or David Beckham. Yeah, whatever. We move. Leon struggling, which is good to see. And we can hopefully impart a bit more desperation on them here today. I have no idea who's going to start up front for us, though. Maccabi Haifa? Have you got anyone to compete? They've got Ofir Tayar, who might be worth a look at. Oh, okay, this is quite... Oh, he's a mercenary. And Dor Schwartz, which is just a wonderful name. Not first names? Ah, they all feel like middle names for some reason. I've never met anyone called Ben. What kind of name is that? Hey, Denny. Redacted. Oh, well, that's the thing, Slight. We don't know what they named him because we've not been able to find out thus far what his actual name is. Is his Schwartz as big as yours? Yeah, the fact we could literally have won the league every year. Well, we literally have won every competition. The fans would be like, yeah, but like, come on, you could do better than that, right? A couple of guys in there. Oh, Hussein, he's getting some... Oh, no, he's already had those caps. Jesus. Wow. Coral Shed. We've got no ways about it. To be fair, that would make sense, I guess, because MTK, obviously, I believe at one point were like the Jewish club in Budapest, were they not? Low manager employee. No. The low manager, they're not really for anything, unfortunately. There's a lot of roles in the game that literally don't do anything, i.e., the existence of them in the game has zero impact on the way that the game functions. They just like introducing roles, loan managers, technical directors, shit like that. It just doesn't do anything. The only reason I would even bring in a loan manager at this point, I think we probably do have one, is because he might have like scouting knowledge that we want. That's literally the only reason I would even sign one at this point. Right, so this should be... I mean, Bobby Tree is back in action. It's going to be yet another game of Bobby Tree. We're going to need the best out of him. Find that league competitive. It's not competitive for us at the moment because we're so dominant, even though we are trying to make the other sides better to try to make that less dominant. It's just difficult. It's difficult when you're the best, right? Wage of literally. And often clubs pay those roles way too much in-game as well, which is a pain in the ass as well. Zarelli, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, I was going to say, who's a better loan manager than me? Yeah, I would say there's no benefit to you not... Think about it this. You can actually just assign all their duties to someone else or do it yourself anyway, and their duties are basically non-existent. And sometimes they end up on lots of money that you could be spending so much better elsewhere. When I first got to Tromsø on the Nordic Nomad save, I think their loan manager was on more than I was. He was like $3,000 a week, more than any of the players. Madness. Right, that's going to be that. I'm going to set up the thing like that, and then I'm going to do the Whiz quiz, because I was like, shit, I don't have anything prepared today, and then I realised we didn't do a single one last Thursday stream, so you've got a fresh one ready to go. Back in a sec, friends. You know what to do. I can't be entirely sure, but I genuinely don't think anybody got it. Because I didn't see any River Plate in there. Maybe I couldn't see when I was having a little scroll if there was any River Plate mentions in there. But, shut it, Mike. There was one. Ah. In that case, John, you got it. There you go. So, yeah, that was a slightly tougher one for you lot. You'll love to see it. Ah, congratulations. Where's the... I know, no rivers, no plates, no nothing. I'm expecting a restaurant right on the quayside, but no. And that's fine. Also, I didn't mention this earlier, but Pog did really well on Friday as well because she was the one that drove us over there, and it's the first, like, long drive that she'd done thus far, and she did a great job as well. We got there safely, which is the main thing. Thing is, later that evening, she then had to go to the church in Biggleswade. I was obviously staying back at the hotel because she had to do that, the wedding rehearsal thingy, and obviously I wasn't involved in that, so I was just vibing in the hotel room. And it wasn't a very nice journey for her because it was all like back roads, and she's not really used to that kind of stuff where there's a lot of like narrow passing, tractors, that kind of shit. Just vibing. What I was actually doing is watching TikTok for 2 hours and looking at all the local restaurants to decide where we were going to go grab dinner. That's what I was actually doing. Oh. Right, here we go. Champions League again. Look at us go. Who have Ferencváros got? Okay. They've got screwed. Hotel room. I probably could have done... I've done an Instagram live or something. Taking your talk. Watch Ferencváros now go and win that game. Just out of nowhere. Oh, God. Hossman's already hurt himself. He may have to come off. Yeah. That's going to be the rest of the match with Donovan, unfortunately. I feel like we are due a weird result in Europe. Oh, good save. Have we actually conceded a... Oh, no. I was going to say have we conceded a goal. We conceded 2 against Basel, didn't we? Of all teams. I think it's more of a spread... Oh, I was going to say it's more of a waiting game until we see what minute they concede. Chat. Would anybody like to point out the fuck happened there? Was I the only one that saw that? I'm going to just rewind it so you can have an enjoyment of the FM match engine again. So, let's just see what happens here. So, watch Velázquez win the ball off the defender here. So, he wins the ball off the defender. Then, he's got the ball between his legs. He not only kicks it away from himself, but then continues to back into the defender, giving the ball to the opposition. So now we are about to concede, presumably, or a goal is coming of some form off the back of that, surely. Just wants a hug. Fucking hell, what is this game? That was bizarre. It's like the touch went away from him and the game didn't know how to handle it, so it just made him back into the guy as it was the nearest player or something. Malera's again. Bobby's through. Oh, nearly through. Tries again. He's still through. Oh, what a great... That is such a wonderful effort from Bobby Tree there because he actually got the shot away. Got the shot away. The defender usually blocks those. Keeper got a great save out of it in the end as well. The game did well there. Yeah, you didn't want to be that guy, I suppose. True. But good start from Bobby, at least. I feel like this is the exact type of game where it might require the same style of play to get this result, where we switch it to more expressive and less working the ball into the box and just get a bit more aggressive with it. Because it certainly seemed to work for Bobby in the last game. Doesn't always work straight like that, but I think that might be what we want to do. See how this highlight plays out. And even then, even if we score off it, or even certainly if they score off of it, then I think we'll make that change anyway. I think maybe just with Bobby up there, that's how this team works better. It's just such a fun thing to say, isn't it? Gets the shot away. And now it's happening for them as well. Go on. Ah. God damn it. Yeah, they all sort of waited for the whistle and nothing happened. It was still weird the way he was backing away from him, though. Leon don't look awful in this game so far. But come on. Can't just let him run past you like that. Oh, good. Okay. It's going to be like that, is it? I do like the way that Velázquez just let him walk right past him. Wait, what are you doing, Matt? There we go. Cool. Hey, we've done it before. We'll do it again. But we kind of need as much coefficient as we can. And it's these types of games that are going to make it, yeah. Okay. We've got a lot of work to do now. We need to be at our best. But Tejera's not really having that today. This is... Oh, equaliser for Ferencvaros. Aguilar has equalised for Ferencvaros at home against PSG. Are they finally going to wake up and start getting some points in Europe? Oh, good lord, it's 2. Well, we were due a random result in Europe. And to be fair, we've not played well in this game. It's not like this is an undeserved result for Lyon here. They're 2-0 up. What on earth? Okay, right. We need to not lose this game if we can avoid it. But a half... What on earth was that first half? Right, trash. You're rubbish. You're shit, you're even shitter. Who was particularly poor in that first half? Silva and Teixeira had awful first halves there. But, so they'll be the first players that probably get yanked in a little while. I'll give them 15 minutes to try and sort themselves out a little bit. But we've got work to do. Malera's ball in. And we're back in it. It's always been... Miggy is always there to the rescue. You love to see it. Mo Messi, thank you very much for the follow. Okay, we're back in it a bit. 40 minutes. Do we just like only play well in this? Brilliant. What a beautiful camera angle. Yes, I can definitely see the goal. It's in there somewhere. Right. Ah, PSG back in front again. At least they're not getting hammered at home to PSG. I'm surprised, honestly. And Dortmund losing too, which makes our lives a little bit easier.
Oh, this isn't where I park my
DKD
car.
Beast, thank you for the follow. Have a youth intake change. Ooh, exciting. Do let us see. This is better. Right. Yes. No, he's lost the ball again. They're congesting that area of the pitch where we normally have quite a lot of possession, and it's kind of working for him, honestly. This is going to be a third goal, isn't it? What is he doing there? Okay, good. Right. Now we're going to play it out from the back, all the way up the pitch, and score a blinding goal. What a pass. What a pass. If Bobby scores this. Holy shit on a bike. Firstly, that finish was fantastic. That pass was absolute filth from Brandon Silva. A little Travella round the corner. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Outside of the foot. Just perfectly bends that in behind for Bobby Tree. Great first touch. Sets himself. Goes to his left foot. Slots yet another Champions League goal home. And it's 7 minutes into the second half and we've already equalised. What a pass from Silva. He's staying on just for that. He's earned himself. That was glorious football from us. Can we go the whole way? If we manage to turn this game around from 2-0 down, if we came actually from behind in consecutive Champions League matches away from home, that would be really good, like, fortitude from these guys. Particularly with Bobby yet again scoring. I mean, Castillo's going to have some genuine pressure for his place at this rate if it carries on like this. Because he's just putting goals in. Whenever he's in the team, basically, he scores. And just makes us play really well in general. It's not even just about him. It's his link-up play, too. Here he goes again. I'll make the run. Maybe Malera can go alone this time? Oh. Now we're feeling good. I feel like Teixeira is the weak link in this team at the moment. On a booking as well. I feel like Kontavrakis might actually add something to us here. I think I'll just leave the rest, to be fair. Still don't think we're out of the woods yet, though. Oh, here we go again. Bobby Tree pops it back for Darla. Now he spins in behind. That wasn't the best. That was actually bad. It wasn't great from him. Darla didn't really have a lot of options on, but here he goes again. Ball over the top. Silva's in. Can he square it for someone? Tons of bodies in there. So many bodies. Velasquez again. Oh, it's off the bar. We could have done more with that play as well. It's been all us so far in the second half. It's like it just took a little while for us to get into the system again. The draw wouldn't be the end of the world given where we were in this game, but I feel like we've got more in us. I don't think we're entirely done yet. Oh, God. We're going to get second phased, aren't we? Nobody's marking anybody. Okay, good. Good. I hope that wasn't the highlight. LMS has struggled a little bit. Then again, he hasn't really struggled. It's just because Montiel scored a goal, didn't he? I find that the centre-backs tend not to get good ratings until, like, the game finishes, basically. Vinny Ferrari, thank you very much for the follow. That is a dreadful clearance, though. Oh, Bobby's in again! Oh, surely not. No way. No way. Oh, my God. He's got mad... He has, like, 21 audacity. If nothing... Ferencvaros have equalised again. France has now... If they actually took something off PSG, that would be insane. Then again, we took something off PSG as well, but that'd be some result for them in Europe. He's got... Yeah, cojones. He has to carry his cojones around in a wheelbarrow, some of the things that he pulls off. Surely not. Think him again? Oh, no. Come on, Bobby. You've got to just score one of these. This is the thing. He has to take those chances, though. Like, one of these should have been a goal. His last couple of opportunities, he's got overly cocky in those positions and doesn't have a right foot. I mean, he has a reasonable right foot. But it could be worse. It is certainly a thing that isn't ideal on him, yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck you. Actually get in the bin, FM. That is nonsense. What is that shit? He's not even tried to save it. What is this game? So now we're going to lose anyway. Yeah, all right. What a load of nonsense. Ah, dear. I'm sorry, Stu, but that is a hilarious one. That's going in. I'm going to clip that. That'll go in the recap video. Unless Bobby gets in again. Oh, missed the target this time. That wasn't his right foot as well. God damn it. Us losing this game is just an absolute travesty. Would have been good if he'd at least attempted to save the shot from the edge of the area. I haven't seen that happen for a while. Yeah, they literally did nothing in the entire second half except that shot. Oh well, as long as we get top 8, it doesn't matter. But it's like, that's coefficient points that we should have had that we now haven't got. And that's the frustrating thing, because we need every single one we can bring back Virginia in it. Bobby Tree, though, has done the business again. Although, I feel like he probably should have finished one of the other chances, maybe. Harry, thank you for the follow. We're still 5th. It ain't over yet. Ferencváros are now 28th. But they've actually only lost one game so far. They just need that first win. That's the key. Terja! With the 26 months. Thank you, friend. How's it going? Be back in Wusu. Oh, that was not ideal there. Let me guess. Oh, that's not too bad. But I can't complain about what Bobby's putting up right now, man. He is killing it. Oh, correct link. Let's have a look. Ooh. Yeah, he's a bit good. Balanced personality, which isn't amazing, but he's got 12 determination. He's one of those players that's just... he's just good, isn't he? Best Champions League finish is final. Losing a final to PSG, which was actually like 5 years ago now. 16 goals. Like, he has played a few more minutes than Castillo, but... Oh, actually, wait. Bobby Tree? Suddenly... The game's like, actually, you know what? You are a 4-star, 5-star kind of player again. I do love the way that you can just grow like that randomly. He's very good. Who is Robert? This is Robert. It's Bobby Tree. Oh. A cruel death. Yeah, it bloody well has. It's absolutely glorious right now. The weather is superb. Pablo Rodriguez, who I swear we had a player called Pablo Rodriguez on the last save. That does not narrow it down a great deal, I'll be honest with you. Which particular Pablo Rodriguez are you interested in? There's just so very many. You say he's Canadian. No Canadians knocking about in this save, sadly. Well, there is. From the loan farm. Yes. He was a guy who was on loan at... Christ. Debrecen, I think, but he refused to... Yeah. Drinking weather, is it? Oh, it's definitely drinking weather. But it has been for the last little while. And which is why I've done a little bit too much of the drinking weather. I'll refund your points for that. But can I just point out... Ponk. Big fan of Ponk. Sometimes you just got a Ponk, right? Coconut straw. Oh no, definitely a cool beverage. Although it's not like super warm outside. It's just it's my favorite type of weather. It's when it's sunny, but kind of chilly at the same time. It's just like nice and crisp. My favorite. It's good for running. Cocktail weather. I mean, to be fair, IPA, I don't really drink much cider, to be fair. So, of the three, I'd be going for cocktails because I just love a cocktail. So, who have we got? So, Haladash away. Oh, no, that's fine. We'll deal with that when the actual games happen, which is immediately later. Oh, my bloody moustache hair has gone up my nose again. Coming to Lviv. What have you got for? Ooh, Yuri Levy. Or Levi. Hi, Yuri. Can I take you into space? Some slight problems potentially with some of the like physicals on him, but Yuri is very to be this good at 15. He's definitely got future Israeli international written all over him. Yeah, cool weather with vitamin D, exactly. Need to get my vitamin D as Budapest went away from home again. Kishvarda drew with Sporting. Hardy scores again. They just keep doing it. Yeah, Israel have been killing it in this save with some of their production now. The last couple of years, I've seen a lot of good Israeli players coming through. So what we at now? Shakhtar actually top of the league. But that's a really good point for Kishvarda. 11th place for Budapest. Another win for them. Kishvarda, they're both looking dead set on, hopefully, here. The ideal place for me, honestly, with these guys is to finish around this bit, because then they get the extra games that they can use rather than finishing in here. So I'm fine with that as long as they get in there. Well, these players are coming through at Israeli sides. Right, so now what about the Conference League is the big question. As Molfehavar get a draw away at OB. But what about Haladash? Okay, I think we officially have a sixth European side. Winning away at Standard Liège is no muggy. That is a brilliant result. Zivkovic, Menendez, and Solis. I think all three of those guys are on loan from us. What do you do if you have a Nugent with balanced personality and you only have good mentors with a lot of traits in the squad from other positions? I have no idea because I don't use mentoring at all because I think it's the biggest pile of shit ever. But that's my own personal opinions on it. So I don't do anything in that situation because I wouldn't be using mentoring. So I really don't have a proper answer for you, unfortunately. Oh, okay. So where are we at now? Haladash 13th. Molfehavar, despite all of that, are actually second, to be fair. So they're both doing very, very well all of a sudden. I reckon one more win for Haladash and they're through. And the thing is, they probably could have got it. They've not actually lost a game yet. One more win or probably two more draws would be enough to see them through. That's a great day for Card Vision. We must be close to getting 8 points now, except if it wasn't for us. 7.9. Third place. Even with those guys, Stewie, because as we've seen, even without using mentoring, you get players getting traits from players that aren't even their fucking mentoring groups and stuff like that. It's just like, well, yeah. So I just don't bother with it because it just seems completely unruly and unmanageable. But currently rocking third spot on the year, which is exactly what. Also, Germany are down here now. We've actually put a little bit of a... we are denting Germany slightly now. We're getting there. This is what I mean about if they have a poor year, we could actually pounce on them. And I think it's kind of set up for them to have a poor year, if anything. Like, with all those teams they've got in the Champions League, they could struggle. If they do poorly, they've got nowhere to go, basically. Hey, Joe Dinosaur, how's it going, man? I'm so happy that at least... Of course there's no place for him. Ah, no, he's needed as well. I am so happy that... The ground we're making up. Wasn't expecting it. I figured that once we got past Portugal, that was the tough part. But then it was going to be like a steady climb for the next few years to try and catch up to France and Germany. And we've just been smashing it. The teams seem to be really able to handle that kind of quality. And maybe it's just because of the signings they make or whatever. But regardless, it is killing it. How many more? Have we got 2 more matches to play today in the Champions League? Yeah, we've got Chelsea away and then Napoli away. So that could be a problem for us, potentially. I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, it's a Kazakhstani team. Do they even have any players? Yeah, they do, but why did I scout them? You never know, right? Tries first-time shots. Yeah, exactly. We still get a mentoring review thing that tells me about a random player getting a mentoring thing, even when we don't use mentoring. And it's always a trait I don't want the player to have, for the most part. It just feels... Tutoring was too powerful. Mentoring, for me, is an absolute pile of shite. I feel like there could be a nice middle ground in between that sort of allows you a bit more control, but doesn't just have these weird, unpretending conduct. It just seems weird that you'd have sort of players like that you specifically don't want learning those things. I think just watching them in training and going, you know what? I think I'm going to try first-time shots as a centre-back. Like, just doesn't make sense to me. Oh, shit. To share it into the Brazil squad. Wait a minute. Please don't get a cap, Marcio. You've been shit this season. Have you actually got a goal or an assist? You've managed to play 11 games and managed to not find a single goal or an assist. How are you now getting into the Brazil squad? Also, how has he not got a goal or an assist so far in 11 games? That is actually kind of staggering alone. He's been, so far, an enormous disappointment. I think Hurley would have actually done better. That's how bad he's been. So, Capolino, I think, just because Bobby's so tired after all that. This feels like a good game for Kontovrakis, honestly. He secretly works at the Pentagon. Farkashan, damn, they've got a lot of players from us. Jesus, there's so many players from us. Him. I think 9 of their first 11 is players on loan from us. Hasn't done Hungarian yet. I know, but like even Hurley's got an assist or something. It's a bad look. Ghost clubbing. I'd love to see traits like that. Like, is a big wep wiper. Is a wemp would be a trait I would love to imbibe on a player. Wow, actually, Ojeda getting the goal. Assisted by Terra Nova of all people. So we do continue the run at least, but we have been slacking a little bit lately on those. Was that was the Puskás? Yeah, that was Andreas Puskás. Sorry, Andras Puskás. A wemp wipe. Wipe away the wempery. That's quite a tough one to say. Likes a bang? Yeah. I mean, that goes without saying. Everybody likes a bang. Come on. Never encountered someone that doesn't like a bang. I bet Patrick loves bangs. Great grandson. Well, I mean, I hope so. That'd be hilarious. But sadly, the game doesn't have that kind of depth, I don't suppose. But he's a very good player. How do you get the doesn't complain about praise trait? Well, we know that one Danish right back doesn't have that trait for sure. How's the second league holding up these days? Oh. Pekshi looking good to come straight back up again. Puskás, as usual, the eternal disappointment of a football team, are actually doing worse this season. They've got nothing to offer, do they? They really are going to just sit in the second tier for the rest of the... What's the betting that they get relegated from that division before they actually find a way to the top flight? Again. They're going to just be the perennial disappointment merchants of this save. Wait, actually, before I do that, I probably should at least, like, just acknowledge those guys. Are clearly not good enough. Let's not waste our time with them. Oh, must have scattered one of these guys before. At least we don't have that same problem. Wait, hang on. Was I just able to add those guys to the... That was weird. Okay, a couple of guys left. Picking up traits are from players in the same training unit. True. It's still very silly, but you're probably right. It's probably the unintended consequences of exactly that. So, I think these guys are probably not for us. Add for 6 months. I must be just adding the ones that aren't already on it. Robert Prekop. Okay. Need to get your pre-ones. Scouting filters. Which filter are you referring to specifically? Because I don't really use scouting filters per se. So if you mean the exact, like, as in, actually I do have a couple, but I don't really use them anymore. If you mean things like, as in actual scouting filters, like stuff in here, then I don't really use any. We've got a couple that we used to use, but yeah. So I'm just trying to narrow down what exactly you're looking for because that can help. Yeah, you're right. And I think the big mistake we made was actually just using mentoring once. Mentoring, not even once. That's my new rule. He's okay, but he is a perfectionist, which is good, but also bad. All right, what about you two? These look more interesting. Tobias Sand. He is good. He's got an okay left foot as well. Can play through the centre too. I'm not sure about him. The other guy actually looks a bit more interesting. Carlos Boozer. Sorry, it's not that perfectionists is bad. Perfectionists are they're good players. They've got a lot of good traits. It's just that don't know anyone. Absolutely not. God no. Perfectionists are hard to deal with when it comes to things like praising them for anything ever. You basically can't most of the time. They'll complain, and they're one of the few players. They're the kind of guys that will complain about you praising them for getting an international cap or praising them for doing well in training, and it means that if you forget that they're there, it's a pain. It's definitely not a bad personality by any means. It actually has a lot of really good hidden stuff. It's a little more negative. Yes, it does, because often it gives players personal traits you don't want them to have. So for a start, I find that it doesn't have any noticeable effect on players' personalities anyway, to the point where it's kind of pointless, and it's tedious as fuck to set up, basically. That's why I don't use it. But again, it's just my personal preference. I didn't even look at this guy, did I? He's cheap. And as much as I'm not quite sure what he is... Oh, yeah, I hate setting it up. And I wouldn't even assign it to your assistant. Now, the problem with perfectionist... Oh, that's the only player I've ever had issues with. Occasionally, we have that fairly determined guy that does it. But for the most part, it's perfectionists I have that issues with. Whenever it's like... oh, you're praising me for doing this thing. I don't want you to do that, blah, 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 blah. It's always a perfectionist for the most part that I have those issues with. They're still good players, though, because they've got a lot of other good attributes that are hidden, too. So I certainly wouldn't not sign one. Absolutely not. They're great. Find the young talent. Oh, sorry, that's what I was trying to nail down because there's so many different ways that we're finding talent. But the thing that we're using at the moment is, Christ, what's the command for it? Chat. Exclamation mark team report, I think, is the one I'm using. Maybe. The problem is a lot of them they're not very often bad in training because they are, by sort of their definition, perfectionists. And as a result, that doesn't happen very often. But it means you're sort of not allowed to do that kind of cheeky, if I can have 1.2. Yeah, it's fine. Team report scouting is what we're using at the moment, I would say. Because we did try it out for a little bit, but it just caused loads of problems. So we managed to set it up the way that you're supposed to, in theory, set it up. And then all that happened from it was the players didn't get any better in terms of their mentals or like their personality stuff over a period of time. But what they did get is a load of unwanted PPMs that weren't even from the players that were in the mentoring group with them. Pros and cons, though. True, but it's just something I just forget to do, honestly. Right, so we're going to get Boozer because it's a Boozer, right? You got to take him. Plus, we might be able to do that cheeky contract on him. A lot of this thing just comes down to pure personal preference with a lot of that stuff. Yes, come on. Good shit. Best player on loan. Ooh, it's... Christ, who is it? Model citizen with solid media handling style. Use him as a mentor. Again, this is just personal preference. I just don't touch it at all because I can't stand it. And I feel like the amount you get out of it is not worth the effort that you have to put into making it work in the first place, and thus it's sort of not fit for purpose, basically. I am extremely lazy on that, but I also feel like it shouldn't take that much buggering about just to make a very simple part of the game work. So, yeah, don't overcomplicate things, SI, on things like that for me. So, besides, we tried that with model sit before. Nothing fucking happened. We saw over long-term tests, nothing fucking happened, but they did get loads of PPMs. The problem with the PPMs was they weren't even from the players that they were in the mentoring group with. It was stupid shit. That was the biggest issue for it. But yeah, best player on loan though is, but again, actually use them if you want. I'm just saying I don't use them, and that's fine too. It's a single-player game. Play it however you like, right? I don't feel like I'm missing anything by not using them, believe me. Right, dev list. Best player on loan. In terms of current ability, it's probably one of these guys, but... Oh, Christ, I just don't know. I mean, Nando is very, very good. And he's brand new to the loan farm too, which is even more exciting, honestly. Zivkovic. He's pretty absurd. Indeed, yeah. I mean, you say that, but there actually are people exactly like that, which is why I tend not to make videos with guides and stuff in it, because it's a pain in the ass. But lately, I'm just not giving a shit about that now. Like, whenever I put anything out there that's like a tip or advice, it's always a case of, I do this, you don't need to do this, but if you want to do this, you know? Do or do not. It doesn't bother me. I don't care how other people play the game. I play it in a way that I know I'm going to have fun with. And mentoring for me is the least fun I can have in Football Manager, possibly, other than... Nope, I think it might be the least fun I could ever have playing Football Manager, and thus I just don't touch it. And that's fine too. It would be nice, though, if when you assign it to your assistant, he actually did it properly, though. That would be kind of good. Which is why we don't let it happen at all. Well, actually, in it, yeah. Yeah, those 4-star loanees... I don't know if we'll ever get to that... Maybe we will. I don't know. It's not a first name I've seen before. I genuinely have never seen a player with that first name before. Huh, well, there we go. One heading. Yeah, you don't want to give him a heading. Renewing staff contracts. Yeah, that's why I literally don't do it. Some are more equal than others, it's true. Mostly the ones that are right at the very top of it. Camille Krause is injured, damn it. Hence why I said that first name, Stewie. Luckily the second channel isn't monetized. I really should do that. I just love the way it's spelled as well. Oh, we're getting Boozer. House hovering. Who names that kid that? I wonder. It feels like it's a nickname that's like short for something else. But what is it short for? Podrick? I don't know. Is it short for Patrick, maybe? I don't know how, but you never know. Launch silver bid. What are we looking at? I love that. That is amazing. FM in a nutshell. Player value on him is 140 million to 154 million. Could end up being in the region of 38 million. Now, why on earth would that be a thing? Bear in mind, it was also Brandon Silva that I turned down that massive bid for last summer. 192 million. I was very tempted, I'll be honest. Oh, Atle Klinger. Oh, yes. He loves a hug, does Klinger. You as well. And not you, because you've already been scouted. once before and clearly didn't turn up great. I'm excellent, Gordo. How are you, my friend? I had a fantastic weekend. I think if it was over 200, I would have been tempted. I actually tried to get 220 million, and at that point, I probably would have gone for it, honestly. Oh, Christ. Who just got another cap for everybody? Holy shit. Well, fucking hell, Gordo. Christ. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs to Rusty, Whack Human Being, Jord, Questionable Penguin, how's it going, Matt? Morgenstern, Potsy, Spirit Mano, Bear-Arsed, Shorty Boy, and Homperfan. Bloody hell. Gordon. Coming in with the sugar daddy. Bloody hell. Thank you very much, friend. That's insanely nice of you. How are you? 5 regions on the list. I reckon 3. So, Baumeister. Brune, that's 2. Oh, okay, maybe. It's happening. Oh, that's the guy from, he's the guy, that one that I got right when I said, Spanish Valencia. Chidera Chikudi. Yeah, he's obscene. Then they've got Öztürk as well. Oh, Pizurum, that's 5 already. Wait, no, you might get this still. It's still a chance. Ah, no, Jadot. That's 6. Then Fuller Love as well. 7. And then one more right at the end there. Juan Carlos Gomes. So 8 players. Oh, was a Kemper on there as well. So that's 9. It's getting there. Oh, Velasquez has finally scored. Wait, Valenzuela got in the Chile squad. That sort of says a lot about Chile's backline, doesn't it? And wait, Yanchev got a cap for Bulgaria. Oh my lord. Actually, he's quite decent, in fairness. I can see why he'd get caps. Bran under 19s. Okay. Ruben Buberg. Cool. I think... What a great name. Fabian Pal... Wow. Now that is a name. Fabian Palström Havsgård Martinsson. Yes. Or FPHM. For not that much shorter. Young husband. It's not a name I've seen very often, no. Then daylight savings time. Oh, of course, yes. And we're back in normal eras again now. So there's a lot of international breaks in this period. At least we don't have to worry so much about those now. Wait, team might be hidden at the end. How do you mean? What, on the goal 50 list? You mean this bit here? Oh, no, we definitely had no players in it. I feel like one day we will get some players in there. Maybe, but not yet. Vashberg. Jan Ruben Vashberg. He's going to wash that mountain. It's going to be a clean-ass mountain. Portilla progress. Good stuff. I mean, could he maybe progress to not literally letting in an open goal? Or not even an open goal, but just progress towards at least attempting to goalkeep occasionally. It would be funny as hell if it was... Oh, Christ. Oh, really? Least deserving of a Brazil cap. Oh, hang on. Is his contract for 5 Brazil caps? Oh, thank God. It's 5 Brazil caps. We're okay. ICX, thank you very much for the 27 months. Bloody hell. Crack on, Hexen, yeah. Other Aussies. Oh, they're here. Leafs and Aussie. I'm trying to think of the other Aussies in chat. Given that we're getting to later in the stream, the Aussies usually aren't here as much. Towards like the last hour or so of the stream. I'm actually surprised Leaf's still up. How are you awake? Still in pain. Oh, minus 11. At least you're still top of the league. Oh, no, you're not. That's not ideal. We were at minus 14 at 1.2 seasons ago. Like, that was the lowest we got. It was minus 14. It weren't good. Let scouts do it. The reason we don't really actively do it is just because most of the time they're older than the sort of players that we're looking to sign in the first place. And sometimes we will find players, but usually it's only because we're looking at other players and they just happen to also be out of contract. See, for example, Nando. This guy we signed last stream. He was technically an out-of-contract player. That's not him at all. What the hell? Great. Cheers, FM. Why show me a player who's just called that when you could show me players that aren't called that? I feel like it should at least prioritise players who actually have that name rather than other people whose name it is part of. Here we go, Nando at Kexmere. He was a free transfer, technically. We just paid the 25 grand to get him in a little bit sooner, and I couldn't be happy with that decision. He could honestly be Brazil international one day. He looks phenomenal, and he's scoring goals too. He's probably part of the reason Kexmere are so far up the league at this point, right? Silva. happy with... How are you playing? Ooh, not a lot, honestly, to be fair. Only 11:30. Oh, is it really? Okay. For some reason, I thought it was much later than that. Fernino. Oh, yeah. Fernino. Oh, it's a real guy. Where's he at in real life? He is at Villarreal or Mallorca, probably. Then did a nice little stretch at PSV without really playing a great deal. He seems to have found himself now playing in Serie A for a little bit. Oh, the blob on his name is just a report. Yeah, we get rid of... Not report, it's a note for when I could actually afford to buy him. We'll delete that. Yes, I've been a little bit... I've been getting there with the notes. A bit profligate on the notes. 122 players in the loan farm currently, which I believe is the highest we've ever had. We should be able to see upwards of maybe even 130 by the time we get to the end of the season, because this is only where we are now. Go on, Roger. Oh, yes. Oh, please. Pierre Rogstad. Right, finishing first. Oh, my God. Pace is got... Oh, right. Okay. They've had a youth intake. There's Peter Gali, and then right above him, Pierre Rogstad. Come on. Oh, yes. Pierre Rogstad. What a player. I'm loving everything I'm seeing right now out of him, which means we're going to get straight off the bat, straight into Mr. Gonzalo C. Christ for 1 week. I want to make sure that we're assigning the best possible scouts so we get the most out of him. In fact, were there any players that were even under that? Oh, God, there was actually 2 more. There's Andrew Lowe. Angelo. He's not bad either. No jumping reach. He can't actually get off his knees, but still. Ace winger. RL. Does that stand for Rocket League by any chance? Thank you very much for the follow. In fact, let me just check that first. That's fine. Glenn. Oh, no, we still don't know enough about Glenn yet. That's fine. There's David Lind. He looked okay as well, didn't he? Right, what's left? Wow, that's just bad, isn't it? Dor Schwartz maybe isn't quite as good as we thought he was going to be. Where's the other Israeli dude? He's quite decent, but I think he just has no potential ceiling. It appears that we don't have the knowledge on the Israeli guy we really want yet. Ofir Tayar is mercenary. Hadjev is... It's weird that he doesn't have a second nationality, actually, with a surname like Hadjev. He's actually quite good. I think he just lacks that ceiling, but he might be worth a... We're sending Gonzalo into him, just in case. I should maybe send Gonzalo for full knowledge on those guys. Maybe that would help. Poulsen's a goalkeeper. The one-on-ones, though. That lets him down bad. Dan Cornelius. Yeah. Win. Than Huang. Low determination. I like the fact that he's called Michael Texel. It's a cool name, but he's a terrible player. And then, yeah, you're not amazing either, are you? No. But I'm excited about those 2 Norwegian dudes. What song is this? This song is called Soul Survivor. I'll actually pop a Spotify link in chat for it. It's just a Stream Beats, like, copyright-free music link. Right, 1 match there. There's the Chelsea game. Christ, how the hell am I going to get... Right, we're going to make it. We're going to make it. Don't worry. You lot are just getting randomly longer streams lately, I feel like. We did like 4.5 hours last stream, and it looks like today's going to end up being the same at this rate, because we've still got 2 more games to get through. It's because I keep looking at all these bloody reports. Oh, my days. Jonas Walcott and Tinius Sturback. Tinius. High determination as well. Jonas Walcott looks quite tasty too. Ooh, Norway's killing it this year. Big fan. It's going good, Espresso Cat. How are you, friend? God, these Norwegian youth... Norway, I mean, they've obviously done well in the save already, given that they won, what was it, a World Cup and a Euros. But, I mean, the next generation of Norwegian talent looks to be extremely good. I could totally see us losing both to Chelsea and Napoli away, which would just suck because of how well we started. No! Heavy fall for Xavier. Oh, go on, left. Yes. Another one. Bartos. Shevchik. Mercenary, but still some really good quality there potentially. Hi, Fury. Thank you for the follow. I'm back. Excellent. That's the introvert's motto right there. Plans have been cancelled. I'm back. I prefer it this way. I can have that tattooed on my chest. Patrick Domansky? Ooh, okay. Where we had that got? Okay, so I was expecting more out of Ledger, honestly, but they at least look like they've had a decent youth intake. Oh, nice one, Espresso Cat. Yeah, Norway do seem to be riding that wave. Even though I feel like that wave would have crashed by now, but apparently not. Is Bobby continuing to score goals? Yes. Another goal for Poland. Yeah, obviously the crotch chest piece does take up most of the general titty adjacent area upon my bosom, but still, there's always room for more. Rakov. I knew Rakov was always going to be a dead end, but they had a couple of guys in the Polish under-19 squads. Had to take the risk, right? Oh, what about Zag? He's only 16, but I just don't know if he's going to be quite there. Cheeky. Well, we have been calling him Cheeky Nando anyway. Yeah, literally. My social battery can be really quite... It powers down really fast. I struggle over a long period of time. Like, I did well this weekend, but I think part of that was because on Friday it was just me and Pog, and it was just us going to dinner, and hanging out with Pogs is a breeze. It's not the same. And then on Saturday, I was on 0. I used every ounce of my social battery, and I'm glad I did because I had the best time, genuinely the best time. But luckily, didn't really have to see a lot of people on the Sunday either. But by Sunday evening, when I was going for a meal with my family and my sister, why did I say that? My family and my sister. Sorry, Jody, you don't count anymore. I was sort of at my wit's end as far as my social battery went. Yesterday, I was just had a terrible mental health day, basically yesterday, and I feel like there's almost like a pendulemic effect because I'd had such a good time. My brain was like, you know what? You're now going to feel equally shit for another day. And so I did yesterday. Right, this is rotation. Which means more Bobby Tree. No, we should probably start Labros here. The yin and the yang in it, though. It was bad. I was not in a good place yesterday. Thankfully today, I might, not amazing, but still feel much better than I did for sure. Capellino. Ojeda actually would be fun in this game too. Seri can start because we're going to play Navarro deeper anyway. Velasquez is going to be due a suspension soon actually, but I haven't seen a notification about it yet, which indicates to me that it hasn't yet occurred. Terranova's in, so that's fine. God, Dala's the best right back and the best left back, and probably one of the best centre backs too. He can do it all. We'll keep Jarju in there. I love that he's still getting games for us, even with everything that's gone on. Oh, Willem's up to 2.5 stars now. That is good signs. He's starting to become more and more relevant to this team now. Excelente. Oh, my brain is emphatically not on my team. I feel like I'm fighting against it most of the time for most of my life. In Europe at the moment, very good actually, I would say. We lost to Leon in the last match, but it was utter nonsense that cost us the game. Like, a player took a shot from the edge of the box and our keeper didn't move. He just let the ball go over his head and didn't even attempt to save it. So that was fun. Yeah, my brain will definitely do that for sure. I genuinely does feel like my brain has... It was almost like I was explaining earlier, it was like an inertia from the fact that I'd had such a nice time, and my brain kind of went into the mold of, but what if you never have that kind of nice time again? That was actually the way my brain was thinking yesterday. It sounds so stupid. I felt depressed because I'd had such a nice time. How pathetic is that? But that's the only way I can rationalize it properly. Good win for Uipesh, because Varda really are struggling this season. Rovers. Is this Shamrock Rovers? It is. Hey, TSRT, how's it going? My brain's my biggest hate. True that, yeah. I am mad imposter syndrome, bro. Mad. No matter what I do. Something could be the best. Like the last video I put out, that wasn't the recap one. That was like a #1 on the thing, and I was still feeling like, yeah, but it's shit in it, and no one likes it. I'm like, what are you talking about? Had a nice time. I had a nice time once. It was the worst ever. Oh, my back. I feel like that's fairly relatable. I think that's just how your brain is sometimes, right? I was talking earlier about how, you sort of unlock these core memories, and you feel like a lot of the time when you're thinking fondly back, you realize that actually a lot of those were quite a long time ago, and you haven't made any new ones in a while, and you wonder if you'll ever have any new positive memories like that you hold on to again. And then when it did come along, and I was like, well, that's something I'll remember forever. But is that the last one? And then your brain just starts to do weird shit with it, right? And that's kind of where I end up in that spot. Okay, Glenn is looking better and better. He's now up to a B, and now that he's had a little bit of the Sieglist treatment, he's been upgraded on his potential as well. Norway are killing it here. Right, so you lot will go around again. Cool. Also, Trajanos. What a great name that is. Serotonin. Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, I had way too much serotonin for my own good there. You're an introvert with coins to spend. Are you an introvert with coins to spend, and with every interaction you have a little outside people, you lose a coin? Yeah, it's kind of like spoon theory, isn't it? That people use. You gain the same coins and meet people. This is the thing. I'm weird. Like, I am an introvert at heart, but I'm still capable of pushing beyond that, and I suspect that part of the hello friendo. I struggle with things were made much easier at the weekend because of here I am again talking about him because of Patrick, because he's so extroverted, but in a nice way, and it meant that I was able to be myself a lot more. So that kind of helped, right? Hello, Kev. How's it going, man? But yeah, that's the way I am. Oh, hey, here we go. Been up for the day with art going. Next day I was okay, but that evening I started to dread the idea of going out for my best friend's birthday on the Saturdays. It wouldn't be as much fun as the day had before. Drank far too much that night, which left me even more depressed. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? The way people's brains just work. I am in the right situation. I felt so comfortable that I was just able to get a room. I'm in a room. You get a room. I can sort of. It's hard to explain. Just my brain. I say my brain's weird. It's not weird. I mean, it is weird, but also weird in a way that a lot of people's brains are kind of weird, right? That's just how it be. I get over it quite quickly. Surely that's not the same guy, right? Was this the guy that was ridiculously high ranked? No, it was Ben David, wasn't it? He's okay, but he's not the one. Brains are very stupid. Oh, there he is. C-. So he's not any better. Thank you, Pierre. Texture always. Yeah, I suppose. You're right. We're just not. Yeah, I think. He's an extra friend. I mean, I've got plenty of them. Trust me. I've got that friend that will like. To be fair, my sister is like this as well. Like, if something's wrong in the restaurant, she's telling them. Like, you need that around. Fried egg. I nearly call him fried egg then. Adam Fried Egg. Right, this was the guy that was ranked really high. I kind of want to just send Sigrist round on into a... I want to send Sigrist onto him again, I think. But
always
full
love
knowledge.
Your streams and vids.
Oh, thank you, Rick. I will try my best. Thank you, friend. Welcome in. Gain energy alone and extroverts among people. Yeah. That's a good point, Susan. Yeah, that. Thank you, false credential. God damn it, man. Thank you for the 3 months. That's very, very kind of you as well. Bloody hell. But yeah, I totally see what you mean. I definitely do feel drained. I think I can, but when I can do like a full 24 hours, like, and I'm good, but I definitely need a rest after that, you know? That's why I'm kind of glad I work 6 days a week, because it's like, well, you know, then you've got that Saturday, and it's fine. I love the company of others, right? It's just, yeah. I just had a nice time. When you're out with the family, she doesn't come out. Oh, she does. Seriously, our steak was kind of dodgy at the restaurant we went to on Sunday night, right? My sister managed to get my meal completely free and 25% off the rest of the bill. Such was her, like, persistence with it. She's an absolute boss. Right, so there's Jimmy Clairbo. It's a cool name. I feel like he would have been like a baseball player in like the 1960s for some reason. Or like would have played, perhaps, maybe played hockey with, say, Maurice the Rocket Richard or something. I don't know. He's all right, but not quite as good as the other guys. We've got other good players on this list here. So interact with anyone. I feel like at times that can definitely be me, but most of the time I'm not that. I still like other people a lot. But it has to be the right people. But I've kind of reached that point in my life where I'm no longer prepared to put up with people I don't want to hang out with. I just don't, you know? I have my friends, and I do try to make new friends, and it's going okay, chat. But, you know, I'm not going to be like overly... Ooh, wow, yeah, these three here are very interesting. Well, him especially, but these guys we looked at before. Jesus, he's very expensive, though. What about Edval, though? He's 17 years old. He's 17. Good on both feet. Can play as a striker. Can play out wide. To be this good at... I think I might send him round again with a Sigrist report, just to make sure, because I can't remember if I did that already. But I might try and get him anyway, even if it costs us 10 million quid. If it actually talked to us. Let's just see first. Cool. Right, we know that he will actually talk to us. But I kind of want Sigurdis to give me his like sign off on him. But other than that,
in winter, it can get very depressing.
I'm pretty content to let him. Actually, I might just assign them all to Gonzalo for a little bit, because he's a player that I would be tempted to just get regardless of the price, because I feel like he's gonna be worth more than that. He has like full Brazilian international in the future, kind of down the line for me. Tristan, thank you for the follow. How are those that you just met? Or actually, surprisingly, not too bad for the most part. But I'm actually fine with meeting new people, but only it's easier when I'm being introduced to somebody. So obviously at a wedding, you are being introduced to people because, you know, you're either sat next to them on a table or someone knows someone who's on. That for me is fine because I've got that in at that point, and then I can kind of be me. With Barwick. Wait, aren't you on loan? Hang on. Wait, is he not on loan this? Oh, of course he's not, is he? Of course he's not. Oh, wait, is that a 6-month sub? Holy shit, Dace. Thank you very much for the 6-month resub. Fucking hell. It always throws my brain off when I see that one because the numbers are the other way around on it. Wow. Load of the continents. Yes, no, it is definitely that. But bear in mind, the way I have my game set up here, Luigi, you can do this on a low quality computer as well, right? I think that kind of helps, Stewie, honestly. I feel like it kind of helps that we don't sort of tolerate people that are just trying to be... It's not even people who... Sometimes you'll have some people that just don't hit the right vibe. And most of the time, they don't stick around for very long anyway because no one in chat kind of gives them... People that want to cause trouble and just, like, will try to fish for, like, arguments with people. It's not interesting for the most part. They don't last long, particularly as most of the time, nobody says anything anyway. They just don't get what they want. Can't risk that. Hang on. So Chris Barwick is actually... I thought he was on loan. Oh, Christ, he's not. That's really unfortunate. We need to get him a loan in January if we can. He was one of the guys that was sent back from Kisvada, unfortunately. Right. Oh, now De Bruyne's dropped his playing time. Concerned Sligo Rovers? Anybody? No. I want to find some cool players from the Irish leagues. That'd be kind of sick. But nice to go like full circle on that. Right, we're nearly at the Chelsea game. Thankfully, it's not too much of a gap after that to the next one. Top from Holland. Any tips? Anyone can't put together a consistent run. Do you think... I mean, it could just be a case of they haven't yet kind of developed into the team that you... Sorry, I will get back to that question in a moment. Holy shit. Chat, we're putting the band back together. Stefan Carpenu. Andy's good. In fact, he's arguably better. Which wasn't he a fullback last time? Yeah, he's facing the game. But he was definitely a fullback last time, wasn't he? Not a wide player. He's 17. Please, Carpy, please, please, please. Yes. Cool. The Carp it is. He's literally probably the first good Romanian, other than both Romanians that we found that were actually good are both facing the game players. Mad. Right. They're not prepared to sell him mid-season. I know that they could potentially sell him cheaper in the summer, but honestly... yeah, that's fine. That's basically just 5.7, because these are not... They either do happen or they don't. That's fine. We're doing it. Yeah, he was definitely a left-back last year. I remember him, because I remember us eventually selling him. I love how he's just there. That also implies, by the way, the fact that it says 0 means that they automatically dumped him straight into my scout reports, and I don't blame them. So big up Cluj there. He definitely wasn't at Cluj last time, though, was he? I don't know if Emmett Dorans are facing the game. No. I don't think he was he? Or maybe he was. No, I'm not sure, actually. That would be an amazing signing to pick him up. If we could get him, because we've got the money still. But that's why I like this type of scouting, because we can just pluck these guys along as we go, rather than having to wait for any like unspecified amount of time. We can just see a good player, pick him up. Yeah, he's going to cost us a little bit, but I feel like he's totally worth it to bring some of that kind of quality in. I love that the max we can offer in wages now is 22 grand a week. I think that's because we've actually are starting to encroach on our wage budget a little bit. We might have to move a little bit of it across. Yep, there we go. 5-year contract. Lovely. We're bringing the whole team back together. I'm trying to think who else we need. We need Jan Cavalcanti. That's who we need. So Levia's actually back at Manchester City now. Only just on a free transfer. So he plays for Southampton for years and then rejoins Manchester City on a free. No, still no Mike yet. That's a really weird career path. The only thing I can think of is that they maybe had like trained in nation or trained at club on him, and as a result City wanted him back for that reason, for European registration. Because it's a free transfer. I'm guessing that's what it is. Yeah. He's got trained at club Manchester City. So that's probably why they wanted him, because of European competitions. That's actually quite clever from the AI, to be fair. So, wow, just straight in there. We're getting the carp. Oh, sorry, mate. Yes. It's difficult without seeing, obviously, more details than that, because when you say good wonder kids, like, at that point, if they're all young and they're upcoming, it could just be a case of having to wait for the players to develop a little bit more, and you won't even need to sign anyone new. It would just be a case of they'll get better. And okay, worse news. Once again, we will return to this. Henningberg's just left Kishvarda. The guy that did all the good work with them has now left because he's going to be the Northern Ireland manager. Why would you do that? God damn it, man. Don't you know we need you? Yeah, and the thing is, that's just going to be the caretaker manager. Now, maybe they could get a really good manager because they are a European team. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll actually get someone really good. I don't know why I've spelt that the wrong way around there, but we'll take it. Oh, he's at Spot. He's at Cisco now. He's one of those players I would hope we could actually bring to Hungary at some point, but yeah, his wages have always been too high for him. Was at RZ for quite a while. Then Bordeaux on a free, which is where we really recognised him from, really. And he's been at Cisco now for 3 years, but doesn't seem to really get much game time for them. Did get 87 caps for Hungary, though, which ain't bad in the grand scheme of things, right? Jan Cavalcanti. I'm surprised he hasn't genned yet. There he is. Oh, he's 22. Oh, well. We can bring him in for free. Why not, right? Wait, I think he's still the manager of DC United, the last time we looked. Berger's only the they're only the caretaker anyway. I'm certain they'll be signing a proper one. Also, what we like now? Oh my god. Once again, I'm going to send Sigurdis around. My concern is that maybe his potential isn't as good. No idea what we're going to do with him. Although, actually, there's an AM. Or off both sides, to be fair. Get him trained there as well. He can just kind of do a bit of everything. God damn. In fact, we've got him and Alaku. You're interested. I bet you're interested. So we get just a bit of cheeky Jan Cavalcanti off the back of that. Yeah, why not? You can have him. Pleasure much of a problem. I mean, it could be a problem because I would like to think that he can improve still. Yeah, we are fully getting the band back together now. Who else do we need? Tim Breach. We could do with a bit of Tim Breach in there. Wow, we started really well, and our under-19s are absolutely getting trashed. In fact, where are they? Oh, there they are. 27th. How about our first game? We've been terrible ever since. I guess because we've got no players in the under-19s. They're all actually out on loan for once. Right, here we go. Chelsea time. Fuck. I think Castillo probably should start, but it's a close one. Oh, is Velasquez suspended? Of course he is. I knew there was going to be a suspension at some point. Montiel, Martin Santos, Teixeira and Silva. Okay. Zoltan on the bench. Bobby Tree. I mean, Bobby Tree's actually got less... Their records are very similar. I'm quite happy to bring him off the bench if things should start to not go quite right for us. This is going to be an extremely tough game, regardless of what happens, particularly with the fact that we've got Terra Nova here and not... Surely Kraus could do the job, right? Wow, that was actually considered as good as Kraus now. I think Terra Nova might actually be the one for the job, just because we can't make any substitutes in that left-back spot, really. Well, not easily, anyway. Okay. Boom. Could go top. Could we really? I hope we don't regret that Leon result. Seri. Oh, yeah. Seri might be a good substitute. The problem with maybe Seri is that he's a bit more of a creative player. Maybe away at Chelsea, that's not what you want there, but you never know. Certainly give me the sub. Oh, Leon versus Ferencvaros. Will they fall into the same trap that we did? They better not. But we've had some good results so far in the Champions League, so you never know. Malero again. Oh, I was hoping to get brought down there. It's close one-touch stuff. As Dala's gone for it. We lead already. The music hasn't even finished playing, and it's 1-0 to us at Stamford Bridge. This would be a very, very big win. If we were to beat City, Chelsea, and PSG in the group, that is really something. Was that another assist from Malero, or was it Castillo? Castillo, the one thing he does, more so I'd say than Bobby Tree, is he does seem to get more assists. That's his 4th assist of the season already from striker. So he's certainly contributing still, and that would send us back into the title race. Great finish, though. Really good finish. Not offered much else yet, but it's only a few minutes into the game. Oh, this is a goal. Guaranteed. Everything about this just says goal. Whoa! Hey! Fair play, Football Manager. It actually wasn't a goal. That might be the first one of those ones specifically that I've seen that wasn't a goal in a long time. Sorry, lads. What the hell happened here? We just got 4 red cards in 7 minutes. Sorry, 4 red cards. 4 yellow cards in 7 minutes. We've only made 7 fouls, and 5 of them have been punished with a yellow card. Is the referee just going to punish every tackle with a yellow? We are going to lose. Yeah, we're going to have to make some changes here. Well, not yet, obviously. We just simply can't afford to, but that is concerning. Ref just really doesn't like MTK Budapest, apparently. Yes, they used to be guaranteed goals. Now they are not always. They're still pretty much guaranteed goals, but they are certainly not as powerful as they were once, which is definitely moving in the right direction. Abdul Nabi whips it in. That's poor, but we can easily get to the second ball here. Oh, we don't. We just decide not to instead. Oh, Christ. Hang on. I thought his name was Welper for a second there. Or is it? No, it's Wiper, I think. Oh, fucking hell. I, unfortunately, feel like Portilla, for no apparent reason, because it's FM, might just not be it. I mean, this is obscene. The problem is there's no reason why he would be missing these either. And that's what makes it so shit. This is what I'm talking about with goalkeepers in the FM match engine, where they could have everything perfect, 20 and everything, right? And they would still miss those. But then another goalkeeper who would look identical would just not do that. It's like, what is he doing there? That's 2 goals he's cost us in the last 2 games. Yeah, we need to find a new keeper. That's a shame. Because I thought this was his big moment. Doesn't know European games. If only that were the case, that was a thing. Great. We would have got a draw against Lyon if it weren't for that. And now we're probably going to... To be fair, we haven't actually played that well in this game. We've just scored a really good goal ourselves. Good tackle. Whoa, that was dangerous. He's the GOAT. Clearly, yes. I mean, he is a GOAT. I don't know about the GOAT. He's more of an oat. He is the of all time, in that he is one of the players of all time. Hidden attribute. I don't know what the hidden attribute could be. It can't be consistency, because we can see that information sort of from the scouts and stuff. Is this Reece James still at Chelsea? He's the GOAT for our opposition. Yeah. Ooh, the oath. Oh. Yeah, he just has a hidden attribute that no one else has. Big matches. This isn't a big match. The only games that are considered big matches are cup finals and playoff finals. As far as the game is concerned anyway, so it wouldn't make any difference even if he did have poor big matches. Oh, that's a strike. Come on, Portilla the Tortilla in it. I'd rather eat fajitas out of him than actually have him on the pitch these days. Well, that's a strike. And to be fair, as much as their goal was nonsense, we have somehow scored 2 absolutely ridiculous strikes in this game, so we're having a bit of luck go our way too. So nice pass from Navarro. Just sets him up, pings it. It's not great goalkeeping from the Chelsea keeper either, honestly. Like, we've been very lucky in this game. This is so far out. Portilla chips. More like Portilla chipped, I would say. But we are somehow winning at half-time, remarkably. We are winning 2-1 with 0.08 XG. Rather Rich Tortilla's out of him. No, Fajita's out of him. He is the tortilla, right? I don't know if I even want to praise them at this point, because they've really not been very good. Goals look like goalie errors. But possibly, but there isn't really a response to that other than that shouldn't be the case, and probably don't sell that as a game then, you know. It's unfortunate, but yeah. Some goalkeepers just seem to work in FM. I've noticed this over the last couple of years in FM, really. You'll sometimes find goalkeepers that, throughout their attributes, they will play extremely well regardless of what their attributes seem to look like. And then you'll have goalkeepers that have the perfect attributes for what you want, and then they just don't do it. He didn't even move. He's like, no, that's it in the bar. It's fine. Like, yeah, Joao Virginia was exactly like that. He just did things. Now, his attributes were still very good, but he was so consistent. But the reason we got rid of him in the end was because he just suddenly stopped being that. Just out of nowhere, over the course of 18 months, he went from being a guy that would... He once had a season where he prevented 21 expected goals. And then he went on this spell where I think he was starting to fall into the negative numbers again. And then Patia came in and, to be fair, did a very good job initially. Not like a worldie of a job anyway, but it's a great block there. Yeah, goalkeepers in FM are an absolute lottery. We just got to keep trying one until eventually we find a guy. Remember how long it took us on the last save after we sold Bart Verbruggen to find someone like Luben Mihov, who eventually ended up becoming the guy. Because he started a YouTube channel to distract him, maybe. How are we still winning this game? This has to be... This has got Chelsea score a couple of late ones written all over it. Right, Montiel, please find Terranova here. Yes, good. But if we can just find a few more little openings... Hey. Favorite player trait. I don't really like player traits in general, honestly. I tend to not put them on players a lot of the time because I feel like all it does is limit their game a little bit a lot of the time. Just what I've noticed is that I tend to like blank slate players because if you start playing player traits too much into your tactical style, what if you want to change things? It gives you less options on that, I suppose. For me, anyway. Oh, wow. Oh, God. Why is he heading it there? Although we have managed to win it back, but I don't know why he heads it there instead of to his open teammate. Silva again. Brandon Silva's been excellent today. What a pass. Oh, look at the overlaps. One of them is Emmanuel Dala. Oh, no. Oh, see you later, Banksy. That was so close. That should have been 3-1. Shoots with power, replaces shots. Yeah, the problem is, though, it just takes one little tweak in the match engine for them to change your system to a way where you then have your players that can no longer score goals and you can't get rid of the trait for the most part. I know you can, but most of the time they don't actually get rid of it, and that's why I just don't bother with it. I like to leave them pretty blank. Teixeira. Ah, it's a poor attempt at a pass again. Let's go end-to-end. Montiel. Okay, he does really well there. Yeah, I feel I'm kind of with you on that. I'm thinking a late red card. Velasquez isn't playing, so he can't get it. Maybe Abdul Nabi? That's a ball. Castillo's in. Oh, and again with the miss. We're creating in the second half, at least. Okay. Teixeira again needs to come off. Labros, maybe? Terranova's been very, very poor. Luckily, Seri can come in. I actually might get Bobby Tree in. I shouldn't. And I also don't want Abdul Nabi getting red carded. I wanted to get a few of the booked players off too. I think we're going to turn off... turn off one of the box, but not turn on Be More Expressive. I don't want them doing anything stupid, but I also want to take advantage of this. Of the fact that we keep getting into those kind of positions. But it's too early to kind of shut the game down yet. As a podcast, that'd be a great trait. Lower leagues. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Yeah. That's a very good point. I hadn't even thought about that. But yeah, I think you're right. All right, knock that down 1. Then we do next 5 minutes, hopefully. Just slowing things down slowly. I find that we still feel like you can score with this kind of setup as well. Oh, Jesus. Is that Tobias Gullickson? They've got a lot of overloads here. Oh, well done, Miguel Montiel. Yeah, we're actually going to be going a bit longer today because we've still got another game to get in. Oh, Bobby Tree with the great touch. Malero's in behind. What a touch. Oh, my God. Bobby again. Malero again. In Europe. Malero at the number 10 is the man. But that was all on Bobby. The knockdown here from Bobby Tree is phenomenal. He beats the Chelsea centre-back, knocks it straight into the path of Silva, and that first-time pass is filth. We're 3-1 up at Stamford Bridge now. Oh. Bobby just does the business. He won't get much credit for that from the match engine, but he deserves it, because that was all on him for setting that play up in the first place. And we're going to win at Chelsea. Very fortunate. Like, their goal was insanely fortunate for them, but so are we. To actually manage to score 3 goals off of 0.67. Oh. Yes, Thursday morning, 11 a.m, when we will be back. It's nice when a plan comes together, isn't it? Oh, that was a proper FMing from us for once. To be fair, we did get fucked in the Lyon game, so it kind of balances out. We're back to even. Great result, though. Superb. So 4 wins out of our first 5. Really, really solid. And Bobby does it again. Like, he won't get the credit for that, but like, he was the one that made that goal. So where does that put us? 2nd, but very, very good start. And Ferencvaros Still haven't won a game yet, but they have earned yet another point. So they've drawn 4 of their first 5 games. They're still in this. 3 games to go. 1 win and a draw might just be about enough for them, potentially. Johnny Howson, thank you for the follow. 56. I think it's still Ovalar and Neknek. They both had 57 goal seasons for Tromsø. Emmett got 54 once, I think, and Ehring had 53 in this save. But I think with the amount we have to rotate a lot of the time, I don't think there's any chance that, unless someone comes in like a Zlatko in the middle of a season and just kills it, I don't think there's any way that we can reasonably expect a player to get into those kind of numbers again. I thought there was a chance that Castillo got 47 one season in this save, I think, as well, which is pretty damn good. And honestly, let's face it, Bobby Tree could easily do that as well. Really? We've produced 102 players for the top flight. Wait, is a Fulham guy? Oh, of course, Ziad Larkesh, yeah. Does he count as one of ours? All right. Oh, okay, Romania seem to have woken up. Particularly as they've got a few Hungarians in there too. Tibor Hen, great name. Bensnoj. Excellent news. Right. Season stats. Oh, shit. I'll have a look at those in a minute. 42 in the Eredivisie. That is... 42 off of 24 is ridiculous. That's actually insane. Right. What happened? Kishvarda lost to Fiorentina. That's kind of understandable. They're a really good side. Where's Molfeheva? Oh dear. Marseille are obviously a good side, but I would have expected a little bit more fight out of Újpest there, if I'm honest. Kishvarda now slipped to 20th. 1 more win and they're probably fine. And they've still got a few more games in which to get it. And Újpest still are up in 12th. That's not an ideal day for both of them to lose. But we managed to pull it out a little bit. Also, who's Raul Rencha? Jesus Christ. Hello, Raul. What about Conference League? This is where the big stuff happens. Molfehvar lose at home to Djurgården. That is piss poor from them. Oh. Haladash with a real G's all along. A 4-0 hammering of Apoel. Apoel are not bad. Menendez with a goal, Zivkovic with a goal, and Nizic with a goal. And now, after all of that, their little stumbling start, Haladash now sits 7th in the Conference League and have basically qualified already with 2 matches to spare. If anything, it's Molfehvar we've got to worry about. They've got 7 points as well, though. That's going to do us the world of good. Should be getting close to 9 now, maybe? 8.7. We slipped to 5th on the year, but it's still very, very tight in there. And Germany's still not flying. We are definitely closing the gap on Germany a little bit. But France are having an annoyingly good season, which is concerning. Laughing at... Well, to be fair, I don't think I was ever really laughing at Haladash, was I? I think we've always thought they were kind of cool. The fact that they came up and actually managed to stay up comfortably and then have just kind of gone from strength to strength since then. My big question is who's going to be the next Kishvarda manager, if anything. In fact, let's have a look at the job centre, see who the favourite is for it. Gordon Petric, who is the current manager of FK Partizan. That'd be an interesting choice. Apparently, we could also go for the Ferencváros goalkeeping job. Don't think I want to be their goalkeeping coach. That'd be kind of sick. Don't know how that would work in the game, but it'd be kind of fun. Right, University. Oh, no. Apparently not. So when is the next match? What have we got in between? Oh, Jesus, there's 3 fucking league games. Looks like we're going to half 3 today, chat. We've got 3 league games in the way that I still need to sim us through. I would go on holiday, but I'm afraid that would actually... I can never do that. I can't risk it just in case something dodgy goes on while we're briefly on holiday. Even though you can reject stuff. The last thing we want is like a team meeting that goes wrong in there or something. Keep their dominance. Yeah, I don't think it would happen. I don't know what they would do about the loan farm as well. I don't know how they would like function. Yeah, you get a lot of bonus stream lately. I know I said I was going to be like knocking it down into like 1 less stream, but you're almost still going to get that just with a little bit. Yeah, we're just going to be doing some longer streams, it would seem. I'm fine with that, honestly. It's like, it's a Tuesday afternoon. I'd only be doing a little bit of that off-stream bit anyway, so... Well, our gap has really shrunk between us and Ferencváros all of a sudden. So Bobby goes back in up front again. Ojeda comes in, which is good news. You love to bloody see it. Pro Aris, thank you very much for the follow. They probably would, yeah. New manager would come in and be like, we don't need these players. Useless. De Bruyne, he's sort of not really doing anything because he didn't go back out on loan, and as a result, he's just sort of knocking about in our squad not doing anything, which is a pain. But until we can get them another loan, it's the same with Chris Barwick because they both came back from Kishvada because of the takeover shit. So until we can get them another loan, I often find with the players that come back from those loans, you can't often get them back straight away. You'd usually have to wait 6 months for the next transfer window for that to happen. Bobby again didn't actually do a great deal of good there either, honestly. In fact, Castillo came off the bench. Was that the first half? Oh, he must have come on for Yeboah or something. Lubin did a very good job after I left, to be fair. Yeah, Hearts. Barclay Baith. For the name alone, you are being scouted. Oh, that Pauk guy. Okay. So this is why it pays to send Sigris round. That's exciting. I think since we're so pushed for time, I'm just going to keep sending these guys around, obviously. In fact, I'll just do the whole lot. I'll just keep sending them around for the moment. We can deal with that next stream. What about Barcelona? Yeah, all right. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, no. Sack your agent. Off you go. There we go. None of that round here. Cool. So that's one down. Cool Castillo. Oh, isn't that nice? Caught the eye of Virginia. Why is Virginia there? I got excited for a second. I thought he might have become a coach or something. He's still playing for Al Hilal. He's got... How long after this contract? He's still got 2 years. We'll have to keep an eye on him. It's like they've just got like a Rolodex of agents. Check the Brazilian. Wasn't the Brazilian the same one we looked at before? Did you see the Brazilian's name? Because if he was just the same one as before... Because I saw a Brazilian, but wasn't he on the short list? Because if he is, then that's the same guy we were looking at before. Same guy. Wait, oh, yeah. Forgot about him. Damn, he's... Hey, you never know. Maybe Rafa Benitez could be our next goalkeeper. I mean, he's not bad, is he? Developing quite nicely. 24 years old. He'd certainly give Portillo a run. Yeah, if you can remember the Brazilian's name, then let me know and I'll have a little gander back at him. He's in the scouting report. Yeah, no, I realised he was in the scouting report, but the point is he's not currently in the scouting report now. Ergo, I can't, unless I know his name. A couple of guys from Rangers. Yeah, exactly. They sacked their agents off like nobody's business. I felt like there isn't a single agent in the whole of Hungary that hasn't been sacked. Or was it Bobby Treat? There you go. I probably should just give him that nickname at some point, really. A couple of guys from Celtic. Surprised they haven't produced any 5-stars in there. Josh Cuthbert, like that. Oh, right, come on, Red Star. Show me the goods. Yes! Come on! Oh my giddy fucking... Right, this chat. If you ever wanted an example of why we scout like this, this is why. Vojislav Milovanovic. Oh. 20 determination. He's got 16 acceleration. Perfect 10 poles. Oh my goodness me. Right, to the Seagrist with you. He's 16 and he's that good already. That is a full-on wonder kid, yeah. And there's also these two. So, oh no, 3 rather. This is why this kind of scouting is so much fun. Can need more scouts. To be fair, the number of scouts yet doesn't actually matter so much anymore, remember, because we probably can get more scouts, honestly. But it only mattered when we were doing those previous types of scouting, whereas now we've never got enough players on the go that it actually matters too much. Because you can still only get 1 team report per day no matter how many scouts you've got. So us having more scouts actually doesn't matter too much anymore. It still matters. And I will obviously ask every now and then. But the board haven't said yes to any new... Well, anything, really. For a while now, unfortunately. I'm just going to keep... It's the next game we've got to rest players for, right? He isn't a 6-for-6 servant. This is very true. We do still need that Bolivian knowledge. That is also very true. Napoli are 30th. If we don't win there, then we don't deserve to go through. Nope. You could assign every single team report to the same... There we go. There's the drop points. We could assign every single team report to the same scout, and it would still take 1 per day. It's weird, but that's just the way it is. Nothing off for Hardy in there, too. Oh, God, please don't be too serious. Oh, shit. Malero's going to be missing that game. I think we should still have enough to get by Napoli without Malero, but it is annoying. Just rock up with Mihai Alaku in the midfield. Might have a choice at this rate. Financial updates. Good, good, good. Ah, good, he's playing again. That's why I thought giving him a few games wouldn't be the worst idea. Just get him to shut up for a little bit. He's still doing really well on shots on target, is Mihail. I'm excited to bring him back someday, actually. I think he could be really good for us. Oh, Shukuricki. They've usually got some ballers. Ah, okay. A little bit of an off here for them. That's fair enough. Red Star are more than making up for it, believe me. With some of those other guys after stream, if I do... Fuck, there's another one. Oh my god. Holy shit. Matej Czernianski. And he's Hungarian. Chat, he's Hungarian. The man is literally Hungarian. Yes! Oh, wow. Trust me, it's already turned into a hot tub. My pants are wet from some of these players that we're finding now. Wow. Gonna come back next stream and I'll have just picked up all of those players. Because if they're fully scoutable, I will just pick them up, because why wouldn't we at this point? There's some mental players in there. How much money have we got, actually? I just need to make sure how much money I've got so I can spend it on them, because I'm happy to dump, like, moon money to some of those guys. So we've got, what? £31 million. Obviously, I'll have to dump a... Oh, actually, wait. Can I sell this clause? Thank you, Porto. If you'd be so kind. Coelho. We'll just sell these clauses. Just get as much money as we can together. And then I can pop a little bit into the transfer, into the wages, just so that we've got extra weight. Oh, wow. Don't need that much, but not too bad. No, it's not hot. It's definitely from the players. Oh, it's all about the players. Oh, hello. This is where the game's just like, we've accidentally created too many good players. We're gonna crash now. Falling awkwardly in training. God, the amount of injuries some of these lone players are getting, that's frustrating as hell, because he was probably doing okay, that wasn't he, Tranberg? Yep, he was developing quite nicely. Not only, oh no, it's lovely in England at the moment. It just ain't hot. Wetter than an otter's pocket. Yeah, no, it's like 7 degrees outside today. It's lovely, gorgeous weather, but kind of chilly at the same time. Vojvodina, maybe? Ah, to be fair, how can we be complaining with some of the players we've just noticed? Shimanu's still doing well, actually. I think he's a permanent there. A couple of those for TV. Right, okay, final one. Literally deathy. Yeah, I hope we don't have a situation like we got last year. That was obscene. When I was streaming and it was like 42 degrees in this room. It was ridiculous. I never want to stream in that kind of conditions again. It was horrible. Ojeda again. Seri, because Velasquez can play next game, so I will start Zoltan. Do a bit of Terra Nova. Practical Tropical. I don't know about that. It's proper nippy like, but still just beautiful outside. I love this kind of weather. It's lovely running weather because it's cool. We'll do Patrice for this one. Give Zoltan a bit of extra footy as well. Can't go wrong with that. Man needs football. Hopefully a loan spell will be good. Hot today. Wait, really? Well, right now, Schuber, whereabouts? It's just not allowed. It should not be allowed to be that hot. It was insanity. Oh, and Bobby grabs a couple of goals there too, which is excellent. How did I get a red card and just continue on winning anyway? Because they're just that good now. Also, Debrecen making a run in third spot here. Radnitsky. Yeah, screw it. Dusan Uzalats. God, there's some really good players coming out of Serbia this season. Bangladesh. Oh, God, yeah, that would... Oh, is it rainy season but not without the rain yet? Right, which was this Brazilian guy? Was he in here, maybe? Just trying to see if he was in this particular report, perhaps. The veteran core, of course. We'll just get rid of those guys. Damn, there's some good players in there. I'm excited. Like, there's some very good players in here. I've been a regular for about a decade. You never know what you're going to get, right? God, is Portillo even going to be available for this game? I mean, not that it would be the worst thing in the world if he wasn't with the way he's been playing lately. Nando scores again. For the most part, he's just an up arrow magnet. He even seems to play well when he's... Actually, he's mostly playing off the right. Which is even more striking is the fact that he's got 6 goals and 3 assists from playing off the right. He's not even playing up front for Keckschmidt. God, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets an Argentina cap at some point. Considering he's got 4 goals and 5 assists this season. Basically playing as a backup for us. Ben Salah, so bizarre that they're not playing him, but so we may have to actually get him back in January. I just wasn't expecting that to be the case. Although I might not do, just because I know how important he could be for them in case they sell that other guy, as they often do. 20 goals for Redacted now. He's the top scorer of the entire Lone Army is Redacted. Give the scouts country knowledge. Nope. You get no country knowledge from it, but then country knowledge in FM is basically unattainable anyway, as it seems, so I just haven't even bothered trying to do that. Our method around that is just to sign lots of scouts with lots of existing knowledge. Does it not work? No, it doesn't do anything. When you tell them to play them, they don't actually play them most of the time. It doesn't do anything. Oh, Emmett. I think Emmett might be on his last legs here. Because that's a preview, and that looks actually might even be worse than last time. Cantwell's still available. Harves. Somewhere, wherever he is right now, Harves just at his desk at work. And all of a sudden, oh, he's unemployed now. Yeah, Milner might be the man. Oh, he's got till the youth intake comes through, of course, to figure it out, but I'm not confident. Because taking the shots in the dark, true. Wow, he really is just not having that, is he? How have they played him so little? He's so good. It's a tough one. Because I obviously want to keep him there in case they need him, but at the same time, he's a very good player, and I kind of don't want to dent his development too much. Doran is looking like he's on thin ice for sure. Use psychology. I wish I could. Just don't know how to use it. I've not been trained properly yet. But thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Milner's a model citizen. True. That could actually help us. As much as it are having a good doff Hoyd has ever helped anyone this season, it seems. Right. Castillo, Silva, Bobby Tree in the... Oh, because Navarro's suspended, isn't he? And Malero's injured, which means we could be looking at AM Bobby. And I'm not against it. I'm kind of here for it. I mean, as an AM, making those runs, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bobby actually turn up here. Right, let's do this. Watch him just do an absolutely stellar job of this game, even as an AM. Unfortunately, Al-Qaeda wasn't able to be registered, but next year he will be able to because he'll count as an under-21 player or something like that. Or something. He will be able to be registered next season. It's just not quite yet. Here we go. Napoli away from home. Recommended, refereed by nobody. Always a good sign. Wow, their front line is very old. And Ferencváros are away at FK Partizan. That is a winnable game for them. Where are Partizan? 32nd. If they can't win there, oh, that's the game that could literally carry them through. A win away at Partizan there could actually probably be enough with everything else going on. But it's about what we do too, because United look like they're going to run away with this group. Okay, here we go. Finally, a highlight. I feel like a red card's coming on this highlight for some reason. The way that highlight started does scare me a little bit. Like someone's about to 2-foot someone. Right, so Galley down the right-hand side. Hopefully, Dala can just kind of stay with him. Good defending initially, but now... Okay. Whoa! Chosen by a lottery. Yeah, maybe. One day it'll be our turn. As they're losing to FK Partizan. Of course they are. God, they had a much easier time of it this year. Oh, they've finally equalised at least through Bruno Alves. What's a good ball. Clear the way, but Santos is there. It's not really the ideal role for him, really, being out wide. He's just... Oh, thank God there's actually a player there. I thought he'd pass that to the goalkeeper. Right, we're going to build this up into something magical now. Intricate one-touch stuff. Castillo knocks it outside for Teixeira, who still hasn't got a goal or an assist in this team, which is worrying. Go on, get onto it. Yes. But don't worry, he'll score like a hat-trick today. Oh, Silva. Oh, come on. Avramovic. Thank you for the follow. Silva has to do better there. We need to see more out of him. Haven't seen a lot of Bobby Tree yet on the ball either. But he's biding his time. He's waiting for his moment to pounce. God, Vitor Roque's a bit of all right, isn't he? Oh, Christ. What a block. I think the defender gets a touch on that, actually. Portillo's being very much bailed out by the defenders at this rate. It's tough. We're kind of in control of the game, but not creating as much as I would like. If this is how they play... I mean, no, he can't. But... you'd expect a player of that kind of quality to at least be able to get a goal or an assist. Particularly as we've had every other player that's not been able to speak Hungarian at least contribute something first season. Like, even if they haven't been spectacular first season, they've been better than this. Hurley was better than this. Brandon Silva was much better than this first season. And they couldn't speak Hungarian either. You know what, fuck it. Let's just go early doors to this strategy. I think that's what we need here. Just to open up the play a little bit. Try to get something going. We do seem to be missing that creativity of Malero and Navarro. It kind of goes to show just how important. Lower adaptability. Do players... do players even have an adaptability attribute? Or is that only for non-playing staff? Could just be shit luck, I suppose, yeah. We're not really at the races here. I'm also not opposed to just taking Castillo off and pushing Bobby further up the pitch, honestly. If we have to. Because Seri's the one player who's actually doing stuff in this game. Players, fair one. Maybe, then. It's a shame that there's no way that you could really know that information, unfortunately. Because if it's not visible on the thing... Look at Martin Santos here. What is he doing? Oh, for crying out loud. He's got clean through, and then he just sort of turns it back to Napoli. Oh, yes, Thomas. Yeah, here we go. Right, Silva, let's run us left and right. He's got to pick up the right pass here, which means he's going to shoot from distance. Yep, cool. Cool. Great effort there. Really, really needed that shot. It should show on pros and cons. Oh, I don't think he has that then. Doesn't like big matches, but obviously big matches, this is not that. And plus, he hasn't scored a single goal or assist on any competition. Bravery's a little low. And his teamwork's a little low, but that's more fairly selfish. But that could probably help. Could be contributing. But still, you'd have expected to see something out of him, right? By now. The fact that he's got no goals or assists this far into his career at the club is actually kind of staggering. Only shows before you sign him. Well, it certainly didn't. We didn't see it then either. Castillo, great save. Does not show for players in your team, but I don't remember seeing it when we were trying to sign him either. Is my point. Obviously, I can't prove that now, but it's not something we were ever like highlighting. Right. Neither of them have done well, but at this point, I actually just trust Yeboah, maybe. No, screw it. We're going to put Teixeira through the middle. Maybe he's just better as a 10 as well. Give Yeboah a little run out. Seri's knackered, but, like, options off the bench are. Yeah. Big Labros. Actually, yeah, Labros out wide could do a job. Montiel's had another terrible game in Champions League, because of course he does. Just need to roll the dice a little bit here, I think. This might be the type of game that we're just going to have to try and find a goal, just to try and sneak a 1-0 win or something. It doesn't feel like we're going to get much more than that. Couldn't handle the pressure. Yeah. Oh. Hitman, he could just be another flop. But I know it takes a little while for our wide players to settle. It always does. But Hurley was just about getting there. Oh, no. It never said anything like that in the scout report. That's for sure. That much we would have definitely noticed. Maybe he just needs to settle in. Or maybe he's just maybe he's just more of a 10. We'll see. Which isn't the end of the world. We could just find another guy. Or just sell him on for huge money. Ball over the top for Bobby Tree. How does this man exist? Napoli 0. MTK Budapest 1. The moment we move Bobby Tree back up to the strike role, he immediately goes and does that. Who was that with the pass? Was that Seri? Look at this ball, but look at this finish. Takes it out of the air, scoops it over the... He is just on a different wavelength to everybody else in his team at times. I don't even see the dink. It looks like he used his right foot to dink this. I don't even know where his foot contacts the ball there, honestly. That was bizarre, but he's got the goal. And we hopefully will go on to win this, and Bobby yet again has done the business. Sell Castillo. Well, yeah, I mean, if we get a big bid, he's still well within the range of getting big bids as well. It wouldn't be the worst thing for us to potentially do that, honestly. Particularly as we've got so many other players that are waiting in the wings to come and be a backup striker, like De Bruyne or... I mean, Castillo has insane attributes. We can't pretend that he doesn't, but he's never been able to consistently get the number of goals that I've always felt that he should have done, is my biggest issue with him. Whereas Bobby Tree just seems to be hitting the ground running. Constantly. He just seems to suit this style of play. For whatever reason. Right, come on, Yeboah again, driving forward. Bobby's making the run for him. Space is opening up. He's played it through, and Bobby smashed another one in. I think that one was a little bit offside. Oh. Flair commotion. I just don't know. He's just... That's going to be offside. Yeah, that was offside, but still. I think... Doesn't Castillo have like 18 composure as well, though? We'll have to compare them. Remind me to compare them after the match. We can sort of see what the issue is between them. Because Bobby's worse in most areas. But there must be a few things that perhaps he's slightly better in. I think he's better on the passing, actually. So but he does have less assists, weirdly. But he just seems to link the play better. He may not get the assist, but he gets a lot of hockey assists, I feel like. They're really happy to ping the ball into him here and wait for that second ball. And there we go, literally. He just gets the play moving so nicely. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes FM does just hate a player, doesn't it? Right. This is looking like it's going to be a very tight win, but hey, a win's a win, right? Great win away from home at Napoli. Ferencváros draw their 5th match already. So they're actually getting there slowly but surely, but they've drawn some poor games. Wasn't great from us, but Bobby does still get man of the match again. Does the business. What a guy. I think we might just have to consider him the starter at some point. But we actually need to keep Castillo pumped up enough that we start getting the big bids. So here's what I'll say. If I get a big enough bid for Castillo in January, I will sell him. Because the money could be absolutely ridiculous. Ferencváros. They're still right on the cusp of qualification, though, in 26th. One win, and they probably get it at this point. That's how close they are. And we, on the other hand, 2nd place. Cruising. A little bit more money for us as well there. Right, let's do a little tiny comparison between the two. So you can see that obviously... So what you can see is that, generally speaking, Castillo's just better in a lot of ways. But... So he's 4 better finishing, better dribbling, slightly worse first touch, but it's minimal. Better passing as well. Technique's the same. Anticipation is better. Composure is better. Decisions is better. Off the ball is 1 worse, which is negligible, let's be honest. Teamwork is... His vision's slightly better as well. I mean, this is why I'm so... Just what I mean about how it's so... Such an enigma, I suppose. There's very few areas where Bobby does have really good tackling, which makes me wonder if he's really good at pressing teams off the ball as well. His balance is very good, and his jumping reach definitely helps. He is he's not even better in the air. He's just better at being in the air. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it, really? But Bobby, for whatever reason, just suits this style of play. Could it be that Castillo is more one-footed than he is? But, I mean, he has no defense, but he's a striker, isn't he? Like, who cares? What about Castillo? No, they both got reasonable right foot as well. Yeah. He's quite literally better at being in the air. Like, and also, here we are criticizing Castillo. Man has still got 13 goals in 10 starts this season and has banged in, over the last few seasons, 35 goals, 39 goals, 49 goals last season. Does he have any player traits? Tries first-time shots, whereas Čurković doesn't have that. This is why I don't really like giving player traits, because it could just be as simple as that. It could just be that Castillo's shooting from further away because he's trying first-time shots. You just don't know with it, do you? But I think if the right bid does appear for Castillo, it might be worth us making an enormous profit on him. If nothing else, because it'd be fun to make an enormous profit on him. There is still that other random Conference League game coming up too, which, you know what, fuck it, in for a penny, right? I might as well show you that too. Right, here we go. There's actually another one next week. Oh, well, if it isn't the... I wouldn't sell him for that kind of price. I feel like we could get close to 100 million. Play back with that. It could be, I suppose. But at least, like, with Haaland, obviously, he scores so many goals that it just doesn't matter. Super consistent. Yeah, except he isn't. He simply isn't, which is the weird thing about him. He's constantly inconsistent. Does Bobby have consistency? Nope. Does like big matches, but yeah. French got left. Oh, shit. Hang on. Sorry, I'm just trying to... Who have they got left? Inter at home, Chelsea away. I mean, unless they beat Inter, I don't think they're going to get through, but they've at least earned a few points. I don't see them... They'd have to beat Inter at home, really. Or pull off one of those miracles like we used to see with Dundalk, where they'd go and, like, win randomly. So, we've got Kishvala with a draw at Ludogorets and Újpest with a 3-1 defeat to Rangers, which is a shame. They are bottling it a little bit after a really good start. Back-to-back defeats for them. Kishvala, they're both on 8 points, which is probably already going to be enough when they got their last 2 matches. But I want them to get top 16, ideally. They're disappointing results. What about the rest of these lot? I don't even know what to say about these guys anymore. Molvervar struggle, but do get a red card. And Somber Haladash, with 2 more goals from Zivkovic, are now 4th in the Conference League. Another win for Haladash. Meanwhile, Molvervar are still 14th and cruising through to the next round as well. But, damn. So coefficient-wise, that puts us on to 9.9. Still 4th on the year. But we want, as long as we're over 10 by the end of the group stage, is the way I'm looking at it, I'm happy. We've still got more games to go for ourselves. We'll definitely be over 10. The coach report on the player. Wait. Doesn't that just show you the exact same report? We don't have a scout report because he is our player. We can't get a scout report on our own player, so it's just going to show the same thing, just in a coach report instead. It's the same information. But regardless. Ooh, Trinava? How do you make bookmarks? Control D. So you go to any page you want to bookmark, so say this player, and you hit Control D and it will allow you to make a bookmark from there. What have we got? Well, I've been kind of doing these slightly longer streams, Mike, when we're doing the Champions League groups, so we can get through 6 matches instead of 3, and it means that we get to basically skip a stream each season as far as it just means we make a little bit more progress, basically. And we're still going to go till that Thursday. That will be like the final, because I want to find out who are in... This is Latvia, isn't it? Who's in the final Conference League games. Whether they can get those little extra points in there as well. Oh no. You would never. Far too kind to complain about things such as this. Doing well. Cool. 8th, thank you very much for the follow. This is the one that I have totally no problem with extending. I feel like at some point I will manage to like nail it down to a way where I can actually do it in the 4-hour point. But I think what it is like I'm still simming all the off-camera games. It's not, you know what I mean. But then we just get down and chatting about something and I just forget, right? I think it's so good. Not growing. It's just a question of the sheer number of loans. But not just the number of loans, but the quality of the loans. Like, we've got 122 players out on loan. And some of the players that are out on loan are... I mean, you can see the quality of some of these players. Players that are 3-star potential. But look at the values of these players. So it will give you an idea of the quality. 34 million. You just need the best possible players you can get out on loan. And they will start to make a huge difference for these teams. Particularly once they get into those group stages. It makes a huge difference. Yeah, my friend is a big snooker fan. He was talking about that yesterday. Because, you know, no, to be fair, snooker does use a lot of oil. Just every single day, snooker cues use billions of gallons of oil, to be fair. So it does make sense. It makes perfect sense. Right, we move. Everyone in silence of the game's fit. I know! Look at me trying to have conversations with you and prose on the... No, not muse on the inner makings of the mind. When talking about the core memories and stuff. And a good win. Okay, they're again with 2 more goals. You'd love to see it. Good shit. Yeah, Norway just doesn't exist anymore. Not allowed. Hey, you learn something new every day, Slugs. That's why people come here, to learn that kind of stuff from me, right? Yeah, that's another thing. We also get these insane development off of the players too, which is just part of the fun too. I mean, look at Bobby Tree's development out on loan for those couple of seasons. Even if he wasn't scoring a lot of goals, he was just working hard in training, and now he's getting this reward where he's in real danger of becoming our first choice striker. Remarkably, he's got 19 goals this season already. 26 caps for Poland. He's just a fabulous player. 39. I mean, it's going to have to be more than that. I won't sell Castillo unless we get an actually good bid, but obviously as January wears on, you know how it works with the sort of bid in the players guard. I think if we get close to 100 million, I'd probably take it at this point. But I don't want to sell him cheap like I don't want to do the same thing we did with Suhi, where we, you know, don't take a good bid and then end up selling him cheap. But at the same time, I also don't want to take a shit bid because we don't want to strengthen one of our rivals with a player of that kind of quality, right? Ooh, a few more of these guys. The Gaming Gabe and Ben Imre Gaming. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that tremendously. Get these guys some not trials. Oh yeah, I'm just sending these all around again, aren't I, at the moment? I'm not dicking about with this currently. Captain material, potentially, yeah. 100 million is definitely worth taking, yeah. I was so close to selling silver. They bid, what was it? Fucking... It was just shy of 200 million, basically. Ashley, thank you for the follow. All the new follows all of a sudden. How's Zivkovic getting on this season? 13 goals. This is more like it. Last year, he was good out on loan at Haladash, but didn't score a lot in all comps. Only 9 goals in 27 games. This year, 13 and 18. Much better. Could use it. Oh no, I'll just trigger his extension. God damn. Flagged open for Mike. What? Wait, I'm confused. I don't know what's going on, but it ain't in the database nevertheless. Process of writing a dissertation about non-violent environmental movements. Use of this tactic. Gets us talking about them. Yeah, it does get us talking about them. But it gets me talking about how fucking idiots, how fucking ridiculous it is, and how it's doing nothing for actually real environmental causes. That's usually my opinion on it. So yes, it is indeed, I am talking about them. But they've certainly not convinced me to agree with them on anything. So I guess if they're intending to actually make someone agree with them on anything, they're probably in the wrong game. Unfortunately. Which is a shame. Because I feel like it sort of... It also, I feel like, is a pain because I feel like it also... it makes other environmental movements that aren't doing shit like that and are just trying to actually do something proper look bad by association with them, which is a shame, right? Let's see. His name is Ott. Yeah, exactly. It's like when those people blocking those roads and stopping ambulances from getting through. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm sure those people in the ambulances were real thankful for that. But also, when they, like... disrupt the lives of ordinary people who are not in any way actually going to do anything about, have the potential to do anything about this in the first place. All it does is turn them against them, right? Just seems pointless to me. Who is tend to ignore them that they don't see? Yeah, but I mean, it's quite. I'm still ignoring them now, and I can see them. I don't know. Look at me with an opinion. I usually don't, but like, I did find that one particularly funny when there was what was it? The one where they were like protesting outside an oil depot and it was like cooking oil or something. Exactly, Mike. Exactly. I bet you just stop oil would get me an extend all loans button though. I'm just saying. I reckon they'd find a way. They'd find a fucking way. God, there's some actually quite good players in. It's almost like they're really good clubs, isn't it? Just extend oil. Yeah, I might have to do it. I might have to go there and put eggs there. I don't know what the hell they do. No. Right. Is it the Thursday? My chain is onto Miles's front door. Oh dear. Right, here we go. Conference League. Haladash are at home against Bati Borisov. They could actually win that. Molfehavar could really do with them being FC Honka, which means they won't. Can replace a desperation. Yeah, but you can justify anything with that then, can't you? That's sort of one of these things where it's like, well, I didn't mean to run that. I killed a guy, but at least people now know about it. Like, doesn't seem to be... I don't know, whatever. This is why I don't talk about this stuff on stream, basically. Because it's not worth it. There's no point. There's no good conversation to be had. When I wash my hair. Oh, and of course they've gone and lost that one. Brilliant. But luckily Molfehavar pull out a point, which might just be enough. It's probably not enough to get them top half, is it? Oh, it is. Oh, did who got screwed here? To be fair, that's actually kind of completely fair. None of them played any of each other. So Molfehavar do get top half. Haladash, in a way, actually benefit because they come 9th. That's not too bad. Oh, okay, good. So that didn't really... Did that even get us over the 10? It did get... Look at that. Nice and round. Dead on 10 coefficient points. Things you love to see. Plus, we've still got another 8 matches left. If you count the matches left to be played for all of us. So there's a real strong chance that we can get to 11 or 12 points potentially by the end of the group if we really kill it. They don't know yet, Leaf, but you got to be careful. That's Italy, is it? It is Italy. You're right. I'm an idiot. Even better. Definitely what I wanted. Welcome in, Cochrane. It's fine. Italy, Schmittily, right? We're the same. We're basically Italy. Imagine root for the oil companies. What are you fucking talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, Jesus Christ. And chat, if you ever wanted in a nutshell why I never have an opinion on fucking anything, that is it. Because people will just twist it to turn it into nonsense, and I just have no time for it. So I do fucking love oil. Really like it on pasta. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's just that kind of absolute fucking nonsense. There was a brilliant, someone described it the other day. It was like, I really like ducks. And if someone goes, you're oddly silent on horses. It's like, what? You just, yeah. It's just, good Lord. The amount of brain rot is actually filth. Anyway, we move. So, I'm going to save the game here. It's very, very good. Kisvada's takeover is a little bit... shit, honestly. It's done nothing for them, basically. They've got no real benefit from it other than they were floated on the stock exchange, allegedly, but we haven't really seen any like results from that specifically. Not going for violence. It's very true. Pocket Big Oil. It's true. I'm being paid by Big Oil. Yeah. No, to be fair, it's fine. You should just be able to do what you like without any consequences. It's fine. Anyway, we move. So I nearly quit the game then. The internet is not a place for nuance. You're damn right, which is why I don't do nuance. It was around protesters being done or something, right? What? No, but feel free to condense it into silly bullshit like that, which is why, again, we don't touch this sort of stuff on stream because it is utter minefield of nonsense. And I have no intention of continuing it. Yeah, I know. In it just. Right, let's go find some, anything else. Like, I know what we're going to do. We're going to raid Kev, because Kev's a nice man.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted...
We're ready to stream anyway, to be fair. Ah, dear. It's Rets... hang on. It's Enrico... It's Enrico Palazzo. What a great name, by the way. Thank you very much for the follow. Right, we're going to raid over to... What the hell was that? Yeah, that's exactly it, yeah. Yeah, but that is why, basically in a nutshell, why I just don't bother with anything related to anything of that sort, because it is just... It's pointless, isn't it? But we'd learn a lesson there, I suppose. Only ducks to fight a horse. I think a horse could, like, trample an entire field of ducks, truth be told. You know? Cornelius, thank you very much for the follow. But let it careful. Someone might accidentally take you seriously. Discussions can be productive. Oh, they fuck it. No. Discussions can be productive. Being a twat isn't productive. Acting as if everyone has to have the same opinion as you is not productive. That's called the internet. That's why we don't talk about it. Anyway, we're moving on to Kev now. Thank you for joining me today, friends. I've had a lovely time up until the last 5 minutes. So I'll see you guys very soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye.